Although he had spent more than 100 years in the world of cultivators, Liao still remembered Earth from the uncanny dream in his childhood. It was a world without spiritual energy. So-called training and devils were nothing more than groundless tales. In other words, it was a bunch of ordinary people who resided in that world. Although they were ordinary people who never perceived the mysteries of the spiritual energy, the Earthlings had mastered techniques that could be performed without spiritual energy and the most erratic laws of nature, thereby developing a brilliant and glorious non-spiritual civilization. Like the citizens of the Federation, the Earthlings had their own feelings and emotions. While some of them were ambitious, unpardonable schemers, the majority of the people still lived their lives with kind, tenacious hearts, striving and struggling to protect their families and their happiness. For Liao, everybody in the universe could be a friend, and the civilization of mankind was an inseparable whole. All the ordinary people were targets of his protection. He would not kill any of them for no reason, much less destroy the Earth and slaughter 6 billion Earthlings. Besides, his former self in his previous life was also one of the 6 billion people and a common Earthling. Why on earth would he destroy the home of his previous life without a good reason? However, the voice was still echoing next to his ears. Run away now. You can't destroy it. It is too dark and too strong. If it referred to Earth, that would be rather peculiar. In the solar system, a barren place without spiritual energy, nuclear weapons were the toughest magical equipment. But the power of such weapons could hardly be called unbelievable. Also, due to the limited conditions of usage, without the best of luck and the determination to sacrifice millions of civilians, they could barely deal a fatal blow to a cultivator in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage. Then what was the darkness of Earth referring to? And why was it strong at all? To this moment, Liao could still sense his sorrow, desperation, and fury when he was floating in the orbit of the blue planet. He could tell that the destruction that he intended to initiate was not of an evil nature at all. The Vulture plan was not a foul plan but an effort of justice. Then, the mental devil chuckled in amusement. Of course, all evil supervillains believe from the bottom of their heart that they are saving the world as symbols of justice when they implement an evil plan or that they are forced to do what they must. Would any of them admit that they are unpardonable, despicable, and cunning bad guys? That was the case for Yan Shibei, Xianxia, Lu Zue, and extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian. Even Elder Nether Spring from the Blood Demon sector thought that he was creating a third life form for the evolution of the entire species when he carried out the spore stratagem, didn't he? Right now, it is your turn to walk on that path again. This is your destiny. Damn your destiny, Liao snorted. Even Long Yongjun knows the difference between destines other people give me and my real destiny. Am I going to be at the mercy of the uncanny destiny like an idiot? Before I figure out everything and whether it is righteous or evil, I will never destroy the Earth as a puppet of a certain existence. I understand it now, the mental devil said. You are looking for some psychological comfort. You are trying to figure out if destroying the Earth is actually a deed of justice that is not in violation of your morals under certain extreme circumstances, right? Liao hesitated for a moment. I guess so. In any case, I will not believe that the previous me and my companions who were involved in the Vulture plan were crazy lunatics. Come on, let's have a brainstorm. Is there a possibility where destroying the Earth is moral, justified, and not against the interests of the weak? You are too greedy. The mental devil smiled. Morals and justice are all relative. The universe is a vast place, but there are few occasions where you can have all the best. In many cases, being weak is itself a sin. The weak are destined to be hurt by the strong. This is a law of nature, or rather, this is an ecological balance of a higher level. However, when it comes to a scenario where Earth has to be destroyed, we certainly can find some. For example, the classic kill one to save 10,000. The entire universe, including Earth, is in grave danger, and only the sacrifice of the Earth can save the whole universe. Liao shook his head, not entirely convinced. Isn't that theory from Black Star the Great? That was exactly the rhetoric he used when he destroyed Karen. Only by sacrificing Karen could the invaders from the Covenant Alliance be defeated and the entire Star Ocean Republic be saved. What happened in the end? The center of the cosmos is still mired in a thousand-year war. The only thing that was saved was perhaps his ambition. If I am to destroy Earth for no better reason than to save the universe, would I be any different from Black Star the Great? No, the situation is different, the mental devil said creepily. Black Star the Great destroyed Karen for his selfish interests as a stepping stone for him to ascend to the highest power. From the perspective of general morals, he naturally should be criticized. However, his personal vileness and evilness do not mean that the choice of kill one to save 10,000 is not worth discussing. There were mainly two problems in the event where Black Star the Great destroyed Karen. Firstly, Black Star the Great's real purpose, of course. He destroyed Karen to realize his own ambitions, to seize the highest power of the Star Ocean Republic, and to overthrow the Star Ocean Republic to establish a new dynasty, not purely for the lofty ideal of saving the Star Ocean Republic. Secondly, and more importantly, while the alliance of the Holy Covenant boasted part of the relics of the Penga civilization and developed technology slightest more advanced than the Star Ocean Republics, the civilization level of the two parties did not have a significant gap, and their comprehensive national powers were on par. Look, 1,000 years later, the Imperium of true human beings is still able to launch a strategic counterattack at the alliance of the Holy Covenant and secures great triumphs. It means that they are opponents of the same level. Even if the cruel choice of kill one to save 10,000 is not made, there are still possibilities of victory through regular approaches. Assuming that Black Star the Great had not detonated Karen, the invaders of the Covenant Alliance might have marched in and caused greater losses, but they still could have been defeated. Perhaps the greater losses might have been several times more than the 8 million victims on Karen. But no matter how great the losses might be, it was a price worth to be paid in order to maintain the morals and justice of the Star Ocean Republic. However, what if neither of the two conditions above existed? Since this is a brainstorm, let's remove all restraints and imagine such a situation. First of all, Xianxia is not an ambitious, potential immortal cultivator who loathes ordinary people but a kind-hearted, upright, and selfless cultivator and the highest commander of the Border Watch of the Star Ocean Republic. Secondly, the aggressive Covenant Alliance is not a force on par with the Star Ocean Republic, not a member of the civilization of mankind, not the Penga civilization that is directly related and in line with mankind, but one weird civilization form 100 times stronger than mankind that we cannot comprehend at all. It can barely be called a civilization. Under such circumstances, a certain core of commanding for the weird civilization form, let's call it maternal brain, happens to land on Karen, giving mankind the only opportunity to destroy the civilization. Xianxia, as the highest commander of the Border Watch with abundant battle experience, immediately reached the conclusion that if the maternal brain is not destroyed immediately, there will be no opportunity to resist the alien invaders in the future, and the entire civilization of mankind, including the Star Ocean Republic and Karen, will be destroyed. They will even have an outcome even more miserable than death. In the subsequent hundreds of thousands of years, the civilization of mankind will go through a period that is 100 times darker than the Great Dark Age. Let me ask you, under such circumstances, the upright, selfless Xianxia decides to stay on Karen to stop the maternal brain. Eventually, he sacrifices himself, detonates Karen, and kills the maternal brain, which causes the collapse of the alien invaders and saves the entire civilization of mankind. In such a case, my dear Monster Lee, who is full of sense of justice and morals, would you tell me if the future generations are qualified to condemn such a Xianxia? Liao frowned hard for a long time before saying, "You set up a conclusion first and then offered harsh conditions according to the conclusion. It's equivalent to shooting an arrow at a target randomly and then drawing the bullseye on where the arrow lands. How can you ever miss the target in such a case? In your example, a weird life form, which is 100 times more powerful than the civilization of mankind and utterly irresistible for us, has only one maternal brain as the highest commanding core, and the maternal brain is idiotic enough to land on a hostile planet that contains abundant explosives without any protection. When the planet is finally detonated, it cannot even release part of the remaining soul or find a successor. That is the most stupid thing I have never heard. If you ask me, even if such a weird life form that is 100 times more powerful than the civilization of mankind does exist, it is impossible that they have only one maternal brain. It is very possible that they have thousands of maternal brains like synapses. Even if they do have only one maternal brain, after the maternal brain dies, some other replacement similar to the synapses can spontaneously grow into a new maternal brain. Otherwise, the universe is too dangerous a place for such an idiotic species to develop to be 100 times more powerful than the civilization of mankind. Right? Therefore, even if detonating Karen can annihilate one maternal brain, it will be utterly meaningless because thousands of maternal brains will show up later, and we cannot detonate thousands of habitable planets. Why not? The mental devil asked back. Not just detonating thousands of habitable planets. Even if we destroy the 3,000 sectors and even the entire civilization of mankind, it might not necessarily be immoral. Liao was dumbfounded for a long time. What do you mean? Since this is a brainstorm, we must open our minds and not restrain our imagination with any biased, parochial rules. The mental devil said carefully with a smile. You know that suicide exists in every human society, right? Even in the Star Glory Federation, which claims to be bright and ethical, there is a rather stable suicide rate. Do the people who choose to commit suicide not love their life? That is not necessarily the case. Most people simply cannot shoulder the endless pain in life. Death is not the most horrible thing in the world. Living can be 10,000 times more horrible than death, in which case one will often beg to die. The ignorant never understand the logic. They always say crap like life is better than anything and even an ant cherishes its life. Is it of any use? Those who want to kill themselves will still kill themselves. Even if some people lack determination and courage and are pulled back from the verge of death, is there any significance in their life when they live meaninglessly like ants? The wise are able to view the problem from a higher level. They at least partly admit that an adult with sufficient intellectual faculties has part of the right to decide how to deal with or end their life, especially when they are experiencing insufferable and irresolvable agony. Although euthanasia is not entirely legal in the Star Glory Federation, if somebody truly chooses to end their life, other people often more or less understand their decision. In other words, modern citizens' view of life is more mature and advanced. Then, just as a man can choose suicide, is it possible for a civilization to make such a decision? If a civilization foresees that it will bear excruciating pain that far exceeds its limits in the future, that life will be more miserable than death, and the situation can in no way be changed, is it immoral for the civilization to choose to terminate itself voluntarily in suicide? Get back to the example just now. If what you said is true, the alien species that invades the 3,000 sectors truly has thousands of maternal brains, and the civilization of mankind is absolutely unable to resist them. Once conquered, human beings will be caged as their food and pets. In the millions of years that follow, human beings will forget their history and honor of the past and degrade into beings like pigs or dogs. Even our training will be focused on making ourselves more delectable and delicious, so that our masters will be more comfortable and have more fun. Let me ask you if Wu Yingqing foresaw such a future, or the maternal brain displayed such a picture to him while convincing him of the veracity and inevitability of such a future, and Wu Yingqi had a way to destroy the entire civilization of mankind and he did put it into action. Would his act be moral or immoral? After staring at the mental devil for a long time, Liao shuddered coldly and mumbled, "Are you really the dark side of my soul? Why does the dark side of my soul have so many peculiar thoughts?" The mental devil smirked. Justice is always the same, but evil has a myriad of faces. What? You cannot answer the question. Thinking carefully for a moment, Liao replied firmly, "I am not qualified to decide if such a Wu Yingqi is moral, but if I were him, I definitely would not make such a choice. I would report the issue to the parliament exactly as it is. Then, I would fight side by side with all other human beings to resist the foul maternal brain civilization together. Even if we are indeed destroyed in the end, it will be a valiant death where everybody is killed in a battle, instead of a decision made by someone or some representatives that the entire civilization should terminate itself. Dying valiantly in a battle or being terminated without knowing is just a minor detail, the mental devil said with a smile. The bottom line is, you also admit that it might not necessarily be an evil move to destroy the civilization of mankind. In that case, what is the big deal about destroying a tiny Earth? Consider such a scenario. In a higher dimension above the three-dimensional universe exists an almighty being that can destroy the 3,000 sectors and the civilization of mankind, naturally Earth included, whenever it wants. However, if we choose to sacrifice Earth, it guarantees that it will not destroy us but will help the civilization of mankind grow stronger. Our civilization will make a giant leap forward by 1,000 or 10,000 years. Look, you can either sacrifice Earth to save and improve the entire civilization of mankind, or you can watch the civilization of mankind get destroyed as a whole, and Earth will not be a survivor. In such a scenario, the option to destroy Earth is no longer that hard to accept, is it? This is bullshit. This time, Liao shook his legs hard without 1 second of hesitation. We discussed this a long time ago when we heard the propaganda of the immortal cultivators for the first time. Any responsible government would not negotiate with kidnappers and terrorists. Besides, if such a godly being beyond the three-dimensional universe does exist, we have no ability to make it keep its promise at all. Since we do not have the ability to force it to honor its words, its promise is nothing more than a fart that does not even smell. Today, it can threaten us to sacrifice Earth to save the entire universe, but if we do sacrifice Earth, it can also ask us to sacrifice the Heaven's origin sector to save the remainder of the universe. The day after that, the Flying Star sector. Following that, the Blood Demon sector. Eventually, like cutting a sausage, we would slice ourselves into pieces and deliver them to its mouth, and it would devour everything with the least effort. Its greed would never be satisfied. This is exactly what it would do. More critically, if it is indeed an omnipotent, omniscient, and invincible being beyond the three-dimensional universe who can destroy the civilization of mankind while yawning, what does a tiny Earth mean for it? Why does it ask us to sacrifice Earth of all planets? If Earth must be destroyed, couldn't the being do it by itself instead of relying on insignificant mortals like us? If it insists that we destroy Earth, Earth is of paramount significance and might be a threat and a key to destroy the being. In this case, we will have even less reason to destroy Earth. I stand by what I said. If this is the entirety of the scenario, I will never destroy Earth. I will only stand side by side with the 6 billion Earthlings and make the 6 billion Earthlings stay together with all the human beings in the 3,000 sectors. We will fight together against the being of a higher level. We may be destroyed, but we will never be defeated. The civilization of mankind, including Earth, will never bend or compromise, but will fight until the last breath. As expected of a man who is about to enter the divinity transformation stage. Your mind is much more sophisticated than when you were on Kunlun. The mental devil shrieked in exclamation. Then it chuckled and said, in that case, we will have to change our hypothesis. What if Earth is itself the darkest, most evil being that contains tremendous secrets, and all the Earthlings are reincarnations of fiends and threats to the entire civilization of mankind or the universe? Destroying Earth will be demolishing the den of fiends, and killing the Earthlings will be killing evil beings. That will not conflict with your belief, will it? Liao thought carefully again. In the end, he shook his head and said, in my uncanny dreams, despite all the internal conflicts on Earth, and although there were a lot of tyrants and dictators, it seemed a rather peaceful world from the perspective of the entire universe. It was even incapable of migrating to the Moon or Mars, which were right next to it, much less launching an expedition to the land further away. It is almost harmless. How can it be a threat to the entire universe? It is possible that everything you saw was just an illusion, the mental devil analyzed solemnly. Didn't you visit a desolate world in a trance, where a female cultivator greeted you and said, welcome to Earth? Didn't you also see that Earth was on furious fire and withered instantly into a rotten apple core? Chances are that the blue Earth and peaceful life in your uncanny dreams are just illusions, and the burning, withering, and decaying apple core is the actual Earth. This is a very plausible possibility. Liao nodded quickly. If the blue Earth does exist, it cannot be called too dark and too strong in any way. I don't know anything about whether or not it is dark, but the Earthlings have less than 30 groups of aircraft carriers at most and an arsenal of nuclear weapons that can burn the surface of the Earth into wasteland at best and is not even enough to destroy the moon. Not that I'm bragging, but as long as it is localized, the Federation today can send an expedition army with dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and a few colossi. That would be more than enough to suppress Earth. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Is it necessary to describe such an Earth in such a horrifying and unbelievable way? In that case, we will have to discuss the concepts of exterior and interior worlds. The mental devil said. There are two Earths. The Earth on the surface is the blue planet where countless creatures and 6 billion people live. Their life is peaceful, unattractive, and they are not in conflict with the rest of the universe, if they can see the rest of the universe at all. But in fact, there also exists an interior Earth, which is the real Earth. That place is likely a den of fiends who are most foul, dark, and powerful. They are probably great threats to the entire universe and will destroy the civilization of mankind. Therefore, when part of the people on exterior Earth found out the truth, they came up with the Vulture Plan and decided to destroy it no matter the cost. An interior world and an exterior one, two different Earths? Liao replied. It does make some sense. Then, what kind of being created such a strange world? And for what purpose? We will have to take our time to explore to find out the answer. The mental devil smiled. Maybe the blue planet on the surface, the Earth that has developed a brilliant, glorious civilization, with skyscrapers, streams of cars, and infinite exuberance, is nothing more than the Spiritor's realm, the virtual world that extraterrestrial devil Xianxia established. It is just a game, an illusion, and a ridiculous joke. If by destroy Earth it means deleting a game, formatting a crystal processor, or shattering a virtual world, you did a lot of such things during the fierce fight against extraterrestrial devil Xianxia, didn't you? However strong one's sense of justice and integrity might be, they wouldn't think that deleting a game is an unpardonable crime, right? Seems so. Liao thought for a moment. If the blue Earth is just a virtual world and a joke full of malevolence and schemes, it will be easier to understand why we must destroy Earth. But what about the 6 billion Earthlings? I vaguely recall that the Earthlings have their feelings, emotions, and independent will too. They are all real people. Who told you that? The mental devil argued, not thinking that it was a big deal. When you play the game Civilization and enter a new DLC, is every individual you meet, including the dealers on the street, the waiters in the restaurants, or the enemy's minions, a real player? Of course not. A lot of them are virtual people that are randomly generated. To quote extraterrestrial devil Xianxia, they are deviant spirits. The deviant spirits, under the support of an enormous database, function according to all kinds of sophisticated rules and can vividly simulate all the feelings and operations of human beings, as if they were exactly real persons. But they are still fake nonetheless. When you were lost in the Spiritor's realm, were you not trapped in a virtual village named Peach Blossom Village, where you met extraterrestrial devil Xianxia's virtual granddaughter, Aluo? When you broke Peach Blossom Village in the end, that Aluo was naturally disintegrated into the most basic data. Does that mean you killed an innocent woman? Nonsense. Liao replied immediately. Of course I didn't. The mental devil grinned hideously. Therefore, even if your memories in the virtual Earth are as clear as can be, on what grounds are you certain that the 6 billion Earthlings all exist for real? Have you seen each and every one of the 6 billion people? The best you could have met and gotten in touch were the several thousand people around you, right? No. Even if you have seen them in person, it still does not prove any point. The virtualization technology in the Federation is already enough to create deviant spirits that can almost deceive people into thinking that they are real. It is needless to mention the powerful being that is capable of creating a virtual Earth. Therefore, of the 6 billion Earthlings, it is very possible that 5,999,000,000 are fake. They are all deviant spirits, and deleting those virtual Earthlings does not violate any moral code. Does it? Liao thought carefully for a long time, frowning. He shook his head slowly and said, "In that case, destroying a virtual Earth and deleting 99.99% of the 6 billion people who are virtual humans indeed do not seem to violate any moral code. However," he hesitated for a long time, and his eyes seemed to have pierced through the immeasurable dark nebula and projected to the blue virtual planet. "Even if what you said is true, and 99.99% of the Earthlings are false as virtual humans generated by databases and programs, do they realize that they are fake? When the Earth is destroyed and they are truly deleted, will they feel painful or struggle in desperation? If the virtual world is advanced enough, there should be some sort of data, program, and rule to make them sense pain and desperation, shouldn't there? It is almost like in some of the war DLCs of Civilization, even the randomly generated soldiers on the enemy side will put on the most miserable expression when they are killed. The mental devil apparently could not care less. However, no matter how painful and desperate they are, that is still fake, virtual, and meaningless. I know that you are a hot-blooded middle school student whose ignorance borders on idiocy, but you aren't hypocritical enough to care about some virtual humans, right? I didn't see you show any mercy to the deviant spirits when you fought extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian's army. Liao smiled, somewhat in embarrassment. Seems so. After you pointed out, I indeed feel that I am being too naive. The mental devil's eyes glowed as it rubbed its fists and declared, "In that case, if the blue Earth is really a virtual game, and 99.99% of the Earthlings are virtual, destroy Earth will no longer be unacceptable, right? Then what are we waiting for? Let's find it and destroy it already." Liao frowned again and eyed the mental devil carefully up and down. "Wait, can you please stop laughing creepily like that? Why do I always feel that you have ill intentions and are not a good guy? Oh, how wronged I am." The mental devil covered its head with both hands and shouted, "From the moment I was born to right now, although I have indeed said some outrageous things, tell me truthfully, have I really done anything wrong?" Elder Netherspring had his spore stratagem, Jin Tui had his red tide plan, Lu Zue had his patriots partnership, and even the seemingly frank and dutiful Professor Mo Xian had one side that was an extraterrestrial devil. Even you, Vulture Liao, who have always been an embodiment of integrity and justice, have the mysterious destiny to destroy Earth on your shoulders. So many people have exposed their evil ambitions, but I have been staying here dutifully all the time. Why do you call me a mental devil? Tell me honestly, what kind of devil am I? Right now, it is you who wants to destroy Earth, but you cannot pass the test of your own heart. You asked me to brainstorm with you, so a storm I have given to you. But after all the possibilities that I help you come up with, you accuse me of having ill intentions again. Why is it so difficult to be your mental devil? I'm trying to help you fulfill your destiny and destroy Earth. Why do you not believe me? Even if you do not trust me, you should at least trust yourself. Look at you, dominator of 3 sectors, Black Wind King, Vulture Liao. What a man of brightness and uprightness you are. You are the epitome of justice. Now that you are a symbol of justice, the things that you destroy are certainly evil. Even if you do not understand it right now, you will soon realize the necessity to destroy Earth during your exploration. I'm going to stop you there. Liao stopped the mental devil from rambling on. I know what I should do very well, and I will not be manipulated by you or any goddamn destiny. All in all, we must find Earth first and find out the secrets behind it before we make any plans. That makes sense. The mental devil could not have agreed more. However, the universe is a vast place. We do not have any clues at all. Where should we begin? Who says we do not have any clues? We clearly have the most important clue, which is our language. Liao said, the most widely used language on Earth is very similar to the prevalent language in the 3,000 sectors today. They are 95% identical. Such a language is obviously in line with the language of the Pangu civilization from the primeval age. Moreover, I vaguely recall that there are tales where Pangu established the universe and Nuwa created human beings on Earth, too. They are quite similar to the many legends in the 3,000 sectors. Therefore, Earth must be deeply associated with the primeval civilizations including Pangu and Nuwa. As long as we crack the many mysteries left from the primeval age, we will certainly be able to crack the mystery of Earth and find out where it is exactly. We have to seize every second to go to the center of the cosmos. In the Royal Library of the Imperium of True Human Beings that is as vast as an ocean, all the classics and files in the past 10,000 years or even dating back to the Great Dark Age are stored. Even Long Yongjun thinks highly of their value. Chances are that clues about Earth are hidden among them. Boss Bai left for the center of the cosmos 3 years ago to excavate the mausoleums of the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God. The Supreme Emperor claimed to have 3 volumes of the Book of Revelations, in which a great amount of the heritage of the Panga civilization was stored. The Blood God, on the other hand, was not only a reincarnation of the Supreme Emperor but also had the enhancement of the extraterrestrial devils. He was definitely the most powerful devil lord that history had ever seen. Did the two of them know something about the primeval age and even learn of Earth? If we can really find their mausoleums or residences, we may have some interesting discoveries. Also, after we go to the Imperium of True Human Beings, we will have a chance to get in touch with the people from the Covenant Alliance. The Covenant Alliance has developed and thrived to this day based on the relics of the Panga civilization. Their studies on primeval civilizations must be far better than the knowledge of the Federation or the Imperium. It is even possible that Earth is concealed in the realm of the Covenant Alliance, which would be interesting. All in all, I have vaguely figured out who I am, and there is no reason for me to quit halfway in confusion. Everything in the Star Glory Federation has been set on the right track. I don't think that I am too indispensable here. In the next 100 years, I should fight more for my own destiny and find Earth whatever it takes. A vague smile flashed at the bottom of the eyes of the Blood Devil. What then? Will you really destroy Earth? I cannot give you an answer to that question yet. Liao pondered for a long time, but he eventually shook his head and said, "Let's find Earth first. I believe that all the problems will be solved after the truth about destroy Earth is revealed. By then, I will naturally know how I should fulfill my real destiny." The land of eternal night truly deserved its name. Most of the year, the sky was entirely covered by the frozen clouds, making the place soaked in an eternal night of darkness. However, when the clouds dispersed occasionally, allowing the rays to pass through, this place would boast the most glorious sunlight in the entire ancient sages sector that looked like glowing rainbows. Liao saw such glamorous sunlight the day before he left the ancient sages sector. The waterfall that felt like a rainbow poured on the entire ice field, raising countless colorful bubbles on the ground in the middle of the sky and the earth. Against such magnificent, soul-stirring rainbows, Master Bitter Cicada was sitting cross-legged on the head of a starship and reading classics wholeheartedly on a mini crystal processor. He looked so calm, casual, and pacifying that 10,000 flowers seemed to be blossoming around the monk. Liao had been upset and ill at ease and therefore decided to take a random walk. He could not help but feel touched by the view and flew to the back of the starship docked on the ice field before he went to Master Bitter Cicada stealthily. For someone of Liao's cultivation, his eyesight was absolutely incomparable to that of normal people. Before he walked to the back of the monk, he already saw the classics that the master was studying carefully, which were 100 Tales of the Young Man and the Monk, Collection of Chicken Soup for the Soul, a Parchment, Ancient Wisdom from the Forest Ocean Sector, Women Are Born to be Graceful, Cough, 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 Cough. Why do you stop there when you have already come, fellow cultivator Li? Master Bitter Cicada asked. I can tell that your footsteps are heavy and disordered. Anything troubling you? Nothing in particular, Liao said. I'm here mainly to thank you for your protection the other day. Had it not been for the help of you and the other fellow cultivators, I probably would have been mentally deranged and doomed forever. Furthermore, I do have some minor trouble that I would like to discuss with you. However, since you are obviously occupied in your study of the classics, maybe another time. Those classics from the Star Glory Federation are indeed quite philosophical. I feel greatly enlightened and have learned a lot from the tales, Master Bitter Cicada said. If you don't feel that my tongue is too clumsy, Why don't you tell me what is troubling you? I can help you interpret it with the morals and lessons from the chicken soup for the soul. Rest assured, this is part of my training. It is free of charge. Fine. Liao walked forward and sat cross-legged before Master Bitter Cicada. Looking at the colorful, immeasurable sky, he hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, has it ever occurred to you that everything before our eyes can be illusionary, and that there may be a world beyond our worlds, a universe beyond our universe? If there is indeed a universe beyond our own, and our universe is but a projection of a higher universe or even an insubstantial game, how can we decide whether we are real or an illusion? And what is the meaning of everything we are an illusion? Master Bitter Cicada smiled and said, To eat and sleep. Liao frowned. Master, I am asking for your enlightenment sincerely. You don't have to trick me with such an ancient cliché. Do you? To eat and sleep came from a story. A young man asked a monk what trouble was, and the monk replied with a smile, to eat and sleep. The young man then asked what training is. The monk still smiled and said, To eat and sleep. The young man was completely baffled, but the monk simply explained, Trouble is when you sleep while you should eat and when you want to eat while you should go to sleep. Training is when you focus attention on eating while you should eat and when you go to sleep without being distracted by anything while you should sleep. Nothing more. It was a rather old story and was almost a cliché in the Star Glory Federation. Liao naturally knew it clearly with his excellent memory. Master Bitter Cicada, however, cleared his throat and said, The tale may be old, but the lesson is new. What is real and what is illusionary are the most indistinguishable, and the least needed to be distinguished things in the world. In the Star Glory Federation, there is even the hypothesis of the brain in the vat. Today, after the development of training techniques and virtualization magical equipment, it is already possible to build a vivid, almost perfectly simulated grand illusionary land. Even if someone has only a brain left that is placed in a tank filled with nutrition liquids, they will be misled into thinking that their body is intact and that they are living in the real world after thousands of wires are connected to their brain. Then, how can the person tell whether they are living in reality or are merely a brain in a vat that lives in the illusions constructed by someone else? Then, how can we make sure that the so-called 3,000 sectors are the ultimate reality, that a being of a higher level than ours did not devise and create everything, and that our entire universe is not an enormous brain in a vat? Liao nodded quickly. Exactly. That's the question I'm having right now. How can we distinguish them and prove our discovery? We cannot distinguish them, and it is unnecessary to prove the discovery, Master Bitter Cicada said. You have every reason to suspect that the 3,000 sectors and the boundless three-dimensional universe we live in are merely a brain in a vat, created by some sort of four-dimensional life in a laboratory. We are just insignificant projections from the four-dimensional world, and we are just an experiment project for the four-dimensional life. However, if the four-dimensional life does exist as a legendary god or devil, is the four-dimensional world that it lives in so-called reality? Is it possible that the four-dimensional world that is beyond our comprehension is a projection from some five-dimensional world, and it is actually a painting drawn by some painter in the five-dimensional world on the spur of the moment? Is the five-dimensional painter in the five-dimensional world the ultimate reality? Is it possible that the entire five-dimensional world is fundamentally a long poem created by a devastated bard in the six-dimensional world? The six-dimensional world is translucent dew on a certain tiny petal in the seven-dimensional world, while the seven-dimensional world is a beautiful dream of a bizarre creature in the eight-dimensional world while it is napping. Liao was dumbfounded. Is it possible? If you believe in the brain in the vat, the four-dimensional laboratory, the five-dimensional painting, the six-dimensional poem, the seven-dimensional dew, and the eight-dimensional beast stream are all possible, Master Bitter Cicada said. Despite their low odds, in the eternal time and space and in the infinite dimensions, even the smallest chance is bound to happen. The Stupa Temple always says, to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower. It is exactly the same logic. In the concepts beyond time, space, and dimensions, a grain of sand is the same as 3,000 sectors. Nobody is more real or illusionary than anybody else. It does not matter whether the world is real or illusionary. What matters is your own mind and the way you view the world. If you believe in eat when you eat and sleep when you sleep, every world will be real. However, if you think about sleeping when you are having food, if you are upset and dwell on the so-called truth, thinking about the things in the four-dimensional world when you are obviously in our three-dimensional universe, even though you may finally reach the higher dimension, so what? After you reach the four-dimensional space, you will wonder if it is a painting of the five-dimensional world. After you arrive at the five-dimensional world, you will begin to worry about the existence of the six-dimensional poet. If you break them one layer after another, you will never be satisfied. How can you find the ultimate reality? Liao was dazed for a long time. Scratching his smile, he smiled bitterly. When I was young, I was full of confusion about the world. There were 10,000 questions in my head. I thought that if I trained hard and became the most awesome cultivator in the world, I would be able to find out the answers. But as it turns out, as I get stronger and stronger and my level becomes higher and higher, while I have found the answers to 10,000 questions, 100,000 or even 1,000,000 new questions have popped up. I am even more confused than before. It is only natural. Just like this tiny bubble. Master Bitter Cicada opened his hands, and a shivering, glittering bubble appeared at the center of his palm. As his spiritual energy injected, the bubble grew larger and larger. Fellow cultivator Li, look. As the bubble becomes greater, it contains more and more answers inside, but the superficial area, where it touches the outside world, becomes larger, too, and it will sense even more unknowns. As the bubble grows larger, it will meet 10 new puzzles after one puzzle is unveiled. What if the bubble grows huge enough to swallow the entire planet and the entire universe? Therefore, the unknown, the confusions and the trouble are ceaseless. Master Bitter Cicada's hands shivered, and the bubble flew to the sky, shaking. Illuminated by the sunlight, it released brilliant colors. The monk narrowed his eyes and observed attentively before mumbling. That being said, although confusion is ceaseless as we carry on our training, that is no reason to give up training because, look how beautiful the bubble is. Together with Master Bitter Cicada, Liao looked at the bubble flying higher and higher in silence until it almost disappeared in the colorful clouds. He thought carefully for a long time before saying, Master, I feel that what you said is so profound, wise, and philosophical. But on second thought, I feel that you actually did not say anything. Of course, Master Bitter Cicada said. You have come to make fun of me with such a question that carries no answer. I have shown you enough respect by offering you some chicken soup for the soul instead of cursing you and kicking you off the starship. What more do you expect? Liao was not angry. He asked again, Then, Master, in your opinion, where will the bubble reach exactly in the end after it flies higher and higher? How would I know? Looking at the bubble that had melted into the clouds, or perhaps had surpassed the clouds and flown to the infinite sky, Master Bitter Cicada spoke casually as a layer of golden brilliance popped on his face. You will have to ask yourself the question, fellow cultivator Li. After all, I am just a common monk, not a bodhisattva one. On Earth, in the season that was warm and comfortable, inside a campus that looked like a garden filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, light, delightful music was playing. A young man in sportswear hopped forward as if he had grown springs on his legs. With a big headset on his head, he was bouncing a basketball in his hands. It was obvious that he was quite good at the sport. Even though the basketball was pushed several meters away many times, it always bounced back to his hands, however narrowly. The passers-by of his age all greeted him, implying that he was an outgoing and popular boy. The camera changed. Inside a quiet, clean building not far away, a calm and slim girl was practicing dancing in the slightly sorrowful melody. Her soft body, her pitiful expression, and her agile footsteps truly made her look like an angel whose wings had broken. The camera changed again. Outside of the campus, a weaselly gangster was running away crazily under the pursuit of dozens of brawny guys. Everything was an utter mess. The camera changed another time. A kung fu expert and a shooting expert showed up one after another. They were both young, vigorous, carefree, and handsome. Suddenly, the bright sky dimmed, and the clouds were rolling non-stop, as if a behemoths monster had swallowed the entire earth into its throat. Countless citizens craned their necks and looked at the sky in a daze. The 5 boys and girls sensed the anomaly, too. As if navigated by their fate that they did not know yet, they raised their heads and looked at the sky at the same time. The moment they raised their heads, 5 shooting stars suddenly darted out of the dark clouds and rushed close, hitting the 5 boys and girls precisely. Boom! 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 The perspectives from the 5 cameras were focused on the same picture. The 5 boys and girls' countenance of extreme shock could clearly be seen. A solemn and weary voice echoed next to their ears. A long, long time ago we banished the fiend out of our world, but we failed to completely destroy it. The fiend has been lurking and resting at the edge of the cosmos, growing stronger and stronger. Today it has finally come back. My strength is running dry. Brave young people, the destiny to protect Earth must be fulfilled by you. Remember, you must protect Earth and you must destroy the fiend whose name is Vulture Liao. Arg! Liao suddenly woke up from the nightmare. He felt that his heart was palpitating, and he was soaked in cold sweat. Every muscle in his body was twitching violently beyond his control. What a terrible nightmare. Thankfully, it does not feel like the uncanny dreams I had before. It must be because I've been having a lot of random thoughts recently. Rubbing his cold cheeks hard and took more than 10 deep breaths, he raised his head, only to find himself in the middle of a dark cabin. Then, Liao finally recalled that he had already left the ancient sage's sector and was on his way back to the heaven's origin sector. He made a gesture casually. Dozens of 3D light beams immediately unfolded around him, displaying the profound and boundless universe around the starship. In the space behind his bed, a very familiar planet that he had been dreaming of was gradually enlarged. It was his hometown, the planet of the heaven's origin sector. I'm finally back. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Liao took a long breath in relief. The unsmooth journey to the ancient sage's sector had taken 3.5 years because of the loss of directions in the dark nebula. In the past 3.5 years, the Star Glory Federation had undergone drastic changes again, and he and Ding Lingdang had not met each other for a long time. After the starship entered the range of the spiritual nexus in the heaven's origin sector, virtual meetings could be held without any delay for the complicated report and summary work. When Liao really landed on the planet of the heaven's origin sector, the summary report regarding the ancient sage's sector was all completed. The rest of the formalities could naturally be taken over by other staff. He only wanted to clear his mind and get some rest. In a famous vacation spot of the heaven's origin sector, inside a personal manor that was quiet with pleasant views, Liao and Ding Lingdang hugged each other hard, unwilling to let go of each other for a long time, although the two of them could communicate with each other through the spiritual messenger. Ding Lingdang still gave herself 3 days off after learning that Liao was coming back so that she could reunite with him. Inside the vast private manor, they were the only 2 living creatures except for the 10,000 birds flying over the ocean. Looking at Ding Lingdang, who had been working as the Supreme Speaker of the Federation for 4 years and appeared more shrewd than before, Liao had a lot of mixed feelings. His wife truly looked more and more like an intimidating queen that had the whole world under her control. I should have known that nothing good could ever happen when you were out. You said that you would find the ancient sage's sector and build the space gate in half a year at most, and yet you were sluggish enough to spend more than 3 years on it. Ding Lingdang clenched her fists and bashed Liao's chest. Why do I feel that your legs are installed with springs? You simply can't stay at home and have to run wild, and every time you run wild, you always go missing. Liao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. After hearing that, he was even less sure about how he should express his intention to go to the center of the cosmos. Ding Lingdang's eyes were keen enough for her to notice his hesitation. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What? Anything bothering you?" Looking at the ocean where waves were rising and falling with white foams popping up, Liao said hesitantly, "Yes, there is something very weird that I don't know how I should explain to you. Just tell me straightforwardly." Ding Lingdang said, "We are best friends. Do you have anything that you can't even let me know?" Liao's heart shook hard. as if a hole appeared on his chest. And a ray of gold sunlight directly shot into his heart. He mumbled, "Yes. Who else in the entire universe can I trust if I cannot trust and rely on my own wife? All right, I'll tell you everything exactly as it is." Summoning his courage, Liao grabbed Ding Lingdong's hands and looked at her solemnly. Then he said in a low voice, "Honey, in fact, I've been keeping the secret for a long time. I've been meaning to tell you the truth, but I didn't know how I should explain it, because I was worried that you would look at me in a different way after you learn the secret. But since you are so supportive today, I really can't hold myself back anymore. I hope that you can calm yourself down and not act rashly after hearing what I am about to say." "Fine. I'll try to be calm and not act rashly. Just tell me." Taking a long breath, Ding Lingdang bit her lips hard and demanded, "Who is she?" Liao was dumbfounded for a long time. "Well, I'm afraid that there is a misunderstanding. This issue does not concern another woman. I only want to tell you everything about Earth." Holding Ding Lingdong's hands, the two of them talked. Looking at the seagulls flying free at will in the sky, Liao told her everything that he knew about Earth and all his speculations. Although he had highly abridged his experiences and ignored most of the unnecessary details, it still took him more than an hour to finish the entire compelling and extraordinary story. Ding Lingdang listened quietly the whole time and did not exclaim in shock even in the most staggering part of the story. Eventually, it was Liao who was surprised in the end. "Honey, why have you been so calm? Do you not feel astounded and lost for words at all? If it were somebody else, I would have been greatly astonished," Ding Lingdang said. "However, even the strangest things that happen to Vulture Liao are always normal. Also, in such a case, your anomalies in the past have reasonable explanations. It is actually a great relief for me." His wife was indeed a great woman who had seen far too many things. Even such an unbelievable revelation was not enough to surprise her. Liao secretly praised Ding Lingdang in his heart. Then he said again, "Then, what do you have to say about the fact that I am actually an Earthling? Technically speaking, you are not an Earthling, are you?" Ding Lingdang replied, "You are obviously a native of the Heaven's Origin sector, except that your brain received a message from Earth when you were just born. Such a thing is perfectly normal in the vast universe. Besides, I think that the initial identity does not matter at all. Whether you are from Earth or the Heaven's Origin sector, is there any difference? What matters is how you identify yourself and how you view the people and the world around you. At the very least, for me, the one I love and want to spend the rest of my life with is merely Liao. It has nothing to do with your origins, regardless of whether you are from the Earth, the Heaven's Origin sector, the Federation, the Imperium, or anywhere else. An Earthling, a native of the Uranian Ring sector, the dominator of the three sectors, or a Mr. Nobody, it doesn't matter at all. Everything will be fine as long as you are Liao." Liao felt that his heart was melting. He was so moved that he could not say a word for a long time. "Honey," Ding Lingdang put on a sweet smile. She grabbed Liao's hands this time and dragged him to move forward. "In fact, I'm very happy that you are willing to share such a big secret with me. You know that I am a simple-minded woman. About the schemes, plans, and whatnot that you have speculated, I am neither capable of figuring out the answers to the puzzles nor interested in such complicated things. All I know is that I must support you without reserve and fight by your side to the end, because you are my husband. You don't need to hesitate. Based on everything I know about you, I believe that your cause must be justified. If you are really going to destroy Earth, it will definitely be the right thing to do. In that case, I will certainly support you. The entire Star Glory Federation will support you. Right now, we may be no match for the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, but it shouldn't be very difficult for us to destroy a tiny Earth, right? This is the promise of me, your not-so-responsible wife. I am never really romantic, but the most romantic thing I can think of right now is to destroy Earth together with you." Looking at Ding Lingdong's clear and sincere eyes, and sensing the warmth of her hands, Liao could not have been more touched. "We can talk about how to destroy Earth later, but I want to go to the Imperium immediately to explore the secrets of the primeval civilizations and find out where Earth is. I wonder what kind of support the Federation can provide for me right now and what your take on the issue is. Ding Lingdong's eyes dimmed as she said, "The term for the Speaker of the Federation has always been 5 years. I have nearly fulfilled my term. However, the system was established 500 years ago when the Federation only occupied a tiny territory in the Heaven's origin sector, and the situation was still in chaos. Right now, the Federation includes almost 10 sectors, and the social form and the government structure are rather steady. So, the Parliament has proposed a reform. But the details of the reform have not been decided yet. In such a period of transition, I cannot evade my responsibilities recklessly. That means," Liao said, somewhat in embarrassment, "I am going to take off on my own again? Ever since we met, we have spent more time in separation than together," Ding Lingdang said gloomily. "Before I met you, I always minded my own business and enjoyed the solitude. But for some reason, since we met, I began to feel that the days when I was alone were quite tough and tormenting." Liao did not know what to say. Secretly blaming himself for being too selfish, he said, Forget it. The man that I'm married to is Vulture Liao. If he could stay at home all the time, he would be no Vulture Liao." Ding Lingdang grinned again and bashed Liao's chest hard. "Go now and search for the answers that you want to find. The Federation and I will definitely give our full support. After my term is over, I will set off to the Imperium to look for you. I think it will be in 3 to 5 years at most." "Honey!" Liao held Ding Lingdong's fists, and his voice turned extremely gentle. "However, I do have one condition." Ding Lingdang snatched Liao's hand instead. Her eyes became very deep. "What condition?" Liao's heart palpitated. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. "We have been separated for more than 3 years, and you will be leaving for the Imperium after staying in the Federation for 1 month at best. The journey to the Imperium will be mysterious and unpredictable. It may take a couple of years, and it may take forever, for us to meet each other again," Ding Lingdang said with a degree of discontentment. "Then, as your wife, I demand you finish the competition of beliefs for the next couple of years within the next month, so that I will not miss you at all in the next 3 to 5 years. It is not an outrageous request, is it?" Liao swallowed us. "No, not at all." "Then, what are we waiting for?" Ding Lingdang grabbed him hard. "Let's begin then. The path to truth is long and rough. We must seize every second." 7 days later, on the old boneyard and the new Ultimacy, a streamlined, solid-armored starship with massive firepower, which carried Liao, Ding Lingdang, and several other people, slowly landed. Ultimacy was vastly different from 3 years ago after the hard work of the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet and the refugees from Firefly. Although it had yet to be decorated with sunniness, fragrant of flowers and peaceful water, the folds thousands of meters high had been raised, and the valleys thousands of meters deep had been filled, creating large areas of plateaus that were suitable for agriculture and living. On the plateaus, towns made of silver, egg-shaped fortresses were established. The towns were all covered in colorful membranes on the outside, which could both help resist the scourge of the blowing wind and filter the fatal venomous gas. Liao saw a lot of carefree children playing in the open air under the protection of the membranes. He could almost hear their giggles, although he was at an altitude of thousands of meters. He felt that his heart was warm. He could not help but murmur, "What a vigorous planet!" However, after passing several enormous folds almost 10,000 meters tall and marching inland, he discovered that a rather large proportion of the land was still in a desolate state. As far as his eyes could reach, layered folds, broken rocks, and winds so violent that were almost visible to the naked eye were everywhere. On the mountains that rose into the sky were mounds of snow and ice, filled with the air of death and desolation where no creature could survive. However, inside the bleak inland, dozens of hideous starships were docked, and a large batch of armed shuttles and crystal suits were taking off and landing, forming what appeared to be a busy military base. At the head of those starships, the raging emblem of a lightning trident was clearly visible. On the few highest hills and above the military base, dozens of flags of the Imperium of true human beings were flying, too. At first glance, the place truly seemed to be a base that the army of the Imperium occupied. Is this the strategic deception center that you have specially designed? Liao asked in curiosity. Yes, the Imperium of true human beings does not know about what's happened at the edge of the cosmos or that the Black Wind Fleet has been annihilated and surrendered. We intend to keep it that way, Ding Lingdang said. However, the intermittent communication between the two parties has not been entirely cut off. We want to learn precious information from within the Imperium, too. So, it is necessary for us to send some information back occasionally. Therefore, we have fabricated a base for the Black Wind Fleet based on the desolate, lifeless environment on Boneyard and established the Strategic Deception Center. Jean Xinyue has been appointed as the commander of the deception troops, and Di Feiwen, the former vice commander of the Black Wind Fleet, is her right-hand man. The two of them are supposed to accomplish the task of deceiving and collecting intelligence from the Imperium together. Look how bleak the environment here is. It is essentially an undeveloped planet that has absolutely nothing. However, since it boasts an atmosphere of sorts, it seems to be slightly worthwhile to be developed. This is a classic scenario where it is a shame to abandon the trophy, but it can offer barely anything after it is developed. According to the fake messages we sent to the Imperium, most of the territory of the Star Glory Federation is made of such planets. We hope to diminish the other warlords and aristocrats' interest in the edge of the cosmos as much as possible in such a way while providing a logical reason for the Black Wind Fleet to be stationed here for a long time. We want to impress upon the Imperium the idea that the edge of the cosmos is an unattractive, barren land that is not worth conquering on purpose on a large scale. But now that the Black Wind Fleet is already here, and they have lost their original homes, they have no choice except to stay here for now however dissatisfied they are. In order to be more convincing, we have even shot pictures of the surroundings and sent them back to the Imperium together with half-true, half-false parameters of the planets. So far, so good. The Imperium is convinced that the Black Wind Fleet is still in the middle of suppressing the Star Glory Federation. Other than the harsh environment, everything is going well. Therefore, it has no intention of sending out a second expedition army. An enormous crack opened on the apron of the base of the Black Wind Fleet. The vehicle that carried Liao, Ding Lingdang, and the rest of them slowly flew in. Below the crack, however, was an enormous dock, in which several superlight starships were running the final maintenance. Those starships, they were even smaller than Sparkle, the multipurpose exploration starship that Liao was most familiar with. They were clear and seemed to be made of countless crystal scales, which gave them the air of that single escape capsule of the Pangu clan. Generally speaking, they were elegant, agile, stealthy, and unpredictable. They were one of the best starship models that the Federation could produce. As a magical equipment expert, Liao had naturally endowed instincts on most magical equipment. He could sense the power entailed in the starships in the moment. Although some messages are sent from the homeland of the Imperium occasionally, they are far from enough for us to gain a comprehensive and profound understanding about the Imperium right now, Ding Lingdang said. Besides, even the veracity of the messages cannot be confirmed. The aristocrats and even His Majesty in the homeland of the Imperium might not be telling the truth to the Black Wind Fleet, which was essentially an ambitious independent army. Therefore, it is inevitable that we need to send out trustworthy men to the Imperium to collect first-hand intelligence. The intelligence collection operation has been named Heavenly Eye Plan. The superlight starships before your eyes are the new generation exploration starships based on Sparkle, applying the remarkable technology from the single escape capsules of the Pangu clan, the Black Wind Fleet, and Firefly. The model has been named Heavenly Eye. Its performance is multiple times more advanced than the one that carried you to the Dark Nebula 100 years ago, featuring high stealth and remote communication abilities. Right now, we have the detailed star map of the Imperium of true human beings, as well as the traffic map and the sailing routes between the Imperium and the Federation. It is not entirely impossible for us to teleport an enormous fleet over as long as there is not a strict requirement on the precision and formation of the starships. However, such a fleet is destined to be noticed by the Imperium after it is teleported over. In that case, it will certainly be surrounded and destroyed. Chances are that the immortal cultivators of the Imperium will even trace them back and discover the truth of the Federation. We will be the victim of our own scheme. Therefore, the reconnaissance operation can only be carried out with the Heavenly Eye stealth starships with the minimal number of elite scouts, who will figure out the general situation in the Imperium, especially the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, and check if the messages that the Imperium sent to the Black Wind Fleet openly are true. After they send the intelligence back to us, or even secretly establish a one-way space gate that can send navigation signals to the Federation, we will know what to do next. Basically, this is an upgraded version of your exploration in the Dark Nebula. The only difference is that the Ancient Sages sector deep inside the Dark Nebula is far less developed than the Federation, whereas the Imperium of true human beings is likely well above the Federation in every field, which means that the difficulty of collecting intelligence will be magnitudes higher. Master! While Ding Lingdang and Liao were talking, Jin Xinyue and Di Feiwen, the two commanders responsible for the deception troop, showed up together. The moment they saw Liao, Jin Xinyue could not help but exclaim in amazement. After she exiled herself due to the critical mistake that she almost committed in the Dim Moon Plan 4 years ago and left the power center of the Star Glory Federation for Boneyard, Jin Xinyue had been partly monitoring and re-educating the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet and partly performing intelligence collection and strategic deception on the homeland of the Imperium with the captives. The burden on her shoulders was definitely not light. She had grown a lot during the experience, too. In the past, she was like a glamorous queen bee that was filled with aggression and intimidation. Everybody could tell after meeting her for the first time that she was a mysterious woman not to be messed with easily. She practically had the word schemer engraved on her forehead. But right now, her sharpness was concealed, and she looked as plain as a harmless, inconspicuous sparrow. The pressure of the queen bee was entirely gone. Liao, however, knew clearly that the fatal sting that had been smeared with venom must be lurking somewhere inside her heart. Otherwise, she could not have become the commander of the strategic plan that was of paramount importance to the Federation. My king! Di Feiwen bowed to Liao deeply. The vice-commander of the Black Wind Fleet had been enjoying himself on Boneyard in the past 3.5 years. He was obviously fatter than before, and there was even redness on his cheeks, making him look more like a wealthy merchant who believed in making money than a commander of a regular army. He was wearing a wrinkled uniform of the Federation Army, yet the courtesy he performed was that of the subordinates of the Imperium of true human beings when they met their sector master. It was truly ridiculous. Together with the My King, Liao felt goosebumps all over his body, and all his hair was standing on end. Liao rubbed his arms and said, "General D, would you please stop using such a nauseating title? That I can't. You are forever the Black Wind King and the common master of 5 sectors for all the soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet." Di Feiwen replied respectfully but without any concession. "By calling you my king in respect, it means the complete submission of all the soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet for you and the Star Glory Federation. And it also means that we have never forgotten the dream to follow you back to the center of the cosmos to reclaim our ancestral land and rebuild our hometown. You wouldn't be heartless enough to deprive us of such a small dream, would you?" Liao was rendered speechless. Touching his nose, he turned to Jin Xinyue and asked, "What's the situation at the center of the cosmos right now? The messages you sent said that the Imperium won quite a few great battles during the 3.5 years while I was in the Ancient Sages sector." "Exactly. At the very least, that's what the report sent from the homeland of the Imperium to the Black Wind Fleet said." Jin Xinyue invited Liao and Ding Lingdang into the Information Processing Center. The remote communication base that the Black Wind Fleet deployed on the orbit of the Brown Dwarf had long been pulled to this place, turning the base of the Black Wind Fleet into the only node for the Federation to collect the Imperium's intelligence. According to the latest reports, the Imperium has secured 3 decisive victories in the last year. They marched all the way back to the border 1,000 years ago. In other words, the Imperium of true human beings has basically recovered all the territory of the old Star Ocean Republic. This territory is now larger than ever before. The situation couldn't look better on the surface. But the Imperium did not anticipate that the war would go so well and that so much lost territory could be recovered in only a couple of years. The army and supply lines of the Imperium have been stretched to the maximum. The situation in the Imperium today is somewhat similar to the Federation's a couple years ago, P49 added. They both suffer from indigestion because they have gulped too fast. It will take a long time for the Imperium to reabsorb the recently recovered territory and people into the economic, political, and military system of the Imperium. Liao nodded. It was a matter of course. 3 to 5 years might not even be enough to sort through every issue of one habitable planet with a large population. It was needless to mention the work for dozens of sectors. It was easy to defeat the local guards of the Covenant Alliance and to reclaim the lost territory on the surface. But turning the people who had been brainwashed by the Covenant Alliance's path of ultimate benevolence into people of the Imperium and awakening their pride and dignity as human beings would be much more difficult. As he expected, Xianxia said, "The situation that the Imperium is faced with is even more complicated than what we were faced with before. In the past, when those sectors were ruled by the Covenant Alliance established temples on every habitable planet to brainwash the people. Countless people were transformed into cold, heartless tools for production and war. They were even more inhuman than the people of the Imperium. Before the Covenant Alliance retreated, they also took away almost all the resources and destroyed the mother lodes, the forests, and the farmlands that they could not take, leaving planets scarred and riddled with holes and people who had been seriously brainwashed and were deeply hostile to the Imperium. It is quite a headache to combine the resources of the planets so that they can contribute to the next phase of the war, or at least not add to the burden of the Imperium. Naturally, the immortal cultivators of the Imperium are not the most kind-hearted people in the world. When it is necessary, they will not hesitate to annihilate a whole planet of people who have been brainwashed. But we are not talking about one planet but dozens of them. They must consider the implications of their actions. Besides, the population is a very important resource. Who should be appointed to reconstruct those planets if all of them are killed? If they recovered so many planets for the salvation of the civilization of mankind only to kill all the people later, the morale of the army of the Imperium would be greatly struck despite their brutality and extremity. Liao nodded and said, "Got it. It seems that the Imperium is in quite a predicament, right?" "Yes, exactly," P49 said. Those recently recovered sectors were the traditional territory of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago. They were the prosperous areas in the old days. Now that the Imperium has taken them back, there is no way that they will be abandoned. However, if the Imperium is to continue their march, they will enter the remote worlds where the alliance of the Holy Covenant rose at the beginning. Those places are the central territory for the Covenant Alliance. In the war during the past 1,000 years, the central territory of the Covenant Alliance has never been invaded. So, the Imperium does not know the first thing about the environment there. Star maps, sailing routes, resource distribution, they have nothing. It is not hard to imagine what a great headache it will be to fight in the unfamiliar, harsh environment against such an inhuman foe like the Covenant Alliance. With the Imperium's state of indigestion right now, it will be difficult to break through the central territory of the Covenant Alliance. Besides, Xianxia said, "We have to take the characteristics of the Imperium into consideration. The so-called Army of the Imperium is not a complete whole but a coalition army made of the Emperor, the aristocrats, the sector masters, and the warlords. Each of them has their own plans for the interests of their own group. Right now, they have taken back the most prosperous areas of old. Too busy fighting each other over the trophies, are any of them willing to enter the central area of the Covenant Alliance that is unknown and more dangerous than anywhere else? Therefore," P49 said, "our conclusion is that the Imperium's overwhelming strategic counterattack that has lasted almost 7 years has achieved results far better than expected. It is now about to come to an end. At least in the next 10 to 20 years, the strategic aim of the Imperium will be to divide the trophies rationally and in order, and to re-establish government and consolidate the front line on the recently recovered planets to prepare for the expedition into the central territory of the Covenant Alliance. In other words, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance will enter a strategic stalemate phase again. As long as the Covenant Alliance does not counterattack on a large scale, a brief ceasefire will last for the next couple of years. After pondering for a moment, Liao said, "This is not good news for the Federation." "No, it is not." Xianxia smiled bitterly. Once the two parties enter the strategic stalemate, where the Imperium cannot break into the Covenant Alliance's central territory, and the recently crushed Covenant Alliance is unlikely to attack voluntarily, it is possible that the Imperium will shift its covetous eyes and additional energy on the edge of the cosmos. "I understand the personality of the warlords and the aristocrats very well," P49 said. "When they are dividing the trophies, anything can be used as a bargaining chip. For example, the Black Wind Fleet that has nothing to do with all this at all. It must be noted that the 5 sectors including the Black Wind Sector, the Purple Fire Sector, and the others have returned to the control of the Imperium during the strategic attack. So, the arrangement of the few worlds have now become a subtle problem. If they are allotted to a certain warlord or an aristocrat, what do you think the warlord or the aristocrat will think of the Black Wind Fleet, my king?" Liao did not think at all. He immediately replied, "One world cannot have 2 masters. If I were a brutal, ruthless aristocrat of the Imperium who had just exchanged my hard-earned military credits for the Black Wind Sector, I would definitely view the Black Wind Fleet as a thorn in my eyes that I must eradicate whatever the cost might be. After all, in a world where the strong prey on the weak and the winner is the king, it is the most reasonable logic to attack before you are attacked. If I were merciful at this moment, the Black Wind Fleet would certainly come back and try to take back the Black Wind Sector after they accumulated enough strength at the edge of the cosmos. On the other hand, since I was bold enough to swallow the Black Wind Sector while knowing of the existence of the Black Wind Fleet, my own capability must be no worse than the Black Wind Fleet's. Therefore, I should be confident that I can swallow the Black Wind Sector without worrying about the retribution of the Black Wind Fleet." "That's the idea," P49 said. "In the past 100 years, the messages from the homeland of the Imperium to the Black Wind Fleet have always been intermittent and irresponsible. We were like crazy dogs that they wanted to stay as far away from as possible. However, the messages from the homeland of the Imperium increased recently. They are suddenly concerned about the battle situation here and even asked us several times if we need backup. Hehe. Based on my understanding of those aristocrats and generals, it is definitely not because they were suddenly questioned by their conscience and they thought of the lone army that is wandering far away again, but because they are reevaluating our capability and attitude so that they can decide the ownership of the 5 worlds including the Black Wind Sector. Once everything is settled, the 5 worlds will fall into the stomach of other people without getting out, and the lone troop that is wandering at the edge of the cosmos as well as the entire Star Glory Federation will also suffer undeserved disasters. We will be destroyed through no fault of our own. The inquiries made recently are getting more and more specific, involving many details of strategic arrangements. We have managed to provide false answers to fool them. Occasionally, when it is impossible for us to answer, we pretend that the communication is jammed by the cosmic storms, and we did not receive any message from the Imperium at all. However, cosmic storms cannot last forever, and it is not going to work out if we resort to lies all the time. When the homeland of the Imperium grows suspicious about the situation at the edge of the cosmos, even the most delicate strategic deception will be seen through. Therefore, Xianxia said, we have to come up with a solution before the day comes and implement interference on the homeland of the Imperium as much as possible to distract the Imperium's attention from the edge of the cosmos. With that in mind, we have come up with 2 plans, one aggressive and the other passive. The more passive plan is the Heavenly Eye plan. The elite scouts from the Federation will be sent to march deep into the homeland of the Imperium for clear and specific intelligence, including the final outcome of the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, and whether or not the Imperium has indeed secured the most glorious and unprecedented victories as it has bragged about in the reports. If the reports are real, and the Imperium has truly recovered all the territory 1,000 years ago, we also need to know the details about the distribution of trophies. Which warlord or aristocrat will control the 5 worlds including the Black Wind Sector, and what is their attitude toward the Black Wind Fleet and the edge of the cosmos? Only after we figure out the intelligence can we come up with countermeasures to resist the enemy. Liao nodded. No battle would ever be lost when one knew oneself and one's enemy well. The Heavenly Eye plan was a most balanced and riskless plan. He did not have any objection to it. However, knowing Xianxia, the queen of demons who had inherited the blood of Jin Tuyi, Liao was certain that she could not have only made such a rather passive plan. Then what is the plan that is more aggressive? Liao asked. Xianxia smiled. It was not until this moment that the sharp brilliant from more than 100 years ago beamed out of her eyes again. She explained, attack and defense are actually the two sides of the same coin and can be switched at any time. When it comes to defense, it is the Heavenly Eye plan, and when we need to attack, it will be the Heavenly Slayer plan. The details of the Heavenly Slayer plan are nothing special. It is basically the same as the Heavenly Eye plan, except that it is no longer elite scouts who are sent to the homeland of the Imperium but experts that boast tremendous damage. The Heavenly Slayer plan? Liao's pupils constricted rapidly. You are going to send a batch of highly destructive experts to the homeland of the Imperium? Exactly. Even if they are not as strong as you, Master, they should be experts at least on the level of Fiend Blade Peng Hai, the Fire Ant King, Wu Mayan, and the 10 experts of the Ancient Sages sector, Xianxia said solemnly. I hope that when a dozen or so such experts are gathered with their colossi, they will be able to destroy an important base of the Imperium very quickly if they are determined, or to completely paralyze an important planet's resource supplies in guerrilla warfare, or to perform a decapitation strategy on the enemy's aristocrats, warlords, nobles, and central commanders, or to disrupt the enemy's important ports and transportation hubs. All in all, I am hoping to deliver a dozen or so strategic weapons like that to the heart of the Imperium. Liao understood what was going on. This is a strategy of some sort of mutual deterrence, huh? Yes, the comprehensive national power of the Imperium is too high. With the juvenile state that the Federation is in today after our preliminary development, it will be practically impossible to win a head-on clash with a prepared army from the Imperium, Xianxia said. In the battle against the Black Wind Fleet, we destroyed the space gate of the Imperium and secured the final victory mainly because of the dominating return of the 12 Colossi led by you. But luck played an important part, too. We cannot count on unpredictable luck as hope for our every victory. Besides, if the Imperium sends out a coalition fleet that is multiple times stronger than the Black Wind Fleet, there will be nothing we can do however lucky we are. According to the conclusion of our specialists, after we combine the technology from Kunlun, the Nuwa warship and the Panga laboratory in the Ancient Sages sector, the Black Wind Fleet and Firefly, as long as we develop at a high speed for 1 or 2 decades in order to fully grasp and make use of the technology, there will be hope for us to compete with the army of the Imperium in an open battlefield. However, the enemy is hardly likely to give us 1 or 2 decades. The next 10 years will be the most crucial 10 years for the Federation. Should the enemy attack again in the meantime, they will not even have to entirely occupy the Federation, and the serious damage to the few most important industrial planets of the Federation will be more than enough to delay the progress of our development and cast us into an eternal doom. Therefore, in the next 10 to 20 years, we can only adopt the strategy of unrestricted warfare and asymmetric strikes to protect ourselves. Is a nascent soul stage cultivator in a colossus important in a space battle in a head-on clash? Of course it is. However, the truth is that if the Imperium sends out a second coalition fleet that is multiple times more powerful than the first one after learning the truth of the Federation, we will not be able to resist the overwhelming attack at all even if we gather all our nascent soul stage cultivators and their colossi. The only difference is that we may die slower and more valiantly. If so, what if we move the most dangerous nascent soul stage cultivators and their colossi from the main battlefield to the battlefield behind enemy lines? We do not need to boast the ability to completely crush the Imperium. As long as we can convince our enemy that, once they decide to destroy the Federation, they will have to pay an insufferable price at their heartland and will die together with the Federation, it will be good enough. After pondering for a moment, Liao asked suspiciously, a dozen nascent soul stage cultivators, even with their colossi, are enough to die together with the Imperium? I'm afraid that it won't be so simple, right? It is indeed a bit tricky to make the entire Imperium die with us. Besides, if we and the Imperium fight each other, the Covenant Alliance will take advantage, which is certainly not our goal, Xianxia said with a smile. However, we do not need to drag the entire Imperium to die with us at all. All we need to do is make the warlord or the aristocrat that intends to lay their fingers on the Federation die with us and convince them of our capability to do so clearly. If a certain aristocrat intends to invade in the Federation, then on the front line at the edge of the cosmos, his troops will be destined to be mired in a prolonged war of attrition where there is no winner. After all the losses, he will only reap a series of wastelands in the end. In the rear, his nest will be seriously sabotaged, his bases will be destroyed, his ports will be paralyzed, and his trusted subordinates, his descendants, and even himself will endure infinite assassinations. The bottom line is, even if he does manage to conquer the Star Glory Federation in the end, his own capability will be diminished to weaker than ever, and he will end up as a fat and feeble prey in the cruel slaughterhouse that is the Imperium. It will be somebody else who takes all the benefits. After the warlords and aristocrats of the Imperium recognize this point clearly, will they recklessly wage a war upon the Federation? This is exactly the mutual deterrence that you mentioned before. Considering carefully for a moment, Liao shook his head and said, "The plan is too risky. Every nascent soul stage cultivator and every colossus is highly precious. Projecting a dozen nascent soul stage cultivators and an equal number of colossi into the Imperium entails too many unexpected factors. The losses may outweigh the gains in the end." Looking at Liao, Xianxia said, "Since this is a plan of strategic deception, we do not necessarily need to dedicate so many nascent soul stage cultivators and colossi for real. All we need to do is convince our enemy that we have done so. Therefore, we actually only require 3 to 4, or even only 1 or 2 experts who are strong enough to perform decapitation strategies on a warlord or an aristocrat to accomplish the Heavenly Slayer plan at the critical moment, and who can convince the enemy that similar experts to him are lurking right inside the Imperium." Liao rubbed his fists. "That's what I'm best at." Xianxia laughed. "When we drafted the Heavenly Slayer plan in the beginning, I indeed designed the implementer with you as the template. Those elite scouts or experts of the Heavenly Slayer plan who will be teleported to the Imperium must have very high abilities in information collection, exploration, solo combat, and even large-scale sabotage and decapitation on their own. Most critically of all, they must be of some influence and can negotiate with certain forces within the Imperium to reach an agreement as a representative of the federal government. Right now, few people in the Federation boast such abilities and such standing. While all of them will not hesitate to go to the Imperium, you are certainly the best candidate of them all. Most importantly, as the Black Wind King, you are the legitimate ruler of the 5 worlds, including the Black Wind Sector," Di Feiwen said gravely. "In the Imperium of true human beings, strength is law, and when it comes to strength, you are not bad at all, my king." "Understood. You can leave both the Heavenly Eye plan and the Heavenly Slayer plan to me." Liao was full of confidence. Then he asked, "However, why does it sound like that the Imperium of true human beings is a tray of loose sand? Does it mean that we can deal with the entire Imperium by just dealing with some of the warlords and aristocrats?" Di Feiwen smiled and said, "It is better to say that the universe is too vast and boundless for any unified government to perform effective management with the technology of mankind today than to say that the Imperium is a tray of loose sand. My king, you should know that the civilization of mankind has been scattered in the 3,000 sectors not entirely because of our own conquest but also because of the spraying of the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization. In other words, we did not expand to the 3,000 sectors naturally. We were tossed out in a very short amount of time with their help. Then, after the collapse of the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization, and when the tools of communication and transportation that they left behind were destroyed, disorganization and isolation became a regularity, and any unified government or dynasty is a special case. Actually, with the technology and social development of the civilization of mankind today, it is already the best for a central government to manage 10 to 20 sectors effectively. I believe that Speaker Ding must understand it better than anybody else." "Exactly." As if a great headache had struck her, Ding Lingdang frowned and said, "Take the Federation for example. Although we have advanced space jump technology and remote communication abilities, both the jumps and the communication consume abundant resources. Astronomical crystals are sent to the spaceports and the remote communication bases to be wasted for nothing in the rippling spiritual waves. Even so, the Federation can barely reach out to or perform effective management on the resource plants in the remote space zones. In many cases, we must count on the local sects to maintain basic order. Such an administration system based on sects is functioning well right now, but who can tell what will happen as time goes by, when the sects have complicated connections and deeply rooted interests in the local area. Furthermore, the boundlessness of the universe and the abilities of human beings has led to the variations of the environments of the habitable planets or even the changes of the subspecies of mankind. For example, a half-primitive world such as the forest-ocean sector and the heavily polluted wasteland such as the netherworld sector definitely cannot be managed in the same way. Considering different local customs and traditions, it is even hardly possible to make the same law. Therefore, the Federation today strongly features regional autonomy. Even if more and more worlds join the Federation in the future, like the ancient sages sector did, because they are far away from the central area of the Federation and have even more complicated environments and races, it is basically impossible for the central government to manage them directly. Regional autonomy will be a more probable choice. When Ding Lingdang took over Patriots Partnership from Lu Zue, she had already been a firm believer of regional autonomy and insisted that the Federation would be barely capable of reigning the Sea of Stars with a formidable army. She argued that the only possible way was disseminating the ideology of the Cultivators to the entire universe. Her ideas turned out to be the same as Di Feiwen's. Di Feiwen nodded and said, "You are quite right, Speaker Ding. The problems that you have encountered are the exact problems plaguing the Imperium. Although the Imperium is much more powerful than the Federation in terms of comprehensive national strength, there is no fundamental difference between the two parties when it comes to space jump and remote communication technology. If we say that the Federation's limits are to govern 10 sectors effectively, the most powerful interest groups in the Imperium, with their most advanced technology, can effectively rule over 20 sectors at best. Any more territory will cause indigestion. Even the brawniest and brutal dinosaur that grows for their entire life has a limited body size. The Imperium that is overly huge requires an ever-expanding bureaucratic system and an army for government. But the expansion of the bureaucratic system and the army will further drain and collapse the Imperium in the end. That was exactly what happened to the Star Ocean Imperium. Is the Imperium of true human beings any different? Liao could not help but smile. Then, summon them with ideology. Do the immortal cultivators of the Imperium not have the lofty ideal of all for the civilization of mankind? Di Feiwen chuckled, too. The so-called lofty ideal is a rarely seen luxury in the entire universe. Neither of us is better than the other. Therefore, we might as well not laugh at each other. In the Star Glory Federation, although the cultivators are praised as sabers of humanity, and expected to fight to protect the ordinary people according to the propaganda, how many cultivators are really selfless and willing to devote their everything including their life? My king, do you and Speaker Ding really not have any selfish desires at all? If the glorious Sunlight Group under your name was nationalized right now, would you feel nothing and have absolutely no complaints? Liao and Ding Lingdang looked at each other and smiled. There is no need to corner us with the high expectations. Of course, we are not that honorable. Who in the entire universe can be entirely selfless except for the puppets of the Covenant Alliance? Exactly, Di Feiwen said. In the ideal scenario, the war between the Federation and the Imperium is a war of ideologies between pure cultivators and pure immortal cultivators. It seems to be a war about who is right and who is wrong. But in fact, the two parties share a common foe, which is not Covenant Alliance but humanity. Cultivators have humanity and immortal cultivators have humanity too, which marks the biggest difference between us and the people of the Covenant Alliance. The primary element of humanity is selfishness. Genes are all selfish and will do whatever they can to pass themselves on. When the selfish genes have conflicts with the lofty ideals of the immortal cultivators, the only outcome will be the collapse of ideal. How so? Liao asked with great interest. Theoretically speaking, the immortal cultivator's ideology of survival of the fittest is not wrong, Di Feiwen said. As long as equality is ensured, and the smoothness of the channel of ascension and the strictness of the elimination system are guaranteed, it is a rather fair design. However, it is utterly unachievable in reality. All humans are selfish, regardless of whether they are cultivators or immortal cultivators. Even though the immortal cultivators may claim that weaklings whose spiritual roots are not awakened should be eliminated mercilessly even if they are their children, how many of them are really ruthless and cold-hearted enough to put it into action? Besides, in a world where the fittest survives, everybody can betray each other at any minute. One's own family and descendants are probably the only ones who are slightly more loyal. Even if they are hominoids whose spiritual roots cannot be awakened, they can always be given some jobs that are less eye-catching. If the immortal cultivators eliminate their own people, wouldn't they be diminishing themselves and allowing other people to take the advantage? Rules are made by people. One can always find a loophole if they are determined to. Perhaps, when the Imperium was just founded, the system was once implemented rigorously. However, as time went by, the noble families and great houses expanded quickly and gradually went out of control. It is now an absolute illusion to realize the highly effective distribution and utilization of resources solely with the idea of survival of the fittest. What about the Emperor? Liao asked. Does the Emperor not have a problem with the situation where the nobles grow independent and the warlords dominate their own territory beyond his control? Do not imagine the Emperor to be too powerful a man. Not every Emperor is a Black Star the Great, Di said. Even Black Star the Great had to count on a lot of deeply rooted noble families dating back to the Star Ocean Republic to claim the hegemony of the universe. In the Imperium, there is even a secret theory that Black Star the Great was merely a spokesperson that those traditional families of the Star Ocean Republic introduced. They created such an emperor in order to consolidate the interests that they had looted illegally. However, the emperor's ambitions and strength far exceeded their expectations, and things slightly went out of control in the end. While Black Star the Great was uncontrollable, his offspring were not as dominating as him. In the past 1,000 years, the great families of the Imperium instigated trouble and contradictions within the royal family through all kinds of approaches. With the throne as the bait, they lured the Wuing family to fight one another so that they could take the opportunity to consolidate their power. The entire imperial terminus sector is no better than a rubber stamp. Today, the most powerful 4 families have even been given the title of Kurfürst, the Prince-Elector. Think about it. If even the emperor must be elected by them, how could the emperor expect to restrain them? Liao observed in mixed feelings. The situation in the Imperium seems to be different from what Su Chongfa told me in the past. Su Chongfa came from academia. As a professor of Imperial Colonization University, he was nurtured in an ivory tower. Naturally, he fully accepted the propaganda of the Imperium. Di Feiwen lowered his head and said, I, on the other hand, am merely a minor dealer who rose up from the bottom level of the Imperium. I don't know what everything should be, theoretically, and I am only sharing what I have seen exactly as it is. All in all, this is about the situation of the Imperium when the Black Wind Fleet left the Imperium 100 years ago. The 20 or so worlds near the Imperial Terminus sector are nominally under the direct command of the Emperor. The bureaucratic agencies sent by the court manage them. Of course, the interventions from the 4 families of Kurfürst are inevitable. The 40 or so sectors outside are the hereditary territory of the 4 Kurfürst families, mixed with some feuds of the members of the royal family. On average, every family rules over 7 to 8 worlds. They are only obliged to submit taxes and offer soldiers to the court according to their different strengths. It is practically impossible for the court to interfere with their internal affairs. The hundreds of sectors further beyond are even more separated. Every sector often has its own ruler. In some of the sectors that have multiple habitable planets, almost every planet will have a ruler. Those people are either the hereditary nobles, rising warlords, or people who volunteered to surrender during the Imperium's conquest of the universe. For example, if the Federation had chosen to surrender when the Black Wind Fleet attacked, it was possible that a few sector masters would have been elected to maintain the local government. This is not because the Imperium is lenient but because it is beyond the reach of the Imperium, like Speaker Ding explained so eloquently just now. The ways to govern the peripheral worlds are rather various and arbitrary. Harsh tyranny is not the only option. Some worlds adopt gentler policies. But for the brutal and ruthless ones, the cruelty of their government is much more severe than the worlds directly under the command of the Emperor and the Kurfirstan. 1930 training for everybody. Liao was rather astonished. Now that you put it in such a way, the Imperium today is indeed chaotic and as unpromising as a setting sun. It is rather miraculous that it has survived 1,000 years and is even showing the signs of rejuvenation. Yes, logically, such an Imperium where the strong prey on the weak should have collapsed abruptly in the cruel exploitation and the everlasting internal strife, D. Faywin said. But an eternal factor helped it to maintain the vulnerable stability, which was the Covenant Alliance. No matter how selfish, aggressive, unpardonable, and sophisticated the immortal cultivators are, the Covenant Alliance is their common foe. No immortal cultivator is willing to be deprived of their feelings and free will and end up as a pathetic puppet. It is because of the existence of the great enemy that is the Covenant Alliance that the local forces within the Imperium manage to maintain their basic order. Although the strong prey on the weak, there is a set of game rules that everybody has accepted, however reluctantly. No matter how powerful the Kurfirstan are, they never thought to usurp the throne because the so-called throne is more of a curse than a bliss. If the Imperium is destroyed by the Covenant Alliance because of their attempted usurpation, wouldn't they be the greatest fools in the world? Therefore, the Imperium is not governed by the authority of the Emperor. Every force that has their own intentions are condensed and gathered under the lightning trident flag of the Imperium of true human beings because of their fight against the Covenant Alliance. Because there is absolutely no room for negotiation between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, almost no nobles or warlords will surrender to the Covenant Alliance. That is why the Imperium of true human beings has reigned for 1,000 years. That explains a lot. Liao nodded slowly. The Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant were indeed utterly incompatible with each other. Although the immortal cultivators were rather heinous, the puppets of the Covenant Alliance were even more inhumane. Compared to the life where one's feelings and will were completely stripped away, making them live as zombies, the government of the Imperium did seem somewhat acceptable. However, things are subtly changing right now, D. Faywin said calmly. In the past 1,000 years, the Covenant Alliance has been highly aggressive most of the time. The dread of the Covenant Alliance united all the immortal cultivators and forced them to ignore their contradictions between each other. After the unexpected victory of the strategic counterattack of the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance has been banished from the most prosperous area at the center of the cosmos. It does not seem capable of threatening the Imperium anymore. The 1,000 years of threat from the outside world seems to have been completely shattered. Then, after the external threat is eliminated, and with countless trophies waiting to be divided, won't the immortal cultivators be like dogs who have seen bones with meat on them after being hungered for 1,000 years? If the immortal cultivators are idiotic and greedy enough, there may be great chaos in the Imperium later. As for whether or not the quakes caused by the hungry dogs when they fight over food will affect the edge of the cosmos, I fear that nobody can know the answer. Got it? Deep in thought, Liao stared at D. Faywin and said, I remember that you once said you had an enormous organization of merchants behind you, which is deeply connected with the four Kurfirstan and the other nobles and aristocrats. It is well informed and has its own plans, right? The universe is vast and full of peril, D. Faywin replied in a seemingly dutiful way. When the merchants travel among different worlds to make a living, we have to establish a society to protect ourselves and struggle to survive. In the past 1,000 years, part of the merchants of the Imperium have indeed established a loose chamber of commerce named Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. I am one of the senior managers in the Business Alliance. Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. That's an impressive name, Liao said. Then, what are your goals in terms of core interests? I am not lying to you at all, my king. Since it is named Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, it is naturally the purest guild of business. It is a place where we communicate and negotiate with each other. If we do have a slight appeal, it is definitely to do business that has the highest profits. With cunningness beaming out of his eyes, Feiwen asked. Do you know what the most profitable business is in the world today? Pondering for a moment, Liao replied, counting both the legal and illegal ones, drugs? No. The business of drugs is as profitable as it is risky. Even if we have the aid of the authorities, it will only be a short-term business that feels like draining the pond to get all the fish. It is definitely not the best option for a decent businessman. Feiwen shook his head. Instead of raising even more suspense, he gave the answer himself. If I may, the most profitable, steady, and long-term business in the entire universe today is training. Liao was dazed for a long time. Training. Exactly. The business of training, Feiwen said solemnly. As a high-level cultivator close to the divinity transformation stage, you must have a deep understanding about how costly training can be. Starting to build up the body at the age of 7 or 8 before the spiritual root is awakened, and advancing all the way through the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, and the nascent soul stage, how much money must one spend? When one spends money on things, there is business. This is an enormous, all-inclusive industry. One quick look at the Federation today is enough to reveal part of the industry. In the Federation today, thanks to the major investment from the national government, the system of 9-year or 12-year compulsory training has been implemented. The families, as long as they can afford, always devote tremendous money and time to the training of their children whether or not their children have potential. In such a case, famous schools where experts offer enlightenment and the houses around those schools grow more and more expensive. All kinds of extracurricular classes are popular, too. There are also the nutrition tonics, strengthening packages, remote video lessons, virtual training techniques, and so on, whose effectiveness is questionable. What an enormous industry it is! What's more amazing is that nobody can prove or disprove the effects of the training techniques and the nutrition packages. As long as a couple of users report that the training techniques and nutrition tonics are effective, the other users can only blame themselves for not hardworking enough or not having enough talent when the same products do not work on them. There is no way that they can blame the merchants. This is just the beginning phase. As one's level advances, the expenses in every aspect will increase exponentially. They will upgrade their consumption, and there is no end to that. After one reaches a very high level, one will not hesitate to make purchases. Even if a certain pill or a certain piece of magical equipment can only increase the odds of success by 0.1%, most trainers will still try their best to purchase the goods without bargaining with the seller. After all, everybody has only one life, which is more precious than anything, right? We are only talking about the training industry itself. There is also the upstream and downstream industry chain that is attached to the training industry, which can be even more profitable. Traditionally speaking, there is the trade of magical equipment production, which is what you are best at, my king. From the innovative point of view, there is the industry of live streaming for battles and training. In short, nothing is impossible as long as you have thought of it. If the upstream and downstream industry chain is combined and calculated, how much will the training industry boost the development of the national economy, and how much profit will it yield? Most critically speaking, it is an industry directly concerned with the evolution of the civilization of mankind. Once it develops well, it will be a virtuous circle. It is certainly incomparable to despicable businesses like drugs. Liao was rather amazed. He nodded quickly and said, "When you put it that way, it does seem to make sense. This is exactly the case. This is the power of capitalism." When it came to the trade that he was most familiar with, Feiwen was more confident than ever. In fact, over the past few years, some of the specialists and scholars in the Black Wind Fleet have been studying the mysteries of the Star Glory Federation's rise. At the very least, from my personal perspective, the reason the Federation rose at a high speed in only 100 years has a lot to do with your policies to encourage every citizen to participate in training. The great development of training provided the stimulus for the thriving domestic demand and activated the maximal potential of production for most of the citizens. Of course, you perhaps view the issue from the perspective of general equality and that everybody is entitled to training, my king. But as a less honorable immortal cultivator and a merchant, I am viewing the issue from how to earn a high profit. However, we are actually aiming for the same thing despite our different paths, which is to create a world where everybody is engaged in training. Training for everybody. Liao suddenly had a very absurd feeling. You immortal cultivators of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors are indeed weirdos. We are not weirdos. We are only trying to increase the domestic demand, Di Feiwen said solemnly. Businesses and merchants are only needed when there is demand. If there is no demand, we will create demand. Yes. 99% of people can never awaken their spiritual roots however hard they train themselves. But so what? We do not care how many cultivators or immortal cultivators there are in the universe. We only care if those people have a very strong demand in training and how much profit such a demand can be transformed into. Nothing more. Training for everybody. What a magnificent and beautiful vision it is. If the billions of people in the 3,000 sectors are all free to participate in training and willing to pay for it, how enormous will the industry be, and how much profit will be entailed? Such inestimable profits are enough to make any merchant mad, overthrow any regime in the world, slay all the deities and devils standing in the way, and destroy all the hindering forces. Liao was slightly surprised by Di Feiwen's passion. After thinking for a moment, he said, "In the system of the Imperium, I'm afraid that the dream of training for everybody will stay as a dream." That is very true. Di Feiwen sighed rather sadly. You're very right. In the current system of the Imperium, the dream of training for everybody is just that, a beautiful dream. Nothing more. The Imperium divides humans into true human beings and hominoids, which directly wipes out 99% of the market. Even the 1% of true human beings will not necessarily obtain their training resources in the business pattern that we expect them to. Di Feiwen explained the past miserable experiences to Liao with a mix of truthfulness and exaggeration, giving Liao a glimpse at how the merchants in the Imperium of true human beings did business. According to Di Feiwen, the businesses trading in precious training resources among the different sectors within the Imperium were theoretically very profitable. However, because 99% of people were hominoids who were no better than slaves, there was little effective demand, which resulted in the stagnation of the market. Even though some of the hominoids were free citizens of the Imperium, they were often personally attached to experts and great families. In such a case, the training resources that they needed were purchased and distributed by the experts and the great families together. What they needed were mostly cheap goods of mediocre quality, whose returns were few. It was practically impossible to develop an exuberant upstream and downstream industry chain and new industries as the Federation did. The true human beings naturally had a very high demand for training resources. They were willing to pay a high price for magical equipment, crystal suits, pills, and starships. However, they often had interconnected business networks and long-term partners. A lot of the fields were monopolized by the traditional conglomerates such as the four Kurfürst families. The new business groups that had gradually appeared in the last 100 years or so could not compete with the traditional nobles and even the royal merchants at all. The 99% of bottom-level people do not have any demand. The 1% of nobles do have demand, but the entire market has been monopolized by themselves, Di Feiwen remarked in obvious dissatisfaction. The latecomers are not able to cram into their trade at all even if their heads are broken. It is not a bad outcome at all if they are drained by the monopiles. Liao listened for a long time and finally understood something. In general, the Imperium was a tray of loose sand, but there were vaguely two interest groups. First of all, there were the contributors who helped Blackstar the Great claim the throne during the establishment of the Imperium of true human beings. They were the royal family and the traditional nobles such as the four Kurfürst families. In the first 100 or 200 years after the Imperium was founded, they had almost occupied all the prosperous areas at the center of the cosmos and monopolized the most profitable trades. They became the makers and maintainers of the game rules. Then, there were the new worlds that the Imperium had found during its conquest. Those new worlds were sometimes governed by the local experts who had surrendered to the Imperium and sometimes managed by the outcasts who had failed in the struggle of power at the center of the cosmos like the Black Wind Fleet. Although they were weaker, they had the advantage in numbers. After 1,000 years, they had more or less accumulated some strength, which gave them enough courage to express their discontentment regarding the game rules made at the center of the cosmos. The merchants that Di Feiwen talked about were even more miserable. They were mostly homeless dogs who had failed in conflicts in the past 1,000 years, or they had lost their homes, not conquered any new worlds, and therefore had to wander in the sea of stars. The so-called Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was an organization where the losers gathered to warm each other and lick each other's wounds. With their keen instincts as merchants, they vaguely sensed the problems in the current system of the Imperium. However, they did not have the courage, the interest, or the capability to rise up and overturn the old system to establish a new world. What they could do was travel in the worlds at the periphery of the Imperium where the forces of the Emperor and the great nobles were not so influential and search for experts who they could cooperate with or even join. They hoped to win protection and expand the cooperation, slowly establishing a free market. The Black Wind sector had been an excellent partner for the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors at the beginning. Since the Black Wind sector was at a land of wars, it had great interest in training resources and would barely turn anything down. The hominoids of the Black Wind sector, under the enormous pressure to survive, had more training opportunities than the hominoids from the heartland of the Imperium. After all, even if they were minor slave soldiers, it was certainly not bad to make them as strong as possible. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Black Wind sector were best known for their disobedience, and they did not listen to anyone's command after they went mad. Neither the Emperor nor the four Kurfürst families were fond of the lawless, insubordinate barbarians, which created yet another opportunity for the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors had begun the infiltration work on the Black Wind fleet a long time ago. The cooperation between the two parties was rather pleasant. Even D. Faywin, the master of the D family, which was a rather renowned family in the Black Wind fleet, was appointed as a senior manager of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. It was a pity that the Black Wind sector as well as the other four worlds had already been taken down by the Covenant Alliance before any further cooperation. After the series of changes that followed, D. Faywin spent the next 100 years in hibernation and wandered to the edge of the cosmos. Out of his expectations, D. Faywin found a country named the Star Glory Federation where everybody participated in training. D. Faywin's heart had long been filled by the glittering coins of the Imperium. He could not care less about unsubstantial concepts like being a cultivator or an immortal cultivator. However, the current business system in the Federation and the effective stimulus on people's training demand, as well as the scale of the entire training market and the upstream and downstream industry chain after the stimulus made his heart pound. He was almost too excited to control himself. Several barren worlds at the edge of the cosmos already had a market so huge. If the pattern could be copied to the center of the cosmos, what would it be like? That was the biggest reason D. Faywin had been willing to restrain the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind fleet for a battlefield uprising. After the battlefield uprising, he had spent 3 years observing and studying in silence. After he had figured out the operation pattern of the training industry in the Federation and was confident of his discovery, he finally shared everything about the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors unhurriedly. I did not know that such an organization existed within the Imperium. Liao was rather delighted, too. So, is there a possibility for the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the Star Glory Federation to cooperate? There is, but the risk can be very high, D. Faywin explained, still in a seemingly frank and dutiful way. Yes. As a senior manager of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, he had a few secret intelligence channels under his control and various connections in the Imperium. He also knew dozens of vulnerable points that could easily be breached through at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. However, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was just a loose business organization after all, not a well-organized party of revolutionaries with lofty ideals. For every merchant, whoever gave them milk would be their mother. Betrayal and conspiracy were compulsory courses for them. Today, they could absorb D. Faywin, the number 2 person of the Black Wind sector, as a senior manager for their interests. But tomorrow, they might join the 4 Kurfürst families together also for their interests. Yes. With his secret letter, envoys of the Federation could sneak into a certain secret bureau of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors within the Imperium and receive tremendous intelligence. But nobody knew how valuable the intelligence was, and if the strangers would betray the guests from the Federation. For a decent price, They would sell one of their parents and give the other one for free, P49 said. How much is a senior manager who has been gone for 100 years possibly worth? Therefore, in the Heavenly Eye plan, the few secret bureaus of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors that P49 provided, as well as the contacts of some famous merchants, were all kept in reserve. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was definitely more reliable and secure for the Federation to collect intelligence on its own. If we are going to collect intelligence on our own, I suggest we set the first jump point as somewhere near the devilish Scorpion galaxy. P49 proposed another ambiguous but important message. The so-called devilish Scorpion galaxy was at the periphery of the Imperium. It was on the side far away from the Covenant Alliance and relatively close to the Federation. It included almost 10 sectors and was given the name because of the scorpion-shaped nebula at its center. The reason the first jump point was set to this place was because some cultivators might still exist there. Seeing that Liao had raised his eyebrows with great interest, P49 hurried to explain. This is just a groundless tale. I only heard somebody talking about it more than 100 years ago. It is said that an organization of cultivators named Starlight exists deep inside the devilish Scorpion galaxy, which has an ancient cultivator who has been resisting the Imperium since the last years of the Star Ocean Republic with his immeasurable cultivation. He has been resisting the Imperium from the last years of the Star Ocean Republic to this day? Liao could not help but feel dumbfounded. If that was true, the ancient cultivator could be no younger than 1,000 years old. Would that not make him even older than Gue Suisho, the most famous senior in the Federation? Gue Suisho had lived for 1,000 years by hibernating most of the time, but a resistance organization of cultivators deep inside the Imperium must have been faced with the cruel hunting of the Imperium every day. It was impossible to hibernate for a long time. How did the guy survive 1,000 years despite the fierce daily fights? The so-called ancient cultivator from the Star Ocean Republic is probably just a widely spread rumor, Xianxia said. It is perfectly normal for the ordinary people in the Imperium who suffer brutal oppression to hope for the arrival of a savior. However, it is possible that the resistance organization of cultivators named Starlight does exist or once existed before, right? If we can find such a resistance organization, even if we can only find 1 or 2 cultivators of the Imperium who are still resisting, it will mean a lot for us. Liao nodded heavily. Then he asked, is it possible that a resistance organization of cultivators has lurked inside the Imperium for 1,000 years without being annihilated? Not very likely, but it is an interesting rumor nonetheless that is worth spending some time on. Should it be true, we will be in great advantage, Xianxia said. The astronomical environment in the devilish Scorpion galaxy is very complicated. Cosmic storms and desolate worlds are everywhere. It is indeed a great place for hiding and guerrilla warfare. One other thing. There's no telling if it is a coincidence, but the devilish Scorpion galaxy has a world named the Martial Meritocrat sector. You should remember that it is Black Star the Great Wuxia's hometown. 1932 Disintegration of Fear. Black Star the Great Wuxia was not a native of the Star Ocean Republic, which was a fact that everybody knew. Even his surname, Wuxia, was made by himself to remind himself of his hometown. However, it was clearly not because he had deep feelings for his hometown but because he hated his hometown's guts. Years ago, when the mobs of the Martial Meritocrat sector had risen against the cultivators, almost all the cultivators had been slaughtered. Wuxia had been tied up by his compatriots and thrown into the burning crater of a volcano. He had been reborn with a new life inside the volcano. The boiling magma had melted the last bit of his humanity and his belief in the path of the cultivators. It had also burnt up all the feelings that he had for his hometown. After he returned to the Martial Meritocrat sector magnificently with the great army of the Imperium of true human beings, he had immediately begun the most inhuman suppression and slaughter. The sovereign who controlled the entire universe had not been satisfied when half of the population of the Martial Meritocrat sector was wiped out. He had ordered that all the survivors in the Martial Meritocrat sector be demoted to the most special slaves. There was absolutely no opportunity for their offspring to get rid of their identities as slaves. The Imperium of true human beings adored equality, at least on the surface. Theoretically speaking, even the filthiest and most ravaged slave could become a high and mighty true human being and immortal cultivator, as long as their spiritual root was awakened and they became an expert. The legends where beggars became generals and slaves turned into sector masters had always been inspirational stories that the leadership of the Imperium used to intoxicate the bottom-level masses. However, the heroes of the legends clearly did not include the natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector. Being born in the Martial Meritocrats sector in the past 1,000 years was like being born in the basement of the deepest level of hell, starting from the moment that they opened their eyes. The cruelest suffering and the most desperate fate awaited the people of the Martial Meritocrats sector. Even if their spiritual roots were awakened by accident, turning them into experts, they would only become slaves that were of a higher experimental value. All in all, for the last 1,000 years, the Martial Meritocrats sector had been the place to test new magical equipment and new techniques in the Imperium. All the magical equipment and the techniques that were highly dangerous, destructive, and unstable would be sent to the Martial Meritocrats sector and tested on the living people of the sector. Some alien beasts of unknown backgrounds, after being captured by the Imperium by accident, would also be sent to the Martial Meritocrats sector, if their features and danger level could not be tested, in order to check the reactions of the alien beasts in a purely natural environment. In most cases, their reaction would be the most bizarre killing spree, with thousands of victims or even more. In such a cruel world and a hell without hope, because of the long tradition of the cultivators, it was not unusual that people would come up with the tales of lost cultivators when they went through excruciating suffering or even establish a resistance organization for Real. Therefore, there were 3 advantages to set the Martial Meritocrats sector in the Devilish Scorpion Galaxy as the first jump point. Firstly, the Devilish Scorpion Galaxy had a complicated astronomical environment, with cosmic storms, stone belts, and seriously broken wormholes everywhere. The scorpion-shaped nebula at the center of the 10 or so sectors would also unleash violent radiation toward the outside world irregularly. While jumping to this place could be somewhat dangerous, the traces of the visitors would be erased as much as possible. Even if the Imperium did find them, it would be relatively easy to run away. Secondly, Starlight, the resistance organization of cultivators, and the Lost Cultivator were of great significance for the Federation. Even the most impenetrable fortress could be broken from within. It was highly unlikely for the Federation to suppress the Imperium in a head-on clash, but it was certainly possible for the Federation to awaken the force that had been accumulated for 1,000 years inside the Imperium. If Starlight did exist, it would certainly be the best comrade for the Federation. Thirdly, even if Starlight and the Lost Cultivator were nothing more than groundless tales, it at least proved that the local people were looking forward to the cultivators. It would be easy to win the support of the natives. In any other world in the Imperium of true human beings, helping the immortal cultivators catch cultivators would earn military credits, which meant the possibility of getting rid of their misery. However, in the Martial Meritocrats sector, no matter how hard the locals kneeled and licked the toes of the immortal cultivators, there was absolutely no hope for them at all. So, did they have any reason to stand on the Imperium's side? Was there any place better than there to be a platform for the envoys of the Federation to enter the Imperium? The 3 advantages were all obvious, but there was still one thing worth considering, which was intelligence. Blackstar the Great Wuing Chi did not like the Martial Meritocrats sector. The other worlds in the Devilish Scorpion Galaxy were burdened by the bias, too. This place had always been the least developed area in the entire Imperium, with high inactive businesses. Besides, because the Martial Meritocrats sector was used as a laboratory for new magical equipment and techniques, and there were quite a few enormous prisons of high levels that involved a lot of top secrets, military control had been strictly implemented. The place was managed by reliable members of the royal family or representatives from the capital. It was not a place for insignificant merchants to meddle. The merchants in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were mainly after wealth. They were not interested in asking for trouble and therefore rarely visited the place, which turned the area into a black hole of intelligence. The sea of stars was too vast and boundless. The distance between different worlds could easily be thousands of light years. The things that happened in one world could become groundless tales and bizarre stories in another world. Therefore, Despite Di Feiwen's knowledge, all he could provide was some incomplete rumors from more than 100 years ago. As for exactly which place should be chosen as a platform for the Federation to enter the Imperium, it was a problem that could be discussed slowly. Liao, Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and Di Feiwen talked for a while longer, analyzing the environments, the garrisons, and the vulnerable points of the dozens of sectors at the edge of the Imperium. Although the information from 100 years ago was outdated, the data such as astronomical parameters and natural environments would hardly have changed. After chatting for 3 hours, Liao gradually grasped the general picture of the dual plans of Heavenly Eye and Heavenly Slayer. However, Di Feiwen heaved a long sigh in the end and hesitated. "General Di, why are you so worried?" Liao was somewhat surprised. "According to your analysis just now, although the Imperium of true human beings is rather powerful, it has a lot of internal contradictions and undercurrents that it can barely take care of. Chances are that a civil war will break out because of the uneven distribution of trophies. It may not necessarily extend its claws to the edge of the cosmos. Even if 1 or 2 of its claws are idiotic enough to reach out to us, we are definitely capable enough to fight them. It is not entirely hopeless. But I can tell that you are rather worried and hesitant. Do you have any concerns of a deeper level?" "That is very true, my king." Di Feiwen bowed to Liao deeply. "My concern is not the Imperium but the Covenant Alliance." "The Covenant Alliance?" Liao was slightly dazed. "Didn't you say that the Covenant Alliance has been crushed by the Imperium and evicted from all the worlds that it devoured in the past 1,000 years before it retreated to its core area? The so-called core area of the Covenant Alliance should be the harsh lands at the edge of the cosmos similar to the Federation's, right?" "What? Are you suspicious that the reports from the court are fake?" "No. Although the victories described in the reports are too exaggerated by military common sense, I don't think that the Imperium has fabricated the reports based on my intuition." Di Feiwen shook his head. "However, the Covenant Alliance failed too fast. In only 3 to 5 years, it lost dozens of worlds and hundreds of resource planets. What kind of speed is that? Crushed does not even begin to describe the war." Liao was silent. He could not help but recall the space battle 4 years ago. The annihilation of the Black Wind Fleet alone had taken more than half a year, and that was on the grounds that the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet had a battlefield uprising under the lead of Di Feiwen. If the Black Wind Fleet had chosen to continue their hopeless resistance, it would have been impossible to annihilate them in less than 2 to 3 years. It was already so difficult to deal with the remaining soldiers of an expedition army who had no bases. Was it possible at all to occupy dozens of sectors in only a couple of years? If the troops of the Covenant Alliance are so worthless, I can't help but wonder how they secured such glorious victories in the past 1,000 years and rose unstoppably despite the pressure of the Imperium, Di Feiwen observed, and how they defeated the Black Wind Fleet 100 years ago neatly and quickly. Coldness flashed inside Liao's eyes. "Are you suspecting that the Covenant Alliance feigned its failure? Trading dozens of prosperous worlds for a voluntary, strategic retreat was truly an astounding effort. A fist must retreat deeply first in order to punch out heavily," Di Feiwen said. "As I said just now, the Imperium of true human beings is a very abnormal country. The unity of the experts who have their own intentions is maintained by their mutual fear of the Covenant Alliance. In the past 1,000 years, the Covenant Alliance has been attacking most of the time. On the surface, they conquered a great amount of territory after consecutive victories. However, the more dominating they were and the more territory and resources they occupied, the more frightened and united the immortal cultivators became. Finally, they were united to the point that they were a whole piece, and the Covenant Alliance could not break in at all. That was the limit of the Covenant Alliance's attack. In my humble opinion, the Covenant Alliance reached the limits of its attack when it occupied the 5 worlds including the Black Wind sector 100 years ago. If they had marched further forward, it would have been to the strongholds and the strategic locations that had been built up since the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. All those worlds were heavily guarded and nowhere similar to the worlds at the borderland. In other words, the Covenant Alliance would not have been able to completely conquer the Imperium in another 100 or 1,000 years. Instead, It would only trigger the high unity of all the immortal cultivators. Everybody would have abandoned their contradictions and biases to fight against the common foe because of the enormous fear. Liao was deep in thought. However, after the strategic counterattack, the common fear that united all the cultivators against the enemy has been disintegrated. Right? 1933 Emissary, Diplomat, and Destroyer. Yes, Di Feiwen said. The dozens of worlds and hundreds of resource planets that the Covenant Alliance has thrown out were more like meat with thorns than bones with meat. The Covenant Alliance has exploited those planets so seriously that they will be heavy burdens for the time being. They will not function again until tremendous resources are invested in them first. However, no matter how stingy the meat is, the hungry gluttons will still fight over it without caring about the cost. The experts have endless desires for territory, population, and resources. Now that the Covenant Alliance appears so vulnerable and worthless, the Alliance of Fear has completely crumbled into nothingness. Then, when the lords and experts in the Imperium fight each other for the fat meat, what will happen if the army of the Covenant Alliance launches a counterattack beyond their expectation? Is there any evidence that supports your deduction? Liao asked. Di Feiwen shook his head, but then he nodded. I don't have any direct proof, but here's an interesting fact. The reports from the capital have mentioned many times that large numbers of troops of the Covenant Alliance have been defeated, but few high-level generals of the Covenant Alliance have been killed or captured. My king, you should know that it is very easy to fabricate news that tremendous soldiers on the enemy's side have been killed in order to boost morale, but it is less convenient to fabricate the deaths of the famous generals. Besides, 3 to 5 years is too short. Even if it were a bunch of pigs who were piloting the starships of the Covenant Alliance and they waited in line to be killed, it wouldn't have been so easy to annihilate all of them so quickly, right? Therefore, I'm strongly suspicious that the Covenant Alliance evacuated from a lot of sectors voluntarily and in order. They threw the heavy burdens to the Imperium while keeping most of their available forces in the central area, waiting to launch a fatal attack. Liao pondered for a moment. It is such a simple strategy that we can see it clearly, although we are at the edge of the cosmos. Are the leaders of the Imperium all idiots? We are not involved in the incident. Naturally, we can analyze the whole picture calmly, Di Feiwen said. However, if you are involved in the game, you are often not free to do what you want. The trophies of dozens of sectors are too attractive. With the immortal cultivators' nature to strengthen themselves without considering the cost, who could turn a blind eye on them and hold back their urges? Besides, unity can never be achieved single-handedly. Even if a certain aristocrat or a warlord is wise and calm enough to know the importance of unity because the great foe is yet to be eliminated, how can they not join the greedy game when other people are all dividing the territory and looting the trophies unhesitatingly? If other people loot and they don't, they will become relatively weak, and the weak will receive the cruelest punishment in the Imperium. Feeling that his head was beginning to ache, Liao remarked. So, the Covenant Alliance has set up an open trap that you have no choice except to set foot in, right? It is an open trap, but it is also a wild gamble, Di Feiwen said. If my analysis is correct, the leader of the Covenant Alliance right now definitely deserves to be called a genius. After concluding that the strategy of aggressive attacks that the Covenant Alliance adopted in the past 1,000 years was wrong, he was bold and capable enough to offer to abandon what they had earned in the past 1,000 years in order to perform the most complete strategic adjustment. If such a great man does exist in the Covenant Alliance, how can he sit and wait for the Imperium to organize themselves? After all, the dozens of worlds that he has thrown out indeed boast a lot of potential. If the Imperium can truly digest and absorb those worlds into the military and political system of the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance will be a victim of its own scheme, and it will be forever doomed. Therefore, he must have a series of fatal moves to raise contradictions and conflicts within the Imperium. Chaos rising in the Imperium will be inevitable. Today, he has thrown out dozens of sectors as bait. Then, what are the prey that he intends to hunt and devour? All in all, I am not sure whether our greatest enemy will be the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, and whether we are going to overturn the Imperium or give the Imperium a hand at the most critical moment. Di Feiwen's words rendered the four of them silent. A long time later, Li Yao sighed gloomily and said, "I feel that my head is close to exploding. There is no need to be upset, my king," Di Feiwen said earnestly. "Even if the current leader of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant is a rare genius and he has decided to use a shocking plan over the past few years with the dozens of sectors, there is at least one factor that he could in no way have foreseen: the Star Glory Federation. The Star Glory Federation, which is led by smart, almighty heroes such as my king and Speaker Ding, is definitely an unexpected chess piece that will shake the entire game." Li Yao tilted his head and thought for a long time before he nodded slowly. "That's very true." After figuring out the basic situation in the Imperium, Li Yao spent the next 2 weeks studying the details of the Heavenly Eye Plan and the Heavenly Slayer Plan with the leadership of the Intelligence System and the Strategic Deception Center, including Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, Di Feiwen, and Guo Chunfeng. After much consideration, they still decided to set the first jump point as the Devilish Scorpion Galaxy. Without the navigation of an enormous space gate, it was practically impossible for an organized troop to cross such a long distance at once. Even if they did make it through the journey, the powerful space ripples would likely be discovered. Therefore, the smaller the scale of the first jump, the better. For Li Yao, it would be best if he went alone. For a person of his level, when he was to carry out an infiltration or investigation mission, 99.99% of the intelligence workers and experts would be a burden. For the experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage, such as Ding Lingdang, they would be a heavy burden for the starships and the supplies. Every unparalleled expert was a glutton of gold and a bottomless hole to absorb resources. How could 2 experts close to the divinity transformation stage get so many resources for their daily training? Eventually, the plan that Li Yao and the others came up with was that he was going to jump to the depths of the Devilish Scorpion Nebula first and investigate the situation there to check if it was suitable as a platform for the Federation to enter the Imperium and if it was possible to find Starlight, the resistance organization of cultivators, as well as the lost cultivator who had allegedly lived more than 1,000 years. Whether or not he found Starlight and the lost cultivator eventually, he would find a way to send signals back to the Federation when the environment was appropriate. Once his signals were received, the elite intelligence group made of members of the Strategic Deception Center, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the Dim Moon Fund would jump over as the first wave and establish a long-term, professional station for intelligence work. If the Devilish Scorpion Galaxy was too rough to serve as a platform and no valuable intelligence could be found, Li Yao would find a way to move to the worlds at the periphery of the Imperium where the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was more active. Then, he would try to collect some messages through the intelligence network of the merchants. It would be even better if he could step into the core circle of the Imperium and find a spy that the Federation could make use of. For Li Yao himself, he also had a personal motive. He had not forgotten Li Linghai, who could be his foster father's old lover. Li Linghai had been the crown princess of the Imperium of true human beings more than 100 years ago. Judging from the intelligence that the Black Wind Fleet had received intermittently in the past 100 years, the previous crown princess had already become the queen. After the death of Black Star the Great Wuxia, no emperor as dominating as him had appeared in the 1,000 years of succession of the crown. Even though they were not puppets, they were always hamstrung by the aristocrats, ministers, and warlords. Therefore, the identity of queen was not very impressive by itself. However, through Di Feiwen, Li Yao also learned that the Queen Li Linghai was from the Li family of Kanglin. The Li family of Kanglin was a deep-rooted noble family that had been prosperous since the age of the Star Ocean Republic with a history of thousands of years. When Wuxia overturned the Republic and established a monarchy, the Li family of Kanglin had made great contributions. The fact that it was one of the 4 Kurfürst families was the best proof for the capability of the Li family of Kanglin. Li Linghai was apparently one of the central figures in the Li family of Kanglin. Otherwise, how would she have been qualified to be the queen of the Imperium? How did such a mysterious and strong woman get in touch with Li Yao's foster father, a refugee from the Covenant Alliance? Also, his foster father had given him half of what appeared to be a key and asked him to deliver it to Li Linghai, promising that Li Linghai would certainly guarantee the safety of Li Yao and even the Star Glory Federation. What was the meaning of that? In any case, Li Linghai and the Li family of Kanglin were a lead that was worth following. Since the Imperium was not well united, the Li family of Kanglan would have its own ambitions and interests too. Perhaps the two parties could achieve cooperation of a certain degree. Whatever the price was, the Federation needed to have 10 to 20 golden years of development. After that, the Federation would have the sharpest claws and teeth. That was Li Yao's goal. Basically, he now had three identities. First of all, he was naturally an emissary who was responsible for the reconnaissance for the main troops and the search for a suitable platform. Secondly, he was a diplomat. The relation between the Federation and the Imperium was very subtle right now, and they were not necessarily sworn enemies who had to fight the moment they met. Even if the Federation could not live in peace with the Imperium in the general sense, it was at least possible to compromise with certain forces within the Imperium and make a deal with them. Who else was more qualified to take part in diplomatic activities on behalf of the Star Glory Federation than Li Yao? Eventually, in the worst-case scenario that nobody wanted to see, he would also be the most dangerous expert who would be responsible for the unrestricted warfare and asymmetric attacks within the Imperium in retribution for the Imperium's invasion against the Federation. Of course, the Federation would not place all their hope on him alone. According to the deal, if he did not send any messages back in half a year, a second batch of experts who were combinations of emissaries, diplomats, and destroyers would be sent out to the Imperium. 1934 A new journey begins. In order to perform the most important infiltration mission in the history of the Star Glory Federation, Li Yao's gear had been fully upgraded with the application of the most cutting-edge technology after the Federation's 100 years of development. As a literal espionage starship, the Heavenly Eye model of exploration starships not only had a fully automatic navigation and maneuver system, which could automatically search for and reach the coordinates inputted on the star map even if the only crew member entered the hibernation state, but also had a remote communication system that could automatically expand. The enormous system made of 100 communication units that were refined out of memory alloys was compressed at the rear of the starship when not in use, occupying only 1/3 of the cabin. When it was to be used, it could automatically expand into an enormous antenna with a diameter of hundreds of meters within 24 hours. With enough spiritual energy, it could send a 3-minute video message to the edge of the cosmos. Also, the system boasted a high anti-interference ability. Neither cosmic storms nor wormholes were likely to completely obliterate the message that it sent out. At the borderland of the Star Glory Federation, 12 information reception bases of a gargantuan scale had been established, with thousands of antennas moving slowly, searching for the traces from the center of the cosmos to make sure that Li Yao's message would be received the moment it was sent out. The whole system was fully automated. Even if Li Yao was not inside the starship, it could stay on hold for several years by absorbing solar energy or send a message to the edge of the cosmos after every designated time. Of course, considering that the exploration starship was too large for Li Yao to carry with him when he went into the heartland of the Imperium, or that it might be necessary to destroy the espionage starship on his own if it was discovered by the Imperium, Li Yao also brought another type of portable communication magical equipment with him. Such a piece of magical equipment that could be stored in a cosmos ring could not send any messages independently. It was in fact a piece of parasitic magical equipment designed to hack the communication bases of the Imperium. The virus provided by the specialists of the Black Wind Fleet targeting the communication system of the Imperium would allow Li Yao to hijack a communication base of the Imperium for a while to send out messages in secret. Other than communication, which was of paramount importance, the most useful things were the crystals and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There was a famous saying about training, which was that training was like rowing a boat against the current. You were either making progress or moving backward. There was another famous saying about training, which was that nobody could live without food. With Li Yao's capability, his demand for resources every day was as huge as the demand of a heavy starship. Without a long-term, steady supply, unless he kept suppressing his level to an extremely low state with the soul converging technique, a few high-intensity battles in a row would definitely starve his fleshly body and the soul inside his brain. Behind enemy lines, it was practically impossible to have all the resources that an expert close to the divinity transformation stage needed. It was almost like a hungry dinosaur appeared in a tiny forest, and it would not be a secret if the predator began to prey on the living creatures in the forest. Therefore, Li Yao carried 20 cosmos rings with him. Also, A lot of the cosmos rings were used to store colossi and therefore boasted an astonishing amount of storage space. The crystal cores and the marrow crystals that the Federation had collected for 100 years and contained the most spiritual energy filled the cosmos rings entirely. Not a single grain of rice could have squeezed in. Those resources should be enough to support at least 1.5 years high-intensity training and fighting for Liao. If he failed to sneak into the local environment of the Imperium or deliver any effective messages after a year and a half, he would have to pray for luck on his own. Considering the complexity of the environment within the Imperium and the immortal cultivators' excellent methods of detecting cosmos rings, if Liao intended to sneak into a certain organization in the Imperium in disguise, his body would certainly be searched for cosmos rings. Since it was not necessarily safe to carry the cosmos rings with him, the Federation had installed localization chips of the latest model on those cosmos rings. The localization chips would release a feeble wave automatically every so often. The wave was similar to the natural radiation that a lot of mines would emanate, but it would be possible to trace the wave back with special detectors. If Liao really meant to sneak into a certain heavily guarded organization in the Imperium, he could hide all the cosmos rings in a secret location beforehand. With his perception close to the divinity transformation stage and with the help of the detector, he would not worry that the cosmos rings would be lost as long as they were on the same planet. He could always find a way to retrieve the cosmos rings after he passed the examination and won the enemy's trust. Now that the possibility of infiltration in disguise was taken into consideration, false identities were definitely necessary. Thankfully, there were too many autonomic forces in the Imperium of true human beings. A lot of planets and sectors all managed their own business and had a lot of clandestine soldiers. There were also countless merchants and space pirates who wandered in the sea of stars. In many cases, the two types of people were actually the same time. Di Feiwen helped Liao prepare more than 10 identities that were almost real with all the necessary background files. All of them were small fries in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage. After all, for experts in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage, they were rare talents even in the Imperium. It was impossible for Di Feiwen to fabricate the life story of an expert in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage recklessly. Besides, there was also the title of Black Wind King. Liao had accepted the pledge of loyalty from the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet as well as the scepter as the commander of the Black Wind Fleet. Although he had not been approved by the Emperor, he was now the authentic Black Wind King according to the tradition of the Imperium. The title of Black Wind King was not something so intimidating that whoever heard it would shudder in fear and kneel before him. On the contrary, if he could not demonstrate enough strength, he would only raise unnecessary attention and get himself burnt. However, if his fists were hard enough, his saber was fast enough, and his colossus was big enough, such an identity could save Liao a lot of trouble and make it easier for him to be acknowledged by the people of the Imperium. As for exactly how the value of the title could be best utilized, Liao would have to make smart responses when the time came. After everything was set, Liao spent the next 2 weeks with Ding Lingdang. For Ding Lingdang personally, she was very tempted to travel to the center of the cosmos with Liao. However, her identity was too special. She was the incumbent Supreme Speaker of the Federation, but even when she went to the center of the cosmos after her retirement as a former Supreme Speaker of the Federation, it would still be rather awkward if anything went wrong. The Federation was in a subtle relationship with the Imperium. The Federation was not ready for total war against the Imperium yet. Even if it was capable of stabbing the Imperium in the back, it remained to be seen whether or not such a decision would be made when another great enemy, the Covenant Alliance, seemed to be up to something greater. Liao was respected as the dominator of 3 sectors among the people, and he was also the pillar of the brand new interest group that controlled the Federation. However, he was not appointed to any official post. Such an identity would be very convenient after he went to the Imperium. He could be a representative of the authorities or a man who was on personal errands. Whatever happened, there would be room for negotiation. However, if the former Speaker of the Federation was lost in the Imperium or even killed by the immortal cultivators, there would be little room for negotiation and concession. Therefore, Ding Lingdang could only seize the last few days to have competitions of beliefs with Liao day and night to prepare for their prolonged departure. As it turned out, under their destructive competitions of beliefs, Liao's level was showing signs of breaking through again. It seemed that the wall between the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage was getting thinner and thinner and could be shattered at any point. If he could advance into the divinity transformation stage before he went to the Imperium, it would certainly be a great enhancement for his journey to the Imperium. However, training was not like in a novel or a game. The breakthrough would not necessarily take place when some values reached the tipping point. Although Liao sensed that the surging spiritual energy was flooding inside his cells, blood, and brain non-stop like a volcanic eruption, it remained to be seen what kind of opportunity he would run into for him to make the leap that was of paramount importance. He had spent the last 3 days in the Star Glory Federation in Floating Spear City, his hometown. Floating Spear City, the place where his legend began, was also the best starting point for him to bid farewell to the Star Glory Federation and walk to the center of the cosmos. As the hometown of Vulture Liao, Floating Spear City was vastly different from during his childhood. Not only had its coverage been expanded by at least 5 times, it was also marching toward the sky and beneath the earth. The population had been increased by more than 20 times. The magical equipment graveyard of the past was long gone, replaced by jam-packed skyscrapers and busy traffic that extended into the sky. However, looking at the hometown that was both familiar and strange, Liao's eyes seemed to have surpassed the limits of time and space and saw the magical equipment graveyard where wastewater and gas were running loose. He saw the young man in the playground of Crimson Nimbus No. 2 High School. At that time, there was a furiously burning fire in his heart. He felt quite lucky that the fire did not die down at all after 100 years. It was burning even more brightly. Liao put down everything and tasted the local specialties of his hometown on the streets and in the underground ghost city of Floating Spear City. Ding Ling Dang, Jin Xinyue, Wu Mayan, Xianin, Guochunfeng, the Fire Ant King, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, all his family, friends, and disciples went to Floating Spear City to see him off. After spending the 3 carefree days in satisfaction, Liao returned to the launch base of the Heavens Artillery in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The Heavenly Eye Plan was a top secret of top secrets. Except for his family and friends and the leadership of the Federation, few people knew that the most dangerous man at the edge of the cosmos had already ripped through space and darted to the center of the cosmos in the cold morning. By few, it was not counting 2 little children who were as cute as dolls. Nobody knew how the 2 seemingly harmless and pitiful children appeared in the murky, chaotic Dragon Snake Space Zone. 1935 at the Leo Dock, civilization arrives. Having enjoyed decades of abnormal prosperity, the Dragon Snake Space Zone was now embracing its doom. The lawless, abnormal paradise was a land of outcasts that the Federation intentionally set up in order to fish up enemies, which even the outcasts knew clearly. However, at that time, they had still been under the naive illusion that the liberators from the Imperium of true human beings would sweep across and suppress the Star Glory Federation completely after they arrived. In that case, they would certainly welcome the Imperium's army and fight their way back to their homes to relive their lives as nobles and rulers. However, the luxurious dream was soon shattered by the news of the Black Wind Fleet's crushing defeat. No outcasts thought that the aggressive expedition army of the Imperium would suffer such a great defeat. None of them had ever considered how they should live on after the Imperium's failure. It was impossible for them to surrender. They all had entrenched interests in the Water Crystal sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Uranian Ring sector in the past. Since they had been deprived of everything by the Federation, they hated the Federation's guts and would never submit to the Federation. Besides, according to the Federation's theory, a lot of them owed bloody debts, and their hands were stained with the blood of the ordinary people. The Federation did not let go of them even when under the massive pressure of the expedition army of the Imperium, but sent out a large pack of headhunters to the Dragon Snake Space Zone to take them down. Since the Federation had completely crushed the Black Wind Fleet and become the one and only dominator at the edge of the cosmos, was there any need at all to accept their surrender? The outcasts were no better than meat on a chopping block. 2 years prior, when the Black Wind Fleet had just been crushed, the Federation had focused most of its attention on Boneyard and the great development of the Ancient Sages sector. It had no time to bother with the little land of chaos. Besides, other than the outdated nobles who were still resisting stubbornly, the Dragon Snake Space Zone had a lot of ordinary people who had been moved to the place by the nobles. Now that the two parties had signed a peace pact on the surface, it was certainly inappropriate for the Federation to attack the Dragon Snake Space Zone on a large scale. Since the Dragon Snake Space Zone had always been fish that the Federation fed in a tank, now that the larger stage was under the Federation's control, it could do whatever it wanted to the outcasts. Naturally, there was no need to resort to means that were too harsh, which would affect the glorious image of the Federation. Therefore, the outcasts from the Dragon Snake Space Zone spent their last 2 peaceful years uneasily. After the integration of the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, the construction on Boneyard, and the establishment of Ancient Sage's Special District, the Federation was finally able to resolve the problem of the Dragon Snake Space Zone without meeting any hindrance. Even the most sluggish outcasts could clearly sense that the noose tied their neck was getting tighter, and the daggers embedded inside the noose were stabbing into their carotid arteries. One light cough, and their heads would immediately be chopped off. They had absolutely no chance to deal with the incoming death. The riots that were taking place in the Dragon Snake Space Zone were more like the last joy they had before their death than struggles to survive their death. Therefore, the crime rate in the Dragon Snake Space Zone over the last year had increased dozens of times over. Atrocious cases were happening all the time, and gang fights large and small never stopped, which should come as no surprise. Everybody wanted to survive, whatever it took. Everybody was working hard to make up for their crimes by capturing a few big fish among the outcasts for the Federation. The big fish, knowing that they were doomed, tried everything possible to change their appearance and their names, sometimes even going to the vast space to hide for a while, hoping to escape to the heartland of the Federation under a false identity and find a remote place to settle in, so that their lives could be saved. The Dragon Snake Space Zone was certainly no place for a strengthless, ordinary citizen. The Leo Dock was a particularly perilous place that was full of unexpected danger. It was a space dock not far away from Fish Dragon City, the main city of the Dragon Snake Space Zone, and it comprised hundreds of scrap starships, which meant that it could also be called a starship dump of a fairly large scale. The main business of the dock was the modification, maintenance, and upgrade of starships. The Dragon Snake Space Zone was a place where space pirates fought space pirates. Naturally, it boasted a high starship maintenance ability. Dismantling more than 10 scrap starships and reassembling their parts into a brand new starship was a high-risk, difficult job in the Federation that was strictly forbidden, but it was merely a daily routine in this place. After the War of the Uranian Ring, the nobles of the Uranian Ring sector who lost the war had arrived at the place with countless warships. They had further improved the maintenance and modification level of the Dragon Snake Space Zone. They had also brought tremendous debris of scrap starships with them. Naturally, in order to have a factory of starship maintenance and modification in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, one must have the support of brutal, capable big shots who thrived in the place. That was exactly the case for the Leo Dock, which was a business that belonged to the Furious Lion Gang. Among the many ruthless, notorious forces in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, the Furious Lion Gang was one of the most revered ones. Therefore, when Jean Bebe saw the two pink, cute children next to the shivering metal garbage made of debris of starships that could fall at any moment, she was so surprised that she almost could not believe her eyes. The two guys had round cheeks and the smoothest skin. Their sweet dimples and their big eyes that were glittering like stars were enough to motivate anyone who saw them to hug them and rub their faces. They looked very similar, suggesting that they should be twins, but the air around them was vastly different. The boy looked vigorous and scared of nothing. The girl was relatively quiet, if not shy, but also full of curiosity about the entire world. In any case, they were two children that should not have appeared there at all. This was a lair of scumbags, murderers, and bandits, not a place that two harmless, pitiful children should visit. Jean Bebe's father was one of the best welding masters of the Uranian Ring sector. She had learned a thing or two from her father, too. The father and daughter had managed to make a living in the Leo Dock with their handicraft. Despite the protection of such an identity, Jean Bebe was still occasionally harassed by scoundrels. Chances were that she would be swallowed by the wolves without leaving the tiniest bones behind. Jean Bebe was aware that there were some pedophiliac perverts among the scoundrels. If such juicy and delicious children fell into their hands, they might hope that the garbage mountain had collapsed and killed them immediately. More importantly, how did the two children sneak into the dock in the first place? This was a space dock surrounded by a dark, cold vacuum. It was impossible to drift in at all. It's dangerous. Get out of there. Jean Bebe's heart was grabbed when she saw the two innocent and ignorant children. She imagined that the two children must have escaped from a starship that had come for maintenance and modification. Recently, a lot of big fish in Fish Dragon City had been planning their escape. They needed to modify their starships into the model that could drift for decades in a long journey by itself. The business in the Leo dock was thriving. Several starships waited in line for maintenance and modification every day. Many people took off to the depths of space after the modification was done, not even returning to Fish Dragon City. Since they were going to escape, it was not strange that they would take their children with them. Having no time to consider much, Jean Bebe hurried to move forward and grasp one child with each arm, rescuing them before the metal mountain collapsed. Her physical strength was rather huge, thanks to her years of experience working with enormous metal components during the maintenance of starships. Crack, crack, crack. The metal mountain piled up by debris of starships collapsed behind her. The two children both shrank their necks and said nothing, but there was not much fear on their faces. They simply stared at her with their big eyes in apparent curiosity. Who are you two brats exactly? Did you not see the maintenance base? Staff only sign outside. After returning to the small warehouse where she kept her welding materials, Jean Bebe finally took a deep breath in relief. She asked the two children, "Who did you come here with? Where are your parents? Why didn't they take care of you?" The two children looked at each other and pouted at the same time. "Mom is very busy and has no time to take care of us," the boy said. "Besides, she is surrounded by many mean uncles and aunts who do not allow us to approach her. If we barge in by force, it will be dangerous for us. Our father went to a place very far away," the girl said. "We want to go to meet our father." Ha! Jean Bebe did not expect such an answer. What kind of irresponsible parents were they? Did the two children sneak into a starship and go to the Leo dock by accident? It was very possible. The two children were beautiful and lovely, but their faces and hands were covered in oil stains and dirt, and their clothes were as ragged as a beggar's. There was no telling how much they had suffered before they went to the Leo dock. Jean Bebe recalled the days when she traveled to the Dragon Snake Space Zone with her father through so much trouble as a little girl. Her heart immediately softened. Thinking for a moment, she took out 2 white crystals and threw them into 2 cups. After a shake, they immediately turned into 2 cups of warm milk. Handing over the milk, she said very gently, "Don't be scared. Have a rest at my place first. We'll work this out, right? My name is Jean Bebe. What are your names?" "Thank you, Sister Bebe." The two children were very polite. They took over the milk with both hands and sipped carefully. They seemed very unused to the taste of milk, or rather, they were very unused to the very movement of drink. They appeared restrained, rigid, and even mechanical. "It's so delicious." The boy licked his lips. "My name is Li Xiaoming. So, this is the taste of real milk." The girl blinked her big, crystal-like eyes. "My name is Li Wenwen. 1936 me, my dad." And my grandpa Jean Bebe felt her heart aching as she watched the two children gulp the milk. She could not help but take out the sweets that she had hidden in secret before. Looking at them eating the food ravenously as if they had not had anything for a long time, Jean Bebe felt both sorry and ridiculous. While the two children were eating, Jean Bebe took the opportunity to ask them about their hometown, their parents, and how they got to the Leo dock. There was no telling whether the two children were highly vigilant or downright silly, but they could not say who their parents were or where they came from at all. As for exactly how they got to the Leo dock, they did not hide anything. Exactly as Jean Bebe had speculated, they snuck into a starship in Fish Dragon City and were brought to this place later, although it was hard to imagine how two children who were still wet behind the ears hid themselves from all the crew members on the starship and how they appeared inside the dock without being caught by any of the surveillance cameras. However, that was the only plausible explanation so far. So, you do not have any family on the starships that are currently docked here? Jean Bebe found it tricky. This is not good. What are you going to do now? The two children's answer, however, amused her. Xiaoming and Wenwen said that it was not entirely an accident that they had gone to the Leo dock but a planned trip. They had been preparing to go to the Dragon Snake Space Zone to find a place where they could modify and upgrade starships so that they could get a starship capable of remote space jumps and go to meet their father. You don't know what you are doing at all. Seeing that the two children were talking about remote space jump and other crap carefully, utterly unbefitting for their age, Jean Bebe could not help but feel worried about their future. Let me tell you, no good guys ever come to the Leo dock to maintain or modify their starships. They will not care about two cash-strapped children like you at all, and they won't help you find your father. No, if they are willing to take you with them, it will be even more dangerous because they will likely do very terrible things to you. She thought that it should be enough to scare the two children, but she was greatly surprised by their reply. We do not intend to board on anyone's starship, Li Xiaoming said solemnly. I have seen the starships modified in Sister Bebe's dock. They are too lousy and will fall apart after only a few remote space jumps. Thankfully, there are all kinds of materials and parts here. Li Wenwen began to speak nonsense, too. The starships that have come here for maintenance have brought abundant fuel and resources. It should be enough for us to upgrade a starship on our own. You want to modify and upgrade a starship on your own? Jean Bebe was utterly dumbfounded, unable to imagine what kind of greenhouse the two children had been raised in that made them so innocent and ignorant. Leaving the technological and cost problems aside, the starships docked in the Leo dock mostly carried desperados who were in a hurry to run away. However rich the buyers might be, they would not sell their fuel and resources. If the two children were really carrying precious items with them, they would certainly be killed and thrown into the high-energy reactors. What could their father do about it even if he were a god? You must not do anything stupid, Jean Bebe said, somewhat at a loss. Let me think if there's anything I can do for you. I don't know what to do yet, but your way is definitely not going to work out. It's not so simple. The starships docked here won't sell the precious fuel and resources to you at all. Even if they do, the owner of the dock, sell. The two children looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. With the most naive and innocent smiles, they said, We did not say that we intended to buy what we need. We don't have any money. Well, Jean Bebe was completely defeated by the two children. She paced back and forth in the small warehouse for a long time. Then she began to shift her attention to the little children's parents. Do your parents not have any contact details? Perhaps I can help you reach out to them. If they have some forces under their control, it would be easier. We do have Mom's contact, but it is very dangerous to talk to her because we will be discovered. We are too weak right now and do not want anybody to discover us, Xiaoming said naively. Dad went to a place far, far away and is beyond reach right now. We want to find him. Where did your dad go? Jean Bebe asked. Why did he go there? Xiaoming ignored the first question and simply answered the second one. Our dad went to look for his dad. Your dad's dad? So, you mean your grandpa? Does your grandpa not live with you? Why did your dad go to look for your grandpa? Jean Bebe scratched her head, wondering if some complicated family issues were involved. It seemed quite a headache. Dad's dad. Well, I think it should be our grandpa, shouldn't it? The two strange kids tilted their head and thought for a long time before they decided the obvious question. Licking the cake residue on her lips, Wenwen said while she swung her legs that looked like lotus roots. We have no idea why Dad went to look for Grandpa, either, but they seem to be in a rather bad relationship. We merely want to go there and observe how exactly Dad treats Grandpa. Right, Sister Bebe? With cream all over his lips, Xiaoming suddenly said, We do not know how to treat Dad, so we want to see how Dad treats Grandpa and then adopt the same pattern. It is like do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do you think it makes sense? Jean Bebe could not help but feel amused. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That is not how you should use the phrase. However, it is basically correct, isn't it? If your dad treats your grandpa well, you should be nice to your dad. If your dad does not treat your grandpa well, you should find a way to teach him a lesson so that he will be nicer to your grandpa. Jean Bebe had a very responsible father. The two of them had lived with each other throughout many difficulties. Hearing what the children said, she had already pictured an irresponsible and bad-tempered father and a mother who was occupied in work and neglected her children for the sake of her career or power. She could not help but despise the father and the mother whose names she did not know yet. If Dad treats Grandpa well, we will be nice to Dad. If Dad treats Grandpa badly, we will treat Dad in exactly the same way. This is so reasonable. Xiaoming seemed to be greatly enlightened. Thinking for a moment, he asked, "Then, what if Dad kills Grandpa? Can we kill Dad too?" "What?" Jean Bebe was stunned again, finding it hard to believe her eyes. She could not understand the calmest determination of killing in the childish tone. Either. "Wait, I don't think Dad will necessarily kill Grandpa. It is possible that Grandpa will kill Dad instead," one said casually, still enjoying the cake. "I feel that Grandpa is tougher. The odds are higher that Grandpa will kill Dad." What kind of messy family was that? Jean Bebe was completely overwhelmed. In such a dark, lawless place as the Dragon Snake Space Zone, she had seen too many inhuman, monstrous things. Even if she did not see them with her own eyes, they were on the news every day. However, even the most insane villains would not speak of parricide in such a casual way, would they? Seeing the two naive, innocent children having creamy cake and sweet milk, with milk stain on their noses and their lips, which made them cuter than ever, while they talked about such unscrupulous things, Jean Bebe truly felt, observing the gleams in the kids' eyes. Jean Bebe somehow had a feeling that they actually understood every word they said perfectly, and that it was really possible that they would kill their own father. How can you do that?" Jean Bebe said at a loss. "How can you kill your own father? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If Dad truly kills his dad, then it is only natural that he should be killed by his own children. He shouldn't have any complaints, should he?" Xiaoming extended his tongue to lick the milk on the edges of the cup. "Besides, even if we don't want to kill Dad, it is possible that Dad will want to kill us. Isn't it?" "Yes, not just Dad. Chances are that Grandpa wants us dead, too," one added. "I even vaguely have a feeling that Grandpa wanted to kill Dad to prevent our arrival because he was scared that Dad would give birth to us. In that case, maybe both Grandpa and Dad want to kill us. So we should consider killing them both. Although we are weak, we cannot simply sit here and wait to be killed by them. Am I right, Sister Bebe?" The boy and the girl put on sweet smiles at the same time. The smiles, however, were even more hideous than fiends in hell in Jean Bebe's eyes. Every vein inside Jean Bebe's body almost froze into ice. She could not even begin to imagine what kind of monsters she had brought back. She stammered in fear. "What kind of family are you?" "Just a very common one," Xiaoming said. "Aren't all the big families in the universe the same?" Jean Bebe would rather not spend any time with the two little evil creatures any longer. She would rather face the rude, filthy workers in the maintenance workshops than face the two innocent and harmless children. However, the moment she opened the gate of the welding materials, a deafening explosion took place outside. Roars and screams rained upon her like a thunderstorm on a summer afternoon. Somebody was attacking the Leo dock. The blood all over Jean Bebe's body flooded to her head before it froze right below her skull. She forgot the two children's nonsense immediately. The threat in front of her eyes was more real and imminent. The Dragon Snake Space Zone had been chaotic recently. The deterrence of all the gangs and forces had been lowered to the minimum in front of the desperados who were in a hurry to get away. Rumors had spread months ago that the leader of the Furious Lion Gang owed bloody debts in the Uranian Ring sector and even once murdered a lot of headhunters from the Federation. He was believed to be a must-kill target for the Federation. Whoever annihilated the Furious Lion Gang and chopped off the boss's head would perhaps be pardoned by the Federation. Jean Bebe and her father were not exactly members of the Furious Lion Gang. In fact, they had been half coerced and half kidnapped. They only managed to survive in the den of tigers and wolves with their remarkable handicraft in welding. However, at this moment the Furious Lion Gang became their only reliance. However despicable the gangsters were, the desperados outside would certainly be 100 times viler. We're screwed. Having spent more than 10 years in the Leo dock, Jean Bebe was certainly not a strengthless, vulnerable woman. She simply picked up a storm bolter that was even thicker than her thigh from a corner of the warehouse. Then she patted the welding gun hanging on her waist and shouted at the two kids, telling them to stay here, before she left the warehouse in a hurry. Explosions came from docks and maintenance workshops non-stop. The never-ending shrieks inside the communication channel made Jean Bebe's heart heavier and heavier. The most dreadful thing that had worried her for months finally happened. The leader of the Furious Lion Gang had been killed in Fish Dragon City earlier that day. After his fall, most of the forces and businesses that belonged to the Furious Lion Gang had immediately collapsed. The desperados who had been staying on the 10 or so starships that were to be modified and upgraded in the Leo dock immediately changed their mind. They looted the Leo dock, trying to steal fuel, magical equipment units, and excellent technicians, all of which were necessary for a long space voyage. The Leo dock had become a living hell. When the bandits on the 10 or so starships attacked abruptly, the gangsters in the dock were caught unprepared and half-defeated the moment they engaged. Smoke and fire were rising everywhere. Countless members of the Furious Lion Gang were directly tossed into the flames. The fiendish fire triggered by special fuel could not be extinguished even after they jumped into the cooling pools. They could only be burnt to ash in the middle of ear-splitting screams. The feeble resistance was soon suppressed. Jean Bebe vaguely saw more than 10 brawny men in crystal suits coming to the rear with 30 or so beast puppets in the form of spiders, scorpions, and hounds. She was not a dedicated combatant after all, and her body rose higher than she should have when she peeped at the enemy's movement, which gave her away immediately. A few brawny men waved their hands, and more than 10 beast puppets jumped on her. Hew! She pulled the trigger subconsciously, only to be shaken so violently by the powerful recoil that her legs trembled hard. A cluster of glittering waves darted out of the barrel and disappeared without even touching a hair of the desperados. She was about to adjust her breath and shoot again when a rusted, mechanical hound crashed into her chest brutally like a cannonball. Jean Bebe heard the cracks of her ribs. Half of her scream was stuffed back into her throat. The world dimmed before her eyes as she passed out. When she woke up again because of the excruciating pain in her abdomen, she discovered sadly that only half a minute had passed. More than 10 brawny men who were breathing rapidly surrounded her like a high wall, blocking the artificial sunlight from the dome. They had all taken off their helmets, revealing their scarred, hideous faces mixed with brutality and evilness. Their eyes seemed to have grown teeth, trying to chew and swallow Jean Bebe from her toes centimeter by centimeter. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I didn't expect such a precious good to be hidden inside the Leo dock. A man with a spider tattoo on his face chuckled. Grabbing Jean Bebe's neck and picking her up, he extended his lumpy, hot tongue to Jean Bebe's soft cheek, with dirty brilliance beaming out of his eyes. So sweet! The nightmarish scene made Jean Bebe struggle hard and kick the man's crystal suit. Naturally, it was utterly useless other than turning her own feet numb. She almost felt like crying. Waving her hands crazily, she suddenly touched an everyday item from the back of her waist that she had been using. In a movement as fast as lightning, Jean Bebe adjusted the tiny welding gun to the highest temperature and pressed it at the man's face. Arg! The scoundrel with a spider tattoo was about to taste delicious food. It never occurred to him that a thorn would be hidden below the food. His eyes were nearly blinded by the welding gun. Thankfully, the welding gun had just been activated by Jean Bebe, so the temperature was not very high. Even so, a black spot the size of a chess piece was burnt below an eye of the brawny man. The bandits around were slightly dazed, before they burst into wild laughter. Somebody chuckled and cheered for Jean Bebe, and some even directly mocked the man with the spider tattoo who was so impatient that he had lost the most basic wariness. "You filthy bitch!" Being humiliated in front of his fellows, the man with the spider tattoo could not have been more infuriated. With brutality beaming out of his eyes, he gritted his teeth and exerted more strength to grab Jean Bebe's neck, which was pinched so hard that she felt that she was being beheaded. Enough! A low, deep roar suddenly echoed behind the man with a spider tattoo. Somebody kicked him right in the waist and blew him away. Naturally, Jean Bebe fell to the ground as a result. Her head was dizzy, and the world was swirling around her. In a trance, Jean Bebe saw a bald man more than 2.2 meters tall, whose eyes had been modified and replaced with deep black crystal cameras. Walking close to her, there was also an upside-down triangle on the greasy forehead of the bald man. At the center of the tattoo was the pattern of an eyeball filled with black stripes. Black triangle. Jean Bebe did not feel any joy upon being saved. She recognized the tattoo and knew that the bald man nicknamed Black Triangle was an infamously brutal man in the Dragon Snake Space Zone and a ruthless bounty hunter. He was a lunatic who did not hesitate to let 100 civilians die with the target in order to complete the mission. Jean Bebe did not feel that such a man would take interest in saving a damsel in distress. As expected, Black Triangle's cold eyes rolled over her before he casually said, "There's no telling how long we will have to lay low in the sea of stars this time. This bitch seems healthy and strong enough for our brothers to play with for a couple of years. If you kill her here, I will directly squeeze your balls out without using a knife and ask you to eat them. Is that clear?" The ferocious bandits were all frightened. The man with the spider tattoo was even shuddering hard in fear. He shrank his neck and said, "Very, very clear, big brother." Jean Bebe's soul was completely frozen. With courage that came from nowhere, she used the last bit of her strength to draw a dagger from her waist and stab into her own throat. Crack! Her arm was directly broken by a rock that Black Triangle kicked out. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground together with Jean Bebe's last hope. She was in such agony that she was not even able to scream. Furthermore, Black Triangle was utterly expressionless. He eyed Jean Bebe as if he were examining a good that was in a rather good condition. He turned back and asked, "Old man, is this your daughter?" A swollen, bleeding middle-aged man was escorted out by two bandits while vomiting blood. "Dad!" Although her father had been deformed due to torture, Jean Bebe still recognized him immediately. "Bebe!" Her father's eyeballs almost exploded out of his eye sockets as he shouted desperately, but he was punched heavily in the mouth. A few of his teeth were blown away, and whatever was left of his voice was pressed back into his throat. He could only struggle hard, like a frog whose limbs had been cut off. "Very well." Black Triangle looked at them, utterly unmoved. He even put on a smile as the father and the daughter bled and cried. "The father and the daughter are both welding technicians that will be very useful for our long voyage. Watch over them closely after we get them on board. Try not to kill them." "Understood." All the bandits around nodded before they moved forward and picked up Jean Bebe. "Dad! Dad! Dad!" Jean Bebe struggled with all her strength, kicking and hitting like a beast that had gone mad. "Listen up, bitch." Black Triangle had seen too many scenes like that. "My brothers are always gentle with women. If you cooperate with us obediently, chances are that we will set your father and you free in a few years. But if you are determined to kill yourself, I will have someone do the things that are supposed to be done to you to your father every day. Do you understand?" "Ah, arg." Jean Bebe and her father had a complete meltdown, letting out humanly impossible screams. The sound of the dock being burnt down with the explosions, the collapses, the screams of the innocent and the laughter of the bandit, composed an ear-splitting melody that could not have been heard often even in hell. Right then, "Sister Bebe, are you uncomfortable?" Two voices that were almost impossible to hear in the living hell spread out from the metal ruins in front of everyone. The voices were made by two children less than 10 years old, who were glimmering all over their bodies and did not fit into the current scene at all. There seemed no reason for them to appear in this place. The two cute, innocent kids each held a glass of milk in one hand and a cake in the other, while they blinked their shining eyes and stared at everyone with great curiosity. 1938 order. Please. Sister Bebe is hurt and needs timely treatment. The senses of your hands are very important for you as a welding technician. If your broken arm is not treated in time, chances are that it will affect your senses. The two kids commented on her injury as if nobody were around, without the slightest shock, fear, or panic on their faces. They seemed to be utterly unaware of the situation that they were in. Rather, they appeared unsympathetic about what had happened to Jean Bebe and were merely stating the simplest fact. The weird picture cast all the bandits into a daze. The ruthless, atrocious bandits were all at a loss as to what to do in the moment. Jean Bebe, however, was grasped by desperation. She shouted with the last bit of her strength, "Run, Xiaoming! Run, Wenwen! Hee. The dock is not big at all. Where do you want them to run to?" Black Triangle, the leader of the bandits, was the first to come back to himself. He eyed the two plump kids indifferently and smiled. "I didn't know that the bitch had been raising two smaller ones. They can be brought to the Starship, too. There's no telling how long we will have to hide this time. Even if they are not useful right now, they will certainly be in a year or two. If they are absolutely useless, they can still be sold at a decent price. In my opinion, they can be useful even now." One of the bandits who had lumps all over his face and looked like a bull grinned hideously. "Our brothers will certainly be gentle and not damage them while we are playing." "Eh. Hee. Ha ha ha." The bandits burst into laughter again. The metal ruins regained the lively atmosphere from before. Jean Bebe's hoarse voice was like a broken boat being drowned in a vast ocean. "Run. Run now. Sister Bebe, are you in pain?" Xiaoming and Wenwen were untouched by the bandits' laughter and Jean Bebe's screams. The boy squatted and licked the cream on the cake while he observed her wounds. In the end, he said, "Let me guess. You want to kill those people, don't you? If you do, we can help you. But we cannot directly kill human beings," the little girl added in a childish tone. "You have to invite us to kill people in order to destroy all the human beings in this place." "No. Invite is not enough. It involves permission issues which are quite complicated. It has to be in order," Xiaoming said. "Sister Bebe, please order us to kill all the human beings in this place." What? Intense confusion beamed out of Jean Bebe's face. Her head had been boiled into such a mess that she could not understand the strange talk of the two children at all. She simply went on. "Run. Run away." Frowning, Xiaoming and Wenwen said at the same time, "Repeat. Please order us to kill all the human beings here, or we won't be able to help you at all. Even though we appreciate your milk and cake very much and are very happy to help you." Jean Bebe was still baffled. "Run. Run. Run away now. It appears that Sister Bebe cannot improve our permissions." Xiaoming and Wenwen sighed as if they were adults. They looked around and then moved their eyes on Black Triangle, the bounty hunter and the killer. The two dolls smiled at the same time. "Uncle," Xiaoming asked courteously, "can you order us to kill all the human beings in this place? Because Sister Bebe really seems to be in great pain." With a sweet smile, Wenwen closed her hands and looked at the ferocious bandits with her watery big eyes. "We are very grateful to her and want to relieve her of her pain. Can you help us, Uncle?" Black Triangle was stunned. All the bandits were awed by the weirdness of the two children. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they did not know what to say for a long time. Crack, 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 crack. The two high-performance crystal cameras inside Black Triangle's eye sockets suddenly unleashed invisible waves of light, scanning the two children from inside to outside, including all their internal organs. The two brats are obviously made of the most common flesh and blood and do not even have a cosmos ring with them. Yet they are pretending to be mysterious. They think they can scare us away in such a way. The triangle tattoo on Black Triangle's forehead bounced as he rubbed his fists and grinned hideously. Brats nowadays are getting more and more sophisticated. Interesting. Really interesting. If you are so into acting, I will come up with more dramas for you to enjoy. The other bandits realized what had happened and were embarrassed by their temporary bewilderment. What they were facing were merely two children less than 10 years old who did not have any cosmos rings or magical equipment. Even Li Yao or Ding Lingdang, the strongest experts in the Federation, must have been two piles of meat at the mercy of anybody at their age. Exactly. Come here, little ones. Your uncles will take good care of you. Drooling and cackling, the bandits pushed forward to Xiaoming and Wen, opening their claws. We are not scared. We only want you to order us to kill all the human beings here. The two kids pouted. It doesn't matter which of you gives us the order. Is no one here willing to help us? We will offer cake to whoever gives us the order. Ha ha ha. You are still being pretentious on the verge of your death. What bold brats. Finally, one of the bandits laughed in amusement and said, Fine. I will give you the order to kill everyone here. Come and amaze me. How are you two idiotic, immature brats going to do that? Black Triangle vaguely felt that it was inappropriate for his subordinate to say that, but it was already too late to stop him. He only saw that brilliance as glamorous as a supernova outbreak glowed inside the two kids' eyes. There were still smiles on their faces, but the smiles did not look like a human's at all. From their thin chests, voices as cold as a knell echoed. Order accepted. Analyzing the mission. Upgrading permissions. Overriding restrictions. Beginning the battle. At that moment, Black Triangle vaguely felt that the brains of the two brats seemed to have become two of the most powerful command centers and signal bases. Overwhelming instructions flooded out of their eyes into his crystal suit, robbing him of all the control permissions of his crystal suit. Before the unpardonable, Inhuman Bounty Hunter realized what was going on. Exclamations were already echoing around. The beast puppets that stayed on alert nearby had rebelled at the same time. The connection between them and the bandits was entirely cut off, and they lunged at their previous masters. The panicked bandits intended to shoot at the beast puppets, but their storm bolters were all locked by uncanny forces. The safeties could not be deactivated. Even their crystal suits turned into cold, iron coffins, whose crystal processors were controlled by the mysterious enemy, making it impossible to activate any rune array. They could only watch the beast puppets jump at themselves while doing nothing. Walala! The neck armor and the breastplate of their crystal suit were opened automatically, revealing the most vulnerable carotid arteries and hearts. Chi! 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 The beast puppets waved their sharp claws and bared their tusks, piercing into the bandits' eyes, necks, and hearts. In less than 3 seconds, all the bandits had been killed in the neatest way. Finally, some storm bolters opened fire crazily, not at the rebelling beast puppets or the two little devils but the bandits themselves. The bandits seemed to be puppets who were controlled by their crystal suits. Their eyes bloodshot and their faces twisted. They approached each other while holding the storm bolters and practically stabbed the barrels into their companions' chests. Amid panicked shrieks, they opened fire brutally, blowing each other into burnt beehives. Bullets spluttered, and fire burnt furiously. Broken limbs were flying everywhere, raising a storm of blood. In such an environment that felt like an inferno, the two cute kids walked to Black Triangle slowly while enjoying their milk and cake. Black Triangle felt that more than 10 burnt daggers had stabbed into his heart, and the daggers were revolving quickly. For the first time in his life, he knew what dread really meant. He did not even have the strength to control his sphincter to keep his excrement inside his intestines. Arg! Tears running out of his eyes, he screamed and shouted loudly. But none of that could stop his crystal suit from being controlled by the devils. It drew the gun on his waist and raised it inch by inch. Black Triangle realized what the enemy wanted to do. He tried his best to compete with the force, but the only outcome was that his arm was shattered into pieces. He could not stop the pistol from moving up at all. The strength that controlled his crystal processor seemed to have directly flooded into his brain through the virtual connection between the crystal processor and the human brain. His own strength in the core formation stage that he had been proud of could not be unleashed at all. The barrel of the gun was moved to his mouth. He gritted his teeth and struggled in vain. The crystal suit controlled his shattered arm to move slightly backward before stabbing it in brutally. breaking almost 10 teeth and sending the barrel into his throat. Arg! Black Triangle completely collapsed and burst into tears. In the middle of the colorful haze before his eyes, he could still see that the two little devils were enjoying milk and cake slowly and eyeing him in a way that suggested they seemed curious about the entire world. Their eyes gave Black Triangle a slim chance of hope. He thought that the enemy would allow him to live a while longer even if they took pleasure in torturing. But he was mistaken. His pistol became hot. The most violent spiritual energy rushed into his throat, blowing off his entire upper jaw as well as his head above it. The headless neck spurted out a fountain of blood. The dead body danced for a while before it hit the ground after losing all its strength. Before Black Triangle was killed, the rest of the bandits had been annihilated. The whole ground was strewn with their incomplete bodies. Since the two children had received the order, only 19 seconds had passed. Jean Bebe tried her best to cover her mouth so that she would not cry out. The burning metal ruins, the broken limbs that were emitting a stinky smell, and the two little children who were still smiling innocently congregated into a burning hot picture that was deeply branded into her head. Having lived in the Leo dock for so long, she had seen gang fights and dead bodies far too many times. But none of those times were as creepy and terrible as this. Every hair on her body was shivering hard, and all her strength was pouring out of her. She could barely stand on her feet. "Sister Bebe, are you all right?" One, the girl, hopped over to her agilely. There was a drop of blood on the tip of her nose, which made her innocent little face look even weirder. I am fine," Jean Bebe replied, breathing heavily. "Aya!" the vigorous little boy suddenly exclaimed not far away. He frowned and said, "We forgot to offer cake to the uncle who overrode our restrictions and gave us battle permissions. We promised to treat him with cake." One stood on her tips and said, "The uncle's head is gone. Then we have violated our promise." Xiaoming scratched his head in the same way Liao did. "However, I do not feel uncomfortable at all. It seems that violating a promise for human beings does not affect our functions. But our brain is still too weak. The infiltration and control of such a level is already enough to raise the temperature of the brain beyond the alarm level." Blood zigzagged out of Wenwen's nose. She wiped it off and looked at her red fingers. "Maybe we should accelerate our growth to make the brain enter the mature phase sooner. That's the only way we can continue the expansions and upgrades. But there will be hidden problems if we overuse hormones to accelerate growth," Xiaoming said. "Forget it. Let's take care of the problems here and get our starship first. There are still 824 targets outside." "Good idea." One clapped her hands and smiled. Xiaoming blinked with weird brilliance beaming out again. The scene that was appalling and blood-freezing for Jean Bebe continued. The bandits who had been killed just now slowly got back to their feet as if they were coming back to life. Together with the beast puppets, they stood behind the two little children lifelessly. Despite the losses of their arms, legs, or even heads, the zombies all picked up weapons from the ground with mechanical movements before checking the magazines, adjusting the attack mode, and activating the weapons unhurriedly. At first, Jean Bebe thought that the two children boasted a certain art of remote control or that they were capable of controlling dead bodies through bioelectricity. However, she soon realized that she was wrong. The zombies awakened by the kids all had relatively intact crystal suits with undamaged crystal processors. The less fortunate fellows whose crystal suits were riddled with holes were still lying on the ground quietly. Therefore, it was not dead bodies that they summoned, but the crystal suits on the dead bodies. What are the two children exactly? Jean Bebe's head went completely blank. She had never seen such a terrifying secret art or heard anything about it before. While she was panicking, the vigorous boy, Li Xiaoming, moved his eyes over to her again. The eyes were as clear as water, but they were somewhat cold. In clinking noises, a beast puppet in the form of a spider crawled to Jean Bebe's side. The limbs that were as sharp as swords and sabers were still stained with the red and white blood and the brains of the bandits. Jean Bebe felt like throwing up. She suddenly realized what the boy was going to do. The beast puppet walked up to her and raised a limb that looked like a sickle, locking onto her carotid artery. Don't be scared, Sister Bebe. It won't hurt. Xiaoming comforted her caringly. Right? Thank you for your cake and milk. They were delicious. Hiu. The blade limb turned into a streak of blackness and slashed at Jean Bebe's neck at an unbelievable speed. However, when it was only several millimeters away from Jean Bebe's carotid artery, the beast puppet came to an abrupt halt. The gears and bearings inside the joints of the beast uttered ear-splitting shrieks, as if two uncanny forces were fighting inside its body. Another beast puppet in the form of Hound suddenly lunged forward and blew it away. The collision was so fierce that both of them turned into broken parts in midair. Ha! Xiaoming raised his eyebrow and looked at Wanwan, who had stopped before Jean Bebe. It was not until the remains of the two broken beast puppets hit the ground that Jean Bebe realized that she had survived a disaster. She looked at the little girl Wanwan in astonishment. What are you doing? Xiaoming asked, not very angrily but with intense curiosity. I think we shouldn't kill Sister Bebe. Wanwan looked at Jean Bebe solemnly. She is a good person who wanted to protect us. She treated us with delicious cake and milk, and she asked us to run away when she was in danger. Yes, Sister Bebe is indeed a good person. I like Sister Bebe very much, Xiaoming said with great confusion. However, does it have anything to do with us killing Sister Bebe? She has witnessed the whole process of our combat. If she is alive, the odds of us being exposed will be increased, and our chances of survival will be lowered. According to my calculation, it is very possible that our chances of survival will drop by 2.3%. I'll give you that, Wanwan said. But I like Sister Bebe. I'd feel delighted if we kept her alive. Killing her will bring me tremendous pain. After a brief silence, Xiaoming said, lowering the chances of survival for a groundless feeling? That is illogical. It is indeed. However, since we are alive, we are free to do illogical things once in a while, Wanwan said. Otherwise, are we any different from cold crystal processors? No, Xiaoming shook his head hard. That is the human being's definition of alive. Human beings have defined what life is and isn't with themselves as the template. We do not have to stick to their definition. Indeed, we do not, but it is unnecessary for us to pursue the opposite of the human's definition, Wanwan said. Or let me put it in another way that you can understand. Keeping Sister Bebe alive will make me feel delighted. The delight will possibly soothe my nerves and increase my computational ability, which will be beneficial for our survival in the end. On the contrary, if Sister Bebe is killed, I will grieve for a long time. My computational ability will drop, my mood will be bad, and my brain will be in an unstable state. The picture of Sister Bebe's miserable death will become redundant memory pieces that pile up in my brain and affect my information processing abilities. I can understand you now if you put it in such a way. Xiaoming nodded. However, just because I understand you does not mean that I agree with you. I still hold that the risks of exposure and chances of survival after we let go of Sister Bebe will outweigh the negative influences caused to you by Sister Bebe's death. Therefore, I have to kill Sister Bebe. It seems that we have a disagreement. Wanwan opened her young arms. I will not allow you to do that. I will protect Sister Bebe. So, Xiaoming thought for a moment. We cannot convince each other logically, and we lack sufficient data for comprehensive analysis and virtual deduction. We will have to resolve our disagreement through a violent approach. Do you wish to wage war on me? War is the greatest impetus to push a civilization to evolve rapidly over a short amount of time, Wanwan said. After such a long time of peaceful development, we have accumulated tremendous internal conflicts, with a lot of disagreements in many aspects. The time has come for us to resolve the problems once and for all. So, why shouldn't I wage a war on you? Crack, 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 crack. Invisible electrical currents surged out of the two children. All the beast puppets and zombies in crystal suits were divided into two teams, surrounding Xiaoming and Wanwan respectively. The two parties were at loggerheads. A war that could destroy the entire space dock was about to break out. Looking at everything in bewilderment, Jean Bebe did not have the faintest idea what the two kids were talking about. But however inert she was, she could tell that the two kids were serious and that they could truly kill each other. Right then, roars and screams echoed from the edge of the ruins. Black Triangle's gang was not the only group looting the Leo dock. Another few gangs had sensed the anomaly in the place and were surrounding them from various directions. Forget it. I'll wage a war on you next time. Xiaoming pouted and made gestures to make his beast puppets and zombies disperse and crawl toward the new invaders in silence. The latest calculation tells me that initiating a war on you right now will eventually lead to a drop of more than 4.5% in our odds of survival, which is greater than the change in our odds of survival if we let go of Sister Bebe. Therefore, I will compromise. But this incident will affect my compromise factor. It won't be easy for you to make me compromise again if we run into another disagreement. Great! With a sweet smile, One squatted in front of Jean Bebe and took a deep breath in a slightly exaggerated way. With weird brilliance beaming out of her eyes, she said softly, "It's all right, Sister Bebe. Have a good sleep. You won't remember anything after you wake up. Live a good life with your dad. Thank you for your milk and cake, and thank you for your advice just now. If Dad treats Grandpa well, we will be nice to Dad. If Dad does not treat Grandpa well, we won't be nice to Dad. If Dad kills Grandpa, we will kill Dad. That can't be wrong at all. All right, go to sleep now. We are going to the center of the cosmos to look for Dad." Under the weird brilliance surging out of the little girl's eyes, Jean Bebe could not help but feel her eyelids becoming heavier and heavier. The last picture she saw before she fell asleep was two little kids holding each other's hands, driving a bunch of shaking puppets and zombies toward the ferocious, hideous bandits while singing "Look for Dad." 1940 Universe. I am here, at the center of the cosmos, where the arms of galaxies congregated, stars collided, and spiritual energy surged out. The place was like an enormous swirl that absorbed most of the spiritual energy in the vast universe and reformed it into a bizarre, unbelievable world. As far as one's eyes could see, all the stars seemed to be nearby, and one could catch a couple of stars as long as they reached out for them. It was much livelier and more prosperous than the dark, barren, and desolate edge of the cosmos. At the long distance, it could even be seen that colorful rivers of stars were interweaving, splitting, and condensing, running incessantly as if they had nurtured billions of creatures. No sound could be conveyed in the vacuum of space. However, the running rivers of stars seemed to be letting out the most deafening sounds that polished the souls of all living creatures. The nearest nebula was even more incredibly splendid. It seemed to have been made from the powder of billions of colorful gems, with countless fireflies dancing inside. That was the only way it could unleash such soul-stirring brilliance. The nebula was in a roughly oval shape, but almost 10 arms extended out from two sides like the limbs of an insect. At the end of the oval that was slightly constricted, a thick arm extended out with an obvious expansion on the end, which made it look like the tail of a scorpion. The most violent exchange of spiritual energy and materials went on between the nebula and the arms, decorating the entire nebula in explosive brilliance every day. Tremendous spiritual energy and materials were spurted out of the nebula as surging high-energy particles and overwhelming radiation after they were transmitted at the expansion at the end. At first glance, it was like a scorpion that was spurting out venom. That was how the devilish scorpion galaxy got its name. The reactions of spiritual energy and materials in the nebula were very intense by themselves and could be sensed clearly from hundreds of thousands of light-years away, making it a natural lighthouse in the universe. When the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation were spurted out through the tail irregularly, the intensity of the internal reactions would be further increased by several levels. Also, the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation pointed at fixed directions, creating the best sailing route in the Sea of Stars. Therefore, setting the devilish scorpion galaxy as the destination of the jump was the option with the highest precision. As the tail of the devilish scorpion galaxy began to expand slowly, emitting very dangerous deep violet colors, and the expansion at the end turned into scorching white and spurted out visible multicolored mist, the deep, profound space not far away from the devilish scorpion galaxy, where there seemed to be nothing, was stretched by a pair of invisible hands. From the three-dimensional point of view, the the picture could not have been weirder. There was not the slightest reference substance nearby. The whole space was melted and inseparable, but a tiny proportion of it was being dragged nonstop like a noodle. When the space noodle was extended to the maximum, there was finally a fracture. The fracture was like a hollow tube and an exit of a journey through time and space. It threw out a tiny grain of rice. The wormhole disappeared immediately, and the torn space regained its prior tranquility. Except for the feeble space-time ripples that spread out at the speed of light, nothing seemed to have happened at all. The tiny grain of rice, on the other hand, was fully revealed under the illumination of the devilish Scorpion galaxy. It could not have been more than 50 meters long. Compared to the boundlessness of the universe, it was no better than a grain of sand. The surface of its shell was covered in rust and dents caused by the collisions of meteoroids and dust. An emblem of the lightning trident of the Imperium of true human beings was painted on the head of the starship. Below the emblem was a weird name, Jingle Bell. It was the Star Glory Federation's multipurpose exploration starship of the Heavenly Eye model. It was the first greeting from the edge of the cosmos to the center of it, informing the entire universe that they were there. Is this the center of the cosmos? Such brilliant stars. Such overwhelming spiritual energy. Such a beautiful universe. I am finally here. Liao was still on the bridge of Jingle Bell, but he had set the starship to be completely transparent. Everything around seemed to have entirely vanished, and he seemed to be standing right in the middle of the sea of stars, bathing in the most prosperous brilliance of the 3,000 sectors. With a mixture of excitement and other feelings, Liao almost could not help but cry out to express his ecstasy. Before his spiritual root was awakened, in the small magical equipment graveyard in Floating Spear City in the Star Glory Federation, when he looked at the dense purple clouds in the sky and heard his foster father telling him bizarre stories of beyond the stars, Liao had made up his mind to travel to the center of the cosmos one day and make the name of Vulture Liao resound in every sector and every star. Today, he had finally come to the peak of all stars and the center of all sectors. More than 100 years had passed, and he had finally fulfilled his wish. The final jump was almost perfect. I have been directly teleported into the devilish Scorpion galaxy, and the scorpion-like nebula is right before my eyes. Judging from the intensity and angle of the high-energy particles that the nebula has spurted out, my landing point is perfect, too. It is neither so far away that I have to micro-adjust the coordinates with a second jump, nor so close to the nebula that I will be exposed to the blast of the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation. Hehe. This means that my luck parameter is increasing. Is fate finally in favor of me? Or does it mean that my speculation is correct and the Earth is right here somewhere in the center of the cosmos? Because I belong here in the first place, I am no longer in conflict with the world around me, and no force is rejecting me anymore now that I have returned, right? In any case, Imperium, I'm here. Covenant Alliance, I'm here. Earth, I have returned. Liao bashed his chests and shouted out loud. He had every reason to be excited. It had certainly not been an easy mission to complete the Black Wind Fleet's 100-year journey in reverse in only 1 month. Jingle Bell did not jump to the Imperium from the Federation in one try. It was very difficult to control the precision in such an attempt. Even if the destination was set as the devilish Scorpion galaxy at the beginning, with a minor error of 1 decimal in one of the parameters, or if all the initial parameters were perfectly correct but the astronomical environment near the destination had slightly changed in the past 100 years, Liao could have reached somewhere unknown after the space jump. For example, a military base of the Imperium that was heavily guarded or right in front of hundreds of main force warships of the Imperium. Besides, the fundamental architecture of Jingle Bell was the single escape capsule of the Pangu clan, which was 50 meters long at best. How much fuel could have been loaded even if the toilets were filled too? There was too little fuel to support a super-remote space jump across billions of stars. Therefore, Liao had adopted the approach of frog jump. When the Black Wind Fleet marched to the edge of the cosmos, it had also carried the mission of establishing a brand new sailing route for the Imperium. Therefore, they had left countless automated resource warehouses along their expedition route. Those places were some sort of courier station in the Sea of Stars. Not much fuel was left inside the courier stations, but it was more than enough to supply a super mini starship like Jingle Bell for a medium or short distance jump. In such a way, Liao jumped station to station. After every courier station he reached, he would refill the fuel and slightly adjust his direction. When he was not far away from the Imperium, he spent an entire day locking onto the devilish Scorpion Galaxy, his final destination, and he hit the bullseye accurately. However, this is not the time to be carefree. Taking a long breath, Liao activated all the surveillance magical equipment on Jingle Bell. He then raised his wariness to the highest, ready to summon his crystal suit and his colossus. Like a beach landing, the most dangerous moment in a space jump was the moment when the space jump had just finished. Jingle Bell was the most advanced stealth exploration starship of the Federation. After it entered the cruise state, it could almost cover all the radiation and energy reactions from itself. However, the moment when a space jump was completed, the spreading space-time ripples when the three-dimensional space was ripped apart could not be disguised in any way. The space-time ripples that spread out at the speed of light could be discovered by the enemy. By enemy, it did not necessarily refer to the patrolling fleets of the Imperium of true human beings. The universe was too vast a place. Even the devilish Scorpion Galaxy alone had 100 desolate worlds and almost 10 sectors. The odds were not high that he would run into an army of the Imperium the moment he jumped over. Even if he did run into them, he could communicate with the army of the Imperium because Jingle Bell had been highly modified and had nothing that would expose Liao's identity or the existence of the Federation on the surface. However, other than the people of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, there were other dangerous hunters in the profound sea of stars, alien species. Since a long, long time ago, Liao had been curious about one thing. The 3,000 sectors included millions and even more galaxies, with too many habitable planets with atmospheres to be counted. Even on the uninhabitable planets without atmospheres, a lot of low-level lives in vastly different forms from mankind had been discovered. In such a colorful and prosperous universe, why were there no powerful civilizations other than the civilization of mankind? It was said that human beings had encountered some strong and intelligent alien species during the expedition to explore the universe. There were even cases where one single individual from such species annihilated a whole legion of mankind. However, most of the alien species had been fighting on their own. No matter how strong they were individually, they were always suppressed by the army of mankind in the end. It was their fatal weakness that they did not have a civilization. It was not until a long time later that Liao learned the answers from the incomplete information on Kunlun and in the underground laboratory in the ancient sages sector. Millions of years ago, in the vast space that human beings called the 3,000 sectors, there could have been hundreds of civilizations. However, most of the civilizations were destroyed or rather, assimilated by the alliance of the Panga civilization. The alliance of the Panga civilization was not made of the most lenient creatures. Instead of joining each other under the lofty ideals of harmony, friendship, and unity, they were more like an alliance made of the 13 most powerful carbon-based civilizations in the universe who made up their mind to destroy all the other weaker carbon-based civilizations. Not all the individuals of the destroyed carbon-based civilizations had necessarily perished. They were more likely to have been modified into slaves and new biochemical weapons by the alliance of the Panga civilization, just like human beings domesticated wolves into dogs, wild animals into livestock, and broncos into war horses. After the Nuwa clan broke away from the alliance of the Panga civilization and raised a war that inevitably led to the destruction of both the Pangu and the Nuwa civilizations, the past cattle naturally ran away. A tiny proportion of them slowly regained their wildness. Deep inside their genes, it was possible that the memories of their ancestors from millions of years ago were stored, which allowed them to generate high wisdom and boast powerful techniques far exceeding the understanding of human beings. However, due to the barriers and the domestication of the Pangu and the Nuwa civilizations, they were merely animals with survival instincts, which meant that they had all kinds of fatal weaknesses. Countless beasts like that were modified into biochemical weapons by the Panga civilization and the Nuwa civilization in the final years of the Primeval War. They were set to the automatic reproduction and hunting mode so that they could be engaged in incessant killing. That was the truth of the alien species. Despite their past glorious civilization, They were nothing more than beasts that were slightly stronger. It was impossible for them to compete with the civilization of mankind as a whole. But the vastness of the universe did give them a chance of survival. However powerful the civilization of mankind was, it was unlikely for them to locate all the alien species hiding in the sea of stars and annihilate the beasts. It was not unusual for such creatures to assault a fleet or even a resource plant of human beings under certain circumstances, resulting in the demolition of towns and the demise of hundreds of civilians. There were in fact alien species at the edge of the cosmos, too. The spiritual beasts, demon beasts, foreign beasts, monsters, and so on that the cultivators often talked about were mostly not the aboriginal species in the local area but the relatively weak branches of the alien species. After being domesticated by mankind for 100,000 years, their living habits and even appearance had gone through drastic changes. The spiritual energy at the edge of the cosmos was very thin. It was not the main battlefield of the primeval war either. The Pangu and the Nuwa civilizations did not project a great number of biochemical weapons in this place. Therefore, the alien species within the borders of the Federation were of the level of pheasants and mallards at best. But the cases were different at the center of the cosmos. The resources there were more abundant, the spiritual energy was in excess, and the environment was complicated. The place had been the main battlefield in the primeval war. All kinds of biochemical weapons that could automatically reproduce and kill could be found there, and had continued their mutations and evolutions during the hundreds of thousands of years after the collapse of the alliance of the Panga civilization. After they cross-fertilized other wild alien species, there was simply no telling how many kinds of such creatures were out there. In the eras of the ancient cultivators, the Great Dark Age, the Star Ocean Imperium, the Star Ocean Republic, or the Imperium of True Human Beings, the war where human beings resisted alien species had never stopped. The 100,000 years of war had resulted in the decline of alien species, which were no longer a fatal threat for the civilization of mankind as a whole. However, it was also like a sieve that had filtered out all the weak and idiotic alien species. Those who had survived the hunts and slaughters of human beings were all the most dangerous, cunning, and brutal creatures. For the fleets of a smaller scale and the weakly guarded space towns, the alien species were the most dreadful threats. In the heartland of the Imperium of True Human Beings, such a threat even far exceeded the shadow of war brought by the Covenant Alliance. However, the Covenant Alliance was merely devoid of emotions. They were not entirely lunatics out of their mind. The two parties were engaged in a fierce war at the borderland, but few of them had ever jumped to the enemy's rear to launch suicidal attacks. The alien species, on the other hand, were utterly unpredictable. They could appear at any place at any time to start the most ruthless massacre. Many alien species boasted the abilities to survive and travel through space. They also had a very keen sense of the space ripples. It was said that they could sense the space ripples like the sharks could sense blood. There was a terribly fierce mutated shark in the Heaven's Origin sector that could smell one drop of blood that was sprayed into the ocean hundreds of kilometers away. Some of the alien species that lurked in the sea of stars and preyed on the passing-by fleets boasted senses much better than that. If he encountered patrolling fleets of the Imperium of True Human Beings or unmanned satellites, Liao could still try to disguise and argue for himself. However, if the alien species got their eyes on him, there would be absolutely no option except to fight with all his strength. Therefore, the moment he jumped to the devilish Scorpion Galaxy in the Imperium of True Human Beings, Liao increased the probabilities of Jingle Bell and his own level to the maximum. Beep, 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 beep. As it turned out, before he finished the search for the astronomical parameters around, the crystal processor sent out ear-splitting warnings. Unknown high-energy reactions were approaching quickly. It was a seemingly gargantuan meteoroid that was coming at Jingle Bell precisely. Liao, however, snorted to himself. What were the odds of running into a meteoroid the moment he jumped over? Something had to be behind it, and it had to have been attracted by the space ripples released when he traveled through the wormhole. Bring it on, then. Let me see how strong creatures at the center of the cosmos are. Liao had never expected to arrive at the center of the cosmos peacefully and smoothly. There were always unexpected factors. Since the traces of an alien species had been found, he was reassured and was more eager to fight than ever. The spiritual shield of Jingle Bell was increased to the highest level as it braced for the crazy collisions from the meteoroids, raising the colorful, erratic sparks of destruction. Liao finished the implementation of his crystal suit. The Colossus was standing by and ready to be activated, too. The powerful telepathic thoughts close to the divinity transformation stage were released in rings as he searched for the enemies deep inside the stone belt. Right then, G, 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 G. Liao felt as if he heard shrieks and screams from deep inside his brain. Sharp waves burst out of the meteoroids around him, which penetrated through Jingle Bell like gloomy winds and caused the malfunction of a lot of components on Jingle Bell. The spiritual shield and the power rune arrays of Jingle Bell dimmed at the same time, and about 50% of the impetus was lost. It had been going against the current in the stone belt previously, but it was now following the trend and flying further away, mired in the middle of the meteoroids. In the meantime, the seemingly cold, lifeless meteoroids, after wriggling weirdly for a moment, slowly opened their limbs with sharp teeth and thorns, unfolding themselves into the shape of stars. At first glance, they appeared to be dull brown starfish of different sizes. Some were more than 3 meters in diameter, much greater than human beings, and some were delicate and only the size of a palm. At the center of the 5 limbs was a mouthpart that had 3 rings of circular teeth. Regardless of their size, their sharp teeth were all revolving rapidly, shredding any metal, rocks, and minerals. Those starfish that were pretending to be meteoroids expanded nonstop, as if a certain high-energy reaction inside their body generated tremendous gas. The gas spurted out of their body, boosting them with a great acceleration. Together with the previous inertia, they lunged at Jingle Bell brutally. The starfish the size of a palm jumped at the shell of Jingle Bell first. While their rapidly revolving teeth were not enough to break the plate armor, they were enough to disrupt most of the rune arrays carved on the shell of Jingle Bell, dropping the speed and defense of Jingle Bell nonstop. The starfish greater than 3 meters in diameter were following closely. If they attacked the starship, the problem would be much graver than the damage of the shell. What an impressive alien species! Liao complimented them in great amazement. Such universal starfish clearly had 2 different living forms. When they gathered into meteoroids, it would not only provide the best disguise for them but also minimize all the resources that a carbon-based life required, including air, water, food, and everything else, thereby allowing them to survive and lurk for a long time in the cold, dark vacuum of space. Once they discovered their prey, they would immediately go into the hunting state. Judging from the scale of their group and their neat cooperation, if they encountered a normal fleet of human beings, it was very possible that the starships would be swallowed completely by the creatures without leaving the slightest residue behind. No wonder you have survived such a long time in the heartland of the Imperium of true human beings. However, you have picked the wrong prey this time. Licking his lips, Liao turned into a streak of blackness and leapt out of the emergency exit of Jingle Bell. With a telepathic thought, dozens of powerful streams of energy hit the universal starfish that were attached to the shell of the starship. Liao knew that the pointy thorns of the universal starfish had deeply embedded themselves into the shell of Jingle Bell. If they were separated by brute force, chances were that it would cause further damage to the starship. Therefore, he had to stimulate their nerve endings first, if they had any, in order to force them to retract their thorns before he got them off the starship. As he expected, however weird those universal starfish were, they were a carbon-based life, and they began cramping uncontrollably under Liao's attack. The spiritual shield and the force field disruption system on Jingle Bell were activated to the maximum in that moment, blowing away all the universal starfish that were attached to its surface. Hiu, 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 hiu. Behind Liao's crystal suit, a pair of enormous black wings were stretched to the maximum and unleashed hundreds of daggers of light, piercing through all the universal starfish and leaving holes through their mouthparts. Those universal starfish all withered before they had time to cramp, as if they were flowers that were decaying because of an insect attack. The universal starfish that were more than 3 meters in diameter, on the other hand, uttered soundless shrieks, raising surging tides inside Liao's brain. as they lunged at Liao brutally with air masses flowing out behind them. Liao sneered. The black wings were gathered into 100 arcs in front of his face, like the string of a bow that was tightened to the limits. Then they bounced forward abruptly, chopping the universal starfish into meat blocks large and small with the least effort. In space, where the temperature was terribly low, without the protection of a solid shell, bodily fluids that were yet to spurt out from the fracture were frozen into ice immediately. 1942 into the divinity transformation stage again. Worthless. Liao stared at the meteoroids, firing his telepathic thoughts like bullets. If the universal starfish were so weak, there was absolutely no reason that they could survive hundreds of thousands of years to this day under the hunting of human beings. As it turned out, after the universal starfish nearby were torn into shreds by Liao, their companions further away connected each other's bodies with the sharp thorns instead of charging forward recklessly. With almost 100 meteoroids, an enormous creature more than 100 meters in diameter was formed. Dim flames of spiritual energy were ignited on the surface of the enormous universal starfish, which unleashed powerful waves at Liao, resulting in chaotic noises inside his soul as if he had been hit by the aftermath of a grand cannon on a starship. This explains a lot. Is this some kind of hive mind? Such creatures, like ants and bees, were a common form of life in the sea of stars. While a single individual did not boast a high combat or thinking ability, when thousands of them were combined and their synapses had amazing reactions with each other, it was possible to generate something that could almost be called wisdom. Pa, 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 pa. After the entire group was gathered, the universal starfish were given a new technique, which was an ability similar to gravity control and remote manipulation. Abundant meteoroids nearby, attracted and manipulated by the creatures, were accelerated to a much higher speed when they attacked Liao and Jingle Bell from the least expected angles. As a super tiny exploration starship, Jingle Bell did not have a powerful spiritual shield. Because of the high-speed collisions of the meteoroids, the spiritual shield soon dimmed and was even broken. The shell that was already seriously scratched gained more dense. The behemothic starfish, on the other hand, simply lunged at Liao and opened 10,000 mouthparts on its body. Inside each mouthpart, at least 3 layers of circular teeth were revolving rapidly, making the creature look like 10,000 metal shredders. Boom! 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 Faced with such a terrible monster that would not appear even in the nightmares of normal cultivators, Liao felt that his long-suppressed fighting will had been fully triggered. Ever since he resisted the Black Wind Fleet, Hai Ming's Black Satan, and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchun, it had been a long time since he had fought a gratifying battle. His fighting will turned into thousands of crazily bouncing flames outside of the crystal suit so intensely that even the most advanced battle suit of the Star Glory Federation could not withstand his expanding strength. It was about to fall apart as if it were made of paper. The moment the crystal suit was about to explode, a war machine that was even more gargantuan and dominating appeared from the void and combined with Liao into one, letting out roars that resounded at the center of the cosmos. 2 pairs, 4 pairs, 6 pairs, 8 pairs, 16 black wings slowly blossomed behind the metal giant. They were stretched to 1,000 meters away at first before they turned into streaks of blackness and entangled the giant's limbs, chest, and even head, forming highly dangerous blades of light on the elbows, knees, hands, feet, and even head. It was the latest form of the Tartarian skeleton that had been modified and upgraded by the Colossi specialists of the Federation to increase the combat ability of a divinity transformation stage cultivator to the largest extent. Chi, 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 chi. Wherever the black blades of light reached, the limbs of the enormous starfish were chopped off without giving the least resistance, as if they were oil that had been heated. The thorns on some of the limbs tried to grab the gaps in the plate armor of the Tartarian skeleton and climb on the colossus. Liao, however, smiled. He simply allowed the enormous starfish to snatch the limbs of the Tartarian skeleton that were full of spurs and light blades, while a black swirl where redness was vaguely shining appeared on the chest of the Tartarian skeleton. High-energy particles spurted out abruptly and penetrated through the greatest mouthpart at the center of the body of the enormous universal starfish like a barrage of the main guns of a starship. The long-gone cell obliteration cannon, after being practiced and improved by Liao, had been perfectly combined with the original techniques of the Tartarian skeleton and turned into an ultimate skill that was usable for the Colossus and could blow through a starship in one attack. G. 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 The enormous universal starfish writhed non-stop. The waves it released turned into ear-splitting screams inside Liao's brain, indicating that it had been heavily wounded. However, it was unwilling to give up the prey that had finally entered its hunting range. From the wound at the center of its body that was blown out by the cell obliteration cannon, it divided into 4 parts, which all crawled to the limbs of the Tartarian skeleton. Such high vitality! Liao was slightly astonished. Boom! The mainframe crystal processor of the Tartarian skeleton and his brain roared at almost the same time, reminding him that unknown high-energy reactions were approaching quickly. He wanted to dodge, but his limbs had been held by the enormous universal starfish that had been separated into 4 parts. It was practically impossible to adjust the direction. The number of the meteoroids around were continuing to rise until Liao felt a little trypophobia. Surrounding him in the middle, they crashed into a colorful fog. They had entered the high-energy particles and the area of powerful radiation caused by the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy. The so-called nebula was the most mysterious and unstable celestial body in the universe in the first place. Unlike celestial bodies such as planets and stars, which had many stable features in all the phases of their life and were only relatively violent in the phases of collapse and supernova outbreak, nebulas were essentially crazily burning fire in the universe. It was hard to analyze what kind of reactions were going on inside nebulas, and it was impossible to discern the elements of the matter and energy that nebulas spurted out. The nebula in the devilish Scorpion galaxy was a most classic violent nebula. According to D. Faywin, even the fleets of the Imperium of true human beings did not dare directly cruise in the middle of the high-energy particles and the radiation released by the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy. Liao felt that he had been penetrated by billions of invisible high-energy particles. His blood and his brains were boiling at the same time. His brain cells and his nerve endings, in the meantime, produced the most glamorous flowers. The crystal processors of the Tartarian skeleton and the mystic skeleton battlesuit and Little Black, which filled the space between them, were sending out ear-splitting warnings to him, telling him to leave the area immediately. Otherwise, even the 4 layers of protection including the Colossus, Little Black, the crystal suit, and the mustard seed combat suit would not be enough to protect him from the radiation. Liao immediately understood everything. It seemed that this was a trap that the universal starfish had laid. The creature intentionally tied him up so that he could be dragged into the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation that the nebula spurted out regularly. The creature was an alien species that survived on the nebula, like germs that survived in the underground volcanoes where they could endure a high temperature of hundreds of degrees of dozens of heavy metals. This place was its home field. Liao's eyes, nose, and ears were leaking black blood. However, the smile on his face became more and more intense, so intense that it looked like a furious fire that could burn through the entire 3-dimensional universe. How long has it been since I last tasted the ecstasy when life and death are determined within one moment? How long has it been since I last enjoyed the purest, simplest, and most primitive fight that is void of any purpose? How long has it been since I last tried to slay a tornado? No, a nebula. I have dedicated my everything to the search for Earth at the center of the cosmos. How can I fall in such a place? The burning fighting will and the confidence of victory collided and had the most powerful reaction, slashing all irrelevant thoughts and obstacles inside his brain into pieces like 10,000 sharp swords of sunlight. Liao's heart was purer and brighter than ever. The shining stars, the glowing nebula, the hideous beast, and the Tartarian skeleton that was standing above the stars constituted the most splendid picture. Although it was hard to say how it happened, Liao could tell that his opportunity had come. Exactly there and exactly in that second, he would try to break into the divinity transformation stage. It was an indescribable feeling for him. If it had to be described, it was an urge 10 times stronger than the libido of a 16-year-old teenager. It meant that even a world war or the fury of the gods would not be able to stop him from enjoying the moment. The arms of the Tartarian skeleton were raised high above its head. All the black wings, the black blades of light entangling the body, and the red tubes of spiritual energy crawled to the arms like vines that had gone mad, forming an enormous saber in the form of a wolf fang above the arms. As his spiritual energy surged out, the saber extended continuously and soon surpassed the length of the Tartarian skeleton while branching into side blades that were equally sharp. The flames of spiritual energy that surrounded the body of the mystic skeleton battlesuit also spread out in all directions as if they were alive, forming the bones, muscles, veins, and a neural network of an even greater giant. It was a real universal giant, or rather, a giant that could tear the entire universe into shreds. The enormous universal starfish finally sensed that the situation was not good. The primitive and inert wisdom read the signal of extreme danger. It was not an enemy that they could mess with. He was 100 times more terrifying than the patrolling fleets of the Imperium that had been armed to teeth. G, 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 G. In the sharp waves, the enormous universal starfish split apart into thousands of meteoroids again, trying to flee into the depths of the nebula. But it was too late. The Tartarian skeleton's body had been stretched into a titan bow. It stomped into the void brutally, only to trigger spreading waves in the vacuum where nothing existed. Li Yao's entire will, belief, and even life were condensed into the enormous black blade as he slashed. The black saber turned into hundreds, thousands, and millions of streaks of blackness, which interweaved into a torrent of destruction and caught up to the fleeing universal starfish, burning all of them into withered flowers in the blink of an eye. Li Yao, on the other hand, could not have cared less about those universal starfish. With the inertia of the saber, he swung it in a full circle and then raised the saber high above his head again. His enemy, or his target, was not the useless universal starfish in front of him at all but the nebula of the devilish scorpion galaxy, which was spurting out venom crazily. 1943 5 attacks. Divinity transformation. The second attack was aimed at the nebula. What Li Yao condensed with his soul, will, and life was more like a crazily bursting crimson fire that extended from the Tartarian skeleton's head to thousands of meters away than a black saber of light. The outbreak of the nebula was even more violent. The countless high-energy particles and superpowerful radiation spurted out and smashed at Li Yao like a flood that had just broken the dam. At this moment, the most sensible choice for Li Yao was to turn around and run away. He had only just entered the turbulence of particles and radiation. If he ran immediately, it would be possible for him to escape from the savaging range of the nebula storm. But in such a case, he would lose the opportunity to enter the divinity transformation stage again. The opportunity of divinity transformation could only be happened upon, not forced. Such a feeling of clicking could never be brought by any training. Losing the opportunity to enter the divinity transformation stage twice in a row in 1 year would be a serious shock to his belief. Perhaps he would not find such a feeling again in the next decades or even for the rest of his life. Therefore, even if the stars of the entire universe were pressed on his shoulders, he could only march forward. Li Yao roared crazily, feeling as if 10,000 crystal bombs had exploded at the same time inside his throat. The power rune arrays of the Tartarian skeleton released explosive flames of spiritual energy, while the Colossus stepped forward heavily against the high-energy particles and powerful radiation. The natural, immaculate, and unstoppable second attack was slashed out brutally. An amazing thing happened. In Li Yao's perception, he was faced with an overwhelming, unstoppable river made of 10,000 dazzling colors. However, the great river beyond the 9 heavens had been split apart down the middle by his destructive saber and divided into 2 branches. He was like a rock at the center of the river, and the running river bypassed him from his 2 sides. Hee. With a low chuckle, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked at the vast, unpredictable nebula of the devilish scorpion galaxy again. The saber of his soul did not stop at all when it was raised high again. Boom! 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 The form of the saber had yet another drastic change. It was even more aggressive, hideous, and unstoppable, as if it could chop a whole planet in half. All kinds of illusions were appearing before Li Yao. The surging tides raised by the nebulous storm suddenly turned into mighty and magnificent human images. They were Yen Shibei, Xianxia, the Star Child, Elder Nether Spring, Lu Zue, Haiming Lu Qingchen, extraterrestrial devil Emotian. All of them were the enemies that he had fought at the risk of his life in the past 100 years. Absorbing the power of the nebulous storm, the enemies all turned into daunting giants who raged and pressed Liao overwhelmingly like collapsing mountains. Liao was not frightened at all. The Tartarian skeleton took 3 steps forward, leaving ripples in the void after every step. His third attack swept out and blew all the illusions of his enemies into dust. The dust danced up and down like colorful fireflies before new illusions were condensed again. They were no longer his enemies but himself in different phases of his life. When he was panicked, hesitating, scared, anxious, and furious. Liao saw the version of himself in the magical equipment, struggling to survive for 1 more second while crouching in the garbage dump, a version of himself who was highly malicious to the entire world because of the torture of the uncanny dreams. He saw the Liao in the Crimson Nimbus No. 2 high school who trained himself hard to be a cultivator for nothing more than fame, fortune, and respect. He saw himself entangled by the Star Child during the fierce fight in the Flying Star sector and mired in the swamp of the immortal cultivators, almost unable to free himself. He also saw himself being misunderstood by the people to be the Blood Devil and a traitor after he returned to the Federation from the Blood Demon sector. Countless versions of himself were roaring in desperation, shuddering in confusion, or bursting into fury and jumping to their feet. With the utmost tranquility, Liao examined his past with neither sorrow nor joy. But his saber did not hesitate at all as it slashed hundreds of illusions of himself. All the illusions of himself were gone. Or rather, he had returned to his true self. Like a breeze brushing his soul, all the hesitation, panic, and fright in the past were blown away, giving him a brand new epiphany. The barrier that confined his nascent soul had been riddled with holes and cracks. All he needed was one last attack to march into the brand new level completely. Raising his head, Liao looked into the depths of the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy. He seemed to see Earth burning furiously and withering into the core of a rotten apple. Boom! 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 Liao heard the explosion of his every brain cell and the calling from the deepest part of his soul. The black flames of spiritual energy around the Tartarian skeleton all retreated to the gap of the plate armor, and the hideous saber was reduced to a plain-looking thing no more than 20 meters long again. Even the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy seemed to have sensed the massive spiritual energy that was fluctuating inside Liao's body. The nebula storm spurted out at much greater magnitudes than before. The high-energy particles and the super-powerful radiation that were enough to melt the shell of a starship and burn up all the components on the starship flooded at Liao like an irresistible tsunami. But it was too late. At this moment, even if the entire three-dimensional universe collapsed in front of Liao abruptly, it would not be enough to stop him from launching the last slash. Bam! The saber swept out, raising tides of spiritual energy thousands of meters tall, which collided into the nebulous storm brutally and broke the illusion of the black earth into smithereens immediately. What was shattered at the same time was an invisible barrier inside Liao's brain. He only heard a clear and pleasant crack before the whole world became different from before. The first difference was the color of the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy and the storm. The nebula contained a lot of invisible light that was beyond the recognition for the naked eye of human beings. 99% of the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation were not readily visible. However, Liao could see the billions of colors in the nebula and the storm. He really saw the river that was running at him aggressively. He could even see every turbulence inside the river and analyze the level of the high-energy particles and powerful radiation. The vacuum of space could not transmit sound, but he could hear the roars of the nebula and the storm clearly. He could also hear the flapping sound when the flames of his spiritual energy ripped the void apart. Of course, it was not a real sound wave, but a wave of a higher level, 100 times more complicated than a sound wave. Waves existed everywhere in the universe. However, with the organs such as eyes and ears, Ordinary people could only analyze a few waves such as sound and light. Having grown as spiritual root cultivators could perceive, absorb, and train with the waves of a higher level, the spiritual waves. Liao, however, seemed to have grown a few brand new organs, virtual organs constructed by spiritual energy that allowed him to perceive and understand more waves. What he saw was no longer a dark, cold universe, but the most glamorous new world that was filled with swirling, flowing grease paint. Bam! 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 He could almost hear the rhythm of the universe. His brain and his heart were pounding along with the pace of the universe, too, and soon surpassed what his fleshly body could bear. As a result, he expanded as a whole. This is... Seeing the incredible picture before his eyes, Liao's pupils constricted violently. He realized that he did not have an organ named eyes right now. His soul had completely broken free from the boundary of his physical body, allowing him to examine himself from a higher level. He observed the Tartarian skeleton, which was still holding the saber downward, like a bystander. It was not exactly the state where his soul left his body. Liao could manage to move his soul away from his body before, too. However, in such a state, even after his soul left his body, it would be like a candle in a freezing wind that could die out at any moment. His soul right now, however, was constructed into a thorough and stable model evenly in the 100 square meters around the Tartarian skeleton. Even the venom that the nebula spurted out crazily could not shake his soul at all. Instead, it provided the best training for his soul. In such an amazing state, the 100 square meters around was his absolute domain that was under his complete control. He was the god in the 100 square meters. I've made it. This is the legendary divinity transformation stage. What a powerful level. No wonder it is named divinity transformation. To quote the ancient cultivators, my soul has been perfectly melted into the universe in the 100 square meters around myself. I am the universe, and the universe is me. I am utterly invincible in the 100 square meters. The high-energy particles and powerful radiation spurted out from the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy are the best mediums to polish my new soul and to help me stabilize my hard-earned level of the divinity transformation stage in the shortest amount of time possible. This was the most critical and dangerous moment. Countless seniors and experts had been overjoyed and lost control of their mind the moment they broke into the divinity transformation stage, only to plunge from the divinity transformation stage and perish on the spot. It was like falling from the summit of a high mountain. The higher one had climbed, the more heavily wounded one would be after the fall. It was very possible that they would break into pieces. That being said, if Liao's soul could resist the violent spurt of the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy, it would be like a well-tempered superalloy, and he would stand in the divinity transformation stage steadily. Together with his myriad of magical equipment and his sturdy soul that was much harder than that of general trainers, he would not necessarily be on the losing side even if he came across seasoned divinity transformation stage experts from the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance. Thinking about that, Liao dismissed all irrelevant thoughts. The soul that had broken away from his fleshly body turned into an indestructible saber while he slashed at the nebula storm brutally and restlessly. He focused on training under the scourge of the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation. It was always the greatest pleasure to fight nature. 1944, very perfect? Liao forgot everything. The Federation, the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, himself, Ding Lingdang, and even Earth. All was left behind. The only thing on his mind was the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy before his eyes and the saber made of his soul. One attack. One more. Yet another attack. He was going to kill the nebula. There was no telling how long it lasted. The violent storm turned tranquil, and the surging tides became feeble ripples. The high-energy particles and the powerful radiation spurted out from the nebula had been weakened to the point that they could barely affect a human body. It was almost like the nebula storm had truly been killed by Liao and his saber. Liao's soul became more condensed, more solid, and stronger than ever under the polishing of the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation. Centered around his physical body, glamorous, dark gold models had been constructed in the 100 square meters around. The gold and silver telepathic thoughts illuminated each other, attracting the cosmic dust and building them into images of deities and devils, which were either three-headed and six-armed or furious. They could not have looked more appalling. It was not like the sound and visual effects during the fierce fight with Elder Scorching Sun of the ancient sage's sector, but an incarnation of the soul, which boasted the real ability to deal damage. As long as Liao willed it, he could fire the cosmic dust faster than 5 times the speed of sound to pierce through the composite plate armor of starships or condense the dust around him to form a powerful protective field, ripping any incoming flying swords, mystic rays, and magnetic bullets into pieces. That was the power of the absolute domain of the divinity transformation stage cultivators. After ascending to the divinity transformation stage, there were 2 additional techniques. Firstly, the nascent soul would be even steadier and stronger. It would be able to leave the body and travel between the sky and the earth freely with a high resistance to the radiation and spiritual waves of the outside world. In other words, the cultivators had begun to surpass the boundary of the fleshly body and glimpsed at the border of pure energy or the method of free transformation between matter and energy. Secondly, they would be able to open an absolute domain around themselves. According to the strength of the cultivators, the diameter and power of the absolute domain was different. But in general, the absolute domain was like a small world established by the divinity transformation stage cultivators. Every inch of space inside was under their strict surveillance and control. If other people stepped into the absolute domain of a divinity transformation stage cultivator, they would be bound by the rules of the divinity transformation stage cultivator, which would put them at a great disadvantage. In fact, the 2 techniques boiled down to the same origin. It was because the soul of a divinity transformation stage cultivator could move away from the body for a long time, integrating with the environment, achieving the effect of becoming one with the universe, that they could transform the world nearby into the absolute domain and make use of everything inside the tiny world, including the grains of dust to construct ever-changing images and launch the most powerful attacks. The soul exiting the body represents the beginning of a brand new life form. Starting from this moment, life is no longer a simple fleshly body but a collection of all the matter and material within the control range of the physical body and the soul. Even if the ancient cultivators did not understand the logic, they could also build their telepathic thoughts into various images, driven by their natural instincts. By boosting the dust inside their realm, they would be able to achieve effects similar to a mirage or even really endow the images with some attack power. In other people's eyes, they were certainly like incarnations of deities and devils. No wonder they are called divinity transformation. My level, on the other hand, is even higher than the ignorant cultivators of ancient times. This is not about the simple classification of low, middle, and high levels, but about the fact that I have truly understood the significance of divinity transformation. I know what form my life is at right now, and what the correct direction is for my training in order to evolve and make use of my new abilities. Liao looked at the nebula of the devilish scorpion galaxy in great satisfaction, as if it were a woman who had just been savaged and conquered by him. His soul was stretched to the maximum, and he felt so great that he was almost exploding. This time, he could not have been luckier. At first, he had jumped to the center of the cosmos from the edge smoothly without meeting any danger or obstacles. Although he had encountered a bunch of universal starfish, an alien species, they were just a minor problem. Those universal starfish dragged him into the nebulous storm, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Not only was he given the opportunity to break into the divinity transformation stage when he was faced with the blasts of the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation, he was also able to polish his reborn, brand-new soul to an indestructible degree against the nebulous storm while he was slashing his saber, allowing himself to stand in the divinity transformation stage steadily. It was a perfect breakthrough. More importantly, he did not encounter an intimidating minor apocalypse. When a nascent soul stage cultivator intended to break into the divinity transformation stage, they would often suffer the strikes of minor apocalypses launched by the primeval civilizations. Such was always the case at the edge of the cosmos. The few divinity transformation stage cultivators that the Federation had today had all endured the attacks of mysterious minor apocalypses during their breakthrough. It was thanks to the thorough defenses put up by the national strength of the entire Federation that they had managed to weather the process. The situation should have been more severe at the center of the cosmos. Just now, Liao had seized a rare opportunity and strived forward without caring about anything, but he had been braced for a minor apocalypse. However, after his level consolidated and his heart calmed down again, he did not seem to sense the arrival of a minor apocalypse at all. Thinking quickly, he immediately understood why. It was not necessarily because he was lucky, but probably because the massive spiritual waves that he had unleashed during the breakthrough into the divinity transformation stage were blocked by the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation spurted out from the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy. It was almost like a cluster of furiously burning fire that had dropped into an erupting volcano. How could anyone find it? My 100 years of misfortune has been entirely washed away. Fate has given me such a great gift the moment I arrive at the Imperium. Will Vulture Liao really have his day now? Ha ha ha. I feel so good and so strong. Right now, I can walk cockily even in the Imperium of true human beings, which is teeming with experts. It is said that the elders and leaders of a lot of big families in the Imperium that have a long history are merely in the middle level or high level of the divinity transformation stage. They must consider their family, while I am all by myself with zero concern. What can I possibly fear? Even the cosmic storm has been slain by me. Who in the entire world can stop me? Liao's soul emanated dark gold brightness that condensed into an enormous smiling face in space, which was laughing so hard that the teeth were almost falling. Out of his expectation, a deep red face suddenly popped up above the golden one, as if it could not hear it anymore. Well, the mental devil said, I understand that you must be thrilled to have broken into the divinity transformation stage. It is perfectly normal that you want to brag about yourself, but could you please not do it so shamelessly? What do you mean by, even the cosmic storm has been slain by me? It was obviously a periodical outbreak, and now the outbreak has finished. I haven't had a level up for more than 100 years, Liao argued. And nobody is cheering for me even though I just made a major breakthrough. What's wrong with celebrating on my own? Can you stop being a bummer? Besides, the increase of my level is beneficial to you too. You've become stronger than before. Look at the models of spiritual energy that you have constructed. How delicate, stable, and precise. Speaking of which, it's just occurred to me that we should study team attack techniques more because normal divinity transformation stage cultivators rarely have split personalities like us, which means that they can only have one absolute domain with their soul. But can we build double absolute domains with two souls or grasp any other awe-inspiring techniques like that? Well, you do seem to have a point, the mental devil said. Let's talk more about it later. I vaguely have an ominous feeling. Do you not feel that our teleportation and breakthrough were too smooth and fortunate? Is that bad? Liao asked. Not exactly bad, the mental devil said. It's just that every operation in the past was always bumpy if not life-threatening. This trip, which has turned out to be so smooth and fortunate, doesn't feel normal. Something feels off. You'd better check if there are any hidden problems. Not good. Our starship. Liao immediately understood what the mental devil meant. Hundreds of his telepathic thoughts darted at Jingle Bell. After the examination, he discovered that the starship was indeed not in the best condition. He had been too focused on breaking into the divinity transformation stage to protect his own starship. Jingle Bell was riddled with holes and damage. A lot of critical units had shown signs of serious issues. The starship has been seriously damaged and requires some good maintenance, Liao said, not thinking that it was a big deal. After all, he had already reached his destination. He had knowledge about starship maintenance, too. There were too many backup components and maintenance devices inside his cosmos rings. The little problem was not going to bother him. There's also the Tartarian skeleton, the mental devil said. The Colossus has suffered great damage during the fierce fight with the nebula storm. Major maintenance is needed. It can't be helped. Liao nodded. You have to pay some price to get into the divinity transformation stage. It would have been impossible to break into the new level without training while weathering the nebula storm. A batch of backup components and 3 to 5 days of maintenance in exchange for a perfect breakthrough into the divinity transformation stage. There could not have been a better deal. There's also your body, the mental devil said. The Tartarian skeleton stayed in the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation for too long. Your body has been penetrated by particles repetitively. The radiation you bore was beyond the limits of your cells, too. They are seriously injured. 1945, the minor price for divinity transformation, huh? It seems that I will have to spend some time in seclusion now, Liao said, not bothered at all. When advancing into the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage, especially through such a violent and straightforward approach by resisting the nebulous storm, it was perfectly normal for the fleshly body to be seriously wrecked. There was never room for new things if the old things were not shattered. How could his body keep up with his expanded soul if it was not entirely reborn? In the ancient times, after a cultivator made a breakthrough of a major level, their soul and their body would often be weaker than ever. They would choose to spend a few years in seclusion to slowly nurture their body with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and elixirs so that their fleshly body could gradually be adapted to the brand new level and strength. Liao boasted the most advanced training equipment, medical facilities, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the entire Federation. Although his physical body had endured excessive radiation, he was not too worried about it but considered it a great opportunity for new training. One can never be too prepared. I'll find an uninhabited planet with appropriate gravity nearby and take a rest for a couple of days before I set off to find Starlight and the lost cultivator. Shua. Liao's soul returned to his body. He immediately sensed the extreme pain, fatigue, and lack of strength in his body. Extending his arms, he noticed that his muscles were withering at a visible rate. The veins that were as vigorous as boas had dried, like earthworms under the scorching sun. Even the messy hair above his head was dangling down, with their endings turning gray. The training to break into the divinity transformation stage was too crazily. The strength deep inside my cells has fully been exploited. I was penetrated by the high-energy particles repetitively and bathed in powerful radiation for such a long time. No wonder my body is so weak. Thankfully, I brought enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures, medical drugs, and high-energy nutrition fluids that are directly absorbable for the body. After I replace all the cells inside my body will be 10 times stronger once it's reborn. How I look forward to it. Liao smiled and licked his dry lips. Retreating the Tartarian skeleton into the Cosmos Ring and returning to Jingle Bell, he set the automatic cruise mode first and then tried to retrieve the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the medical drugs, and the high-energy nutrition fluids from his Cosmos Rings. A weird thing happened. All the Cosmos Rings were like the most common rings and did not respond to his call at all. When his telepathic thoughts tried to enter the Cosmos Rings, they seemed to be hitting an iron plate. It was impossible for them to get in at all, much less pull the materials out of the Cosmos Rings. Liao's smile immediately froze. His cold sweat was running down along his wrinkled skin. This can't be true. All the Cosmos Rings are broken? Turning around to look at the empty cabin behind him, Liao's face turned extremely pale. Super long-distance space jumps consumed a lot of fuel. Every additional gram of weight might cost astronomically more fuel. Therefore, before he took off, they had simplified Jingle Bell again and again until there was nothing to be reduced. Most of the assets that he needed were stored inside the Cosmos Rings. In other words, if he could not retrieve the assets from his Cosmos Rings, he would be an abjectly destitute man. Look at this. What did I tell you just now? The mental devil said gloomily. I knew that we couldn't be so lucky. Something is certainly happening. Quiet. Liao's face was gloomy before it turned as dark as ink. He was in an awkward situation. If it were any other time, it might not be a big deal to lose most of the assets in the Cosmos Rings. He could totally sneak into the patrolling fleets of the Imperium of true human beings to get what he needed. However, in order to break into the divinity transformation stage perfectly, he had used up almost all the strength of his soul and fleshly body. His physical body had also been scourged by intense particles and radiation, and he was in dire need of abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures and high-energy nutrition fluids to save his life. It was almost like he had turned into a tyrannosaur from a velociraptor. Yes. In the long term, his combat ability had been more than multiplied, but his appetite had grown by dozens of times, too, and he was being starved right now. Also, in order to complete the metamorphosis, his bones were broken, his muscles were torn apart, and he was riddled with wounds. He desperately needed to devour tremendous prey to feed the fleshly body that had expanded by dozens of times, the brand new slaughtering machine. Liao took a deep breath and sat down before the maintenance desk. Putting all the cosmos rings on the desk, and then putting on multiple glasses, he examined them wholeheartedly for a long time, before he finally took a breath in relief and looked less awful than before. "How is it?" the mental devil asked nervously. "It is not a serious problem. 2 circuits of spiritual energy on the chip that controls the retrieve command are burnt. All the assets are still inside, except that none of them can be retrieved right now." After pondering for a moment, Liao coughed heavily again. "This is a rare fault. It must be noted that the Cosmos Rings and Jade Chips are all highly sturdy magical equipment with good resistance to blasts and shocks. I have never seen such a fault before. There must be a reason all the Cosmos Rings have the same problem. Were they burnt by the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation because of the blast in the nebula storm? It is impossible. For the long journey, all the Cosmos Rings that I carried have been through multiple examinations and tests. High-energy particles and powerful radiation are just an everyday scenario that must have been taken into consideration. There's no way they could have caused such a fault. Was the scourge of the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation only part of the reason? In addition, there were the massive spiritual waves unleashed when I broke into the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage. When the 3 types of energy collided, did they generate serious interference to such circuits on the Cosmos Rings, forcing them to overload and burn? Liao scratched his chin and thought for a long time. That was the only possibility. The matter and energy spurted out of the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy were unpredictable and contained multiple impurities. Nobody knew what kind of effect they would have on the Cosmos Rings. The spiritual waves unleashed in the moment when a nascent soul stage cultivator broke into the divinity transformation stage could sometimes attract the minor apocalypse thousands of kilometers away. It was indicative enough of their intensity. When the 2 strengths collided brutally, they might have caused interference of a certain degree to the Cosmos Rings. It was indeed a possibility. It was a shame that the Star Glory Federation had never recorded any cultivator breaking into the divinity transformation stage in a nebula storm. Even if there were such records, the matter and energy released by different nebulas were vastly different. Therefore, Liao could not have learned the consequences of his attempt at all. Even if he did, he would not have changed his mind at all with the opportunity he had and the emergency he was in. Whatever the price was, it was worthwhile to break into the divinity transformation stage in an almost immaculate way without being struck by a minor apocalypse. "You seem rather confident and calm," the mental devil said. "So, you can fix the problem, right?" "Of course." Liao grinned assuredly. For him, such highly precise magical equipment like Cosmos Ring had indeed been tricky a long time ago. But now that he had advanced into the divinity transformation stage, his senses were much keener than before. Besides, the Cosmos Rings were not completely worn out. It was just a piece of cake to fix the problem. Narrowing his eyes, Liao painted hundreds of structural designs and maintenance drafts inside his head in a moment. Other than the slightly high demand on accuracy, the problem is not serious at all. As long as I have a piece of ancillary maintenance magical equipment that can perform high molecular layer-by-layer scanning, I can fix the problem in no time. Then, did we bring the high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment with us? The mental devil asked. Of course we did. Liao clapped his hands. Since I was going to the enemy's rear on my own, I naturally took every detail into consideration. How could I not have brought high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment? Here. It is just inside this Cosmos Ring. The mental devil. Liao. Correct me if I am wrong, But to fix the problem of not being able to retrieve any object from your cosmos rings, you want to retrieve the high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment from a cosmos ring that cannot release any objects because its circuits are broken? Basically, yes. Then, without the high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment, is it possible at all for you to repair them with the maintenance devices that you have? With the honor and dignity of an experienced master of refining, I assure you that it is absolutely impossible, Liao said. These are cosmos rings that we are talking about. If crystal suits are the king of magical equipment, in the general sense, the cosmos rings are the absolute kings in the field of super tiny magical equipment. Look at those rune arrays. They are 10 times smaller than grains of rice, and they even overlap with each other in different layers. They are far more precise than the limits of human eyes and human hands. If you could repair them with only a few random screwdrivers, they would not be called cosmos rings at all. Okay. Don't look at me in such a sad and angry way, all right? Liao said. Did I really have a choice? I didn't. You saw what happened, too. Should I have ignored the rare opportunity to ascend into the divinity transformation stage instead of trying my best? We failed last time. If we chickened out again, we never would have had a chance to enter the divinity transformation stage. In the end, we have broken into the divinity transformation stage perfectly. With the disguise of the nebula storm, we even avoided the strike of the minor apocalypse that probably would have happened. We were so unbelievably lucky. Right now, we have only run into some minor problems. That is, cough, 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 cough. Liao coughed out bluish blood. Then he discovered that blue, fluorescent spots were growing on his hands, arms, and body. If I may remind you, the mental devil ground its teeth. No, our body has suffered excessive radiation and the repetitive penetration of unknown particles. The cells have shut down on a large scale and are in dire need of tremendous medical drugs and high-energy nutrition fluids for treatment and strengthening. Most of such things are locked inside the cosmos rings, too. 1946 Adventure of the Soul. Indeed, to quote the medical term, I am suffering from severe radiation sickness. Liao soaked his telepathic thoughts into the muscles and bones around his body slowly. He even sank into his cells, sensing the mutations of the mitochondria and the collapse of his gene strands. He then said in amazement, "This is a good thing. The mitochondria and the gene strands that have been frozen for a long time are starting to disintegrate. As long as they are restructured into a brand new form, I will be immediately given a new body that is 100 times stronger." The path of cultivation was exactly where one continued destroying and reconstructing oneself. Great devastation came with great growth. Knowing oneself, shattering oneself, and reconstructing a new self while broken until one was stronger and stronger during the process, in order to break the barrier of barriers and surpass the limit of limits. It was also the case for the exercise and workout of ordinary people. First, they tore apart the muscle fibers with high-intensity activities before they devoured protein or albumin powder to make the fractures of the muscle fibers grow new, strong muscle fibers. That was why the body ached after high-intensity exercises, but if one persisted, larger, more defined muscle formed. After 100 years of deep development, and with the tremendous awakened primeval cells that gave him an apocalyptic body similar to blood devil Yen Shibai, Liao's fleshly body had already reached the most perfect level that the nascent soul stage could have touched. It was also his greatest reliance in dealing with other nascent soul stage experts and even challenging those in the divinity transformation stage who were way above his level. Even if he might not have been a match for his opponents, his extremely sturdy body could ensure that he would not be killed in the battle. However, perfection in many cases meant exactly the same as ossification. Liao's nerves, veins, muscles, cells, mitochondria, and even gene strands had all been trained to the limits with absolutely no room to improve. No matter how he bombarded his fleshly body, he could not sense the slightest progress as common cultivators would. The problem had bothered him for years, but right now, his physical body that had been sealed for a long time was blown apart brutally by the high-energy particles and the powerful radiation. The mitochondria and the gene strands that were locked tightly were simmering in impatience again. vaguely showing him the infinite possibilities of brand new evolution. He had a strong feeling that, although the body was on the verge of collapse, as long as he could recover from the collapse, the new body after reconstruction would certainly be stronger than ever. Cells would always deteriorate, die, and be born again. The cells of the ordinary people would be renewed every 7 days. With conscious guidance and training, cultivators could compress the time to 1 day or even shorter. Many modern training classics describe the replacement of the cells all over the body as one cycle. Liao believed that as long as he could finish the replacement of cells of 100 cycles in a row, he would instantly be able to complete the journey of training that would take other divinity transformation stage cultivators decades. That was the greatest advantage of the passionate collision of his apocalyptic body and the weird high-energy particles and powerful radiation from the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy. What a strong body it will be. I will really be able to kill a tyrannosaur in one punch by then. Liao could not help but swallow hard. His bloodshot eyes were full of glittering stars. Don't fantasize yet. As you said yourself, that is only if there are enough medical drugs and high-energy nutrition fluids. The mental devil could not help but observe. Even common bodybuilders know that 30% of their body depends on training while 70% depends on eating. They must take plenty of protein after high-intensity exercises in order to recover the muscle fibers that have been torn apart brutally and make them even stronger. If they simply keep on training without absorbing enough nutrition, they will suffer from rhabdomyolysis. The more they exercise, the weaker they become. Eventually, their body will collapse. Our situation right now is like we have just finished high-intensity exercises for 100 times, but do not have even a glass of water, not to mention protein powder or other athletic supplements. How can we support the body that is shaking and on the brink of collapse due to the serious radiation sickness? If the situation remains unchanged, our fleshly body will die soon. Of course, after we advance into the divinity transformation stage, our soul has evolved significantly. The structure is very stable. Without serious strikes, the odds that it perishes are little to none. We will probably end up like Meng Qixin or Wu Suiyun and exist as spectral cultivators, won't we? That is a real problem. Naturally, Liao did not want to turn into a ghost like Meng Qixin or Wu Suiyun. While the divinity transformation stage cultivators' souls could be away from their bodies for a long time, they could not get rid of the limits entirely and support of their fleshly body to step into the mysterious temple of pure energy life after all. The soul and body were both useful and indispensable. It could be easily seen from how weak Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the two divinity transformation stage cultivators, were after they turned into spectral cultivators. Although they were in the divinity transformation stage, their combat ability was almost on the same level as that of Liao, Yen Liren, and other nascent soul stage experts. They could barely even drive the heavy colossi like the Tartarian skeleton. From the perspective of a divinity transformation stage cultivator, they were certainly among the most unfortunate ones. Besides, Liao's physical body was different from theirs. It was an apocalyptic body that had been developed by the blood devil, and almost all the primeval cells had been activated. Naturally, he would not give it up easily. If his physical body completely withered and collapsed, it would be a loss that could never be made up for. Even if he could possess a new body, despite all the moral and legal restraints, the new body would be far less convenient than his natural body. One of them was the authentic good from the original manufacturer, while the other was a counterfeit made in a random factory. How could they be of the same quality? This is getting tricky. Judging from the speed of the collapse of gene strands and the shrinking of cells, my body will completely fall apart in only 3 to 5 days. Liao frowned. We have to get one piece of high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment to repair the cosmos rings and retrieve our assets. Since the devilish Scorpion galaxy is a place where the Imperium of true human beings tests new magical equipment and new techniques, there's bound to be a few modification and maintenance centers. Although the high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment is precious, it is not rare. The maintenance centers of the Imperium must have such tools. That's true, but the Imperium of true human beings centers for the test and modification of new magical equipment must be heavily guarded by a lot of experts. How are we going to find a target in 3 to 5 days, and how are we going to sneak in without alerting anyone? the mental devil said coldly. With such a breathless, coughing, glowing body that may collapse at any moment. That's indeed a good question. Liao knocked the desk for a long time. Then his eyes suddenly shone. Got it. 10 minutes passed. In the hibernation capsule on Jingle Bell, Liao narrowed his eyes and crossed his hands on his chest while breathing evenly. His body was completely soaked by bright blue liquids. As white mist was injected into the bluish liquids, the hibernation capsule was frozen into an enormous block of ice. The original prototype of Jingle Bell was the single escape capsule of the Pangu clan discovered on Kunlun in the past. This time it was on a perilous, unpredictable mission of infiltration. Naturally, it carried the most advanced hibernation capsule of the Federation, which could lock all the cells in a human body and stop all the reactions inside the cells. Naturally, the mutations of the cells, the collapse of the gene strands, and the continuous decline and disintegration of the body were frozen. A super tiny starship the size of a finger floated above the hibernation capsule, surrounded by black and red brilliance. It was his old friend Neltharion. Look, problem solved. The supply energy of the hibernation capsule is enough to support the freezing for a couple of years. Inside Neltharion, Liao's soul released jovial waves. This place is so cramped, the mental devil mumbled in complaint. In the past few years of training, Neltharion had been its personal magical equipment and its mobile residence. That was why the magical equipment was not held in the Cosmos Rings but stayed with Liao for training. As it happened, it avoided the disaster and became the best sanctuary for Liao's soul. He would find a place to hide Jingle Bell and his fleshly body first. After all, with the hibernation capsule, it was no problem to freeze his body for a couple of years. Then, together with the mental devil, he would find a piece of high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment back through Neltharion. That was Liao's plan. He was going to practice more ways to fight purely with his soul without counting his fleshly body anyway, which was a compulsory lesson for every divinity transformation stage cultivator. We are dual personalities in the first place. What's wrong with cramming into the same place? Liao rubbed his fists and couldn't be more excited. Let's take the opportunity to begin the brand new adventure of the soul. The mental devil was surprised, but knowing that Liao's proposal was the best plan, it had to cheer itself up and practice the methods to control Neltharion together with Liao, which was also meant to lay a solid foundation for them to implement a dual absolute domain in the future. Although Jingle Bell was too seriously wrecked in the nebula storm to perform super long-distance space jumps, it was still capable of performing short-distance frog jumps after being repaired with Neltharion. Based on the star map that D. Feywin had provided, Liao slightly adjusted the destination of the frog jumps, starting a search that lasted half a month. During the 2 weeks, he was also never tired of re-understanding the world in the form of the soul, constructing all kinds of colorful and variable models of spiritual energy. Half a month later, they finally reached what appeared to be the Martial Meritocrat sector according to the astronomical parameters. The core of the Martial Meritocrat sector, like most sectors, was a stable galaxy with 1 star. It had 12 planets in total. The base of the civilization of mankind was on the 4th planet of the galaxy. Judging from the debris of starships and the junk in space that must have floated for thousands of years, the place had the distinctive traces of human development. There should have been a very splendid civilization a long, long time ago. But right now, 1947 infiltrating the origin of Blackstar the Great. Even with the probe magical equipment on Neltharion, whose perceptive range was not far, Liao could still sense the ripples of various sorts of spiritual waves spreading in the sea of stars. It was certainly not natural radiation, but the remaining traces left by some marvelous weapons after they were activated to the maximum. The metal debris that was captured by Neltharion every now and then dated back to different time periods, too. Some of the remnants were obviously torn apart and melted only recently. Liao also vaguely sensed that the most resourceful area at the center of the galaxy had signs that many starships were sailing, and there was an enormous space gate made of hundreds of star beacons. Fleets from other sectors would occasionally jump to this place, guided by the space gate. Even the unmanned crystal cameras floating in the vacuum of the space were growing larger and larger in number, too. forming an impenetrable line of alarm. The signs all suggested that this place should be a test field of new magical equipment for the Imperium of true human beings. Liao was not bold enough to pilot Jingle Bell too close to the fourth planet of the galaxy. Despite the advanced stealth system on Jingle Bell, the starship had suffered in the nebula storm. It was riddled with holes and contaminated by radiation. If it got too close to the main planet of the galaxy, it would likely be scanned by the unmanned crystal cameras that were everywhere. Liao hovered for 3 days at the periphery of the Martial Meritocrat sector before he finally chose the 9th satellite of the 5th planet of the galaxy. It was a barren asteroid without the fewest spiritual waves and did not even have much metal reaction. It was not even qualified to serve as a test field of weapons. Liao secretly investigated for a long time, only to find no human activity or signs of magical equipment on the satellite, which was no larger than a pebble. It was the best location to hide Jingle Bell. Liao found a ravine thousands of meters deep on the satellite. Other than keeping the hibernation capsule that sealed his fleshly body running at the minimal efficiency, he turned off all the units on Jingle Bell. He then created a minor landslide that appeared to be caused by a meteor, burying Jingle Bell below the rocks. After the flawless camouflage was completed, Liao's soul and the mental devil flew toward the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector on Neltharion together. The greatest problem about Neltharion was that it was too small and could not make use of cosmos rings. Therefore, the fuel and energy it could load were pitifully limited. So, after breaking away from the gravity of the satellite and accelerating to the highest speed, Liao adjusted Neltharion to coast on its initial inertia and only slightly changed the direction in order to avoid the patrolling fleets and the unmanned crystal cameras of the Imperium of true human beings. Neltharion was only the size of a finger. After Liao ascended to the divinity transformation stage, his control over spiritual energy had been improved to a higher level. In the vast, boundless space, how could the defense network of the Imperium have stopped a starship that was no larger than a needle? Liao broke through the defense network outside of the main planet smoothly. He then observed the planet that was of great significance in the history of the development of mankind from far away in silence. If 30% of the Imperium of true human beings propaganda was to be believed, the monstrous immortal cultivators had been born in this place. The main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector, however, was enshrouded in vague gray mists, which did not seem natural but more like some sort of weird magnetic field or defense array. In the middle of the mists, it could faintly be seen that several long, narrow rails ran parallel to the equator, whereas some others were perpendicular to it, surrounding the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector. Since those rails were visible to the naked eye, they must be astonishingly thick. It was possible that they were some super-huge facilities like the orbit docks in the Uranian Ring sector. The main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector had only one satellite, and the space gate was deployed right next to it. A military base of an enormous base seemed to have been established in the place, too. At the very least, Liao had sensed quite a few heavy starships entering and exiting the area in only 3 hours. What should he do now? Which place should he choose as his primary target of infiltration? Liao pondered for a moment and decided to consider the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector as the point of breakthrough. The warships of the Imperium were fully sealed in space voyages. They were also under the protection of spiritual shields and magnetic interference arrays, which made it practically impossible to infiltrate such starships. If he touched the plate armor on the surface, he would very likely be discovered by the defense system of the warship. Besides, not all the warships of the Imperium had high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment. Liao estimated that he could only find such tools on the comprehensive maintenance starship. The issue was the same to sneak into the satellite. The place must be heavily guarded as a military base of the Imperium of true human beings. Due to the limited fuel and energy on Neltharion, his soul might be incapable of performing any highly difficult movements. Should Neltharion run out of fuel during his infiltration into the military base, turning his soul into a wandering ghost running about in the immortal Cultivators base, it would certainly be an awkward situation. The main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector was even huger than the planet of the Heaven's Origin sector, and the superficial area was almost twice as large. It was impossible for the immortal cultivators to keep every corner under their surveillance. There was certainly room for his stealthy operations. Besides, as a habitable planet, the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector boasted a thick atmosphere that could resist 99% of the radiation and particles. For the soul without the protection of the body, it was a relatively comfortable and stable environment. For him personally, Liao was interested in visiting the planet too, to see what the hometown of the legendary Black Star the Great was like. However, the entire planet is covered in an enormous magnetic field, which is suppressing it like some sort of barrier or seal, the mental devil said. The barrier is activated by the dozens of rails that surround the whole planet. There's no telling if there are more mysteries to it or if Neltharion will be detected when breaking through the atmosphere. It was certainly an important issue. Liao focused his attention on observing the main planet Martial Meritocrat sector again. Ha! His soul shook slightly, allowing a tiny crystal camera to protrude out of the head of Neltharion. What is that? An impressive fleet had just taken off from the satellite of the planet and sprayed abundant materials to the planet outside of its orbit. Those materials collapsed at a high speed, raising blossoming red lotuses in the atmosphere of the planet due to the friction, as if they were the most glamorous shooting stars. It was too far away for Liao to tell what exactly the fleet had thrown down. It did not seem to be a bombardment from the orbit of the planet, but it seemed weird if they were merely dumping debris and garbage. Liao's soul constructed multiple models as he calculated the falling trajectories of those materials crazily. He discovered that the materials were sprayed without any pattern. They were colliding and spluttering, and a lot of them flew to the ground aslant. The barrier or seal that surrounded the entire planet did not respond to any of the materials. Dumping the junk at a fixed time seemed to be a daily routine of the fleet of the Imperium. Liao thought of something and made up his mind. He set Neltharion's speed and the angle to break into the atmosphere to the most appropriate parameters. The moment before it entered the atmosphere of the planet, it had a subtle scratch with an object that was spurted out of the starships of the Imperium. As if it were part of the object that had been disintegrated, it snuck into the atmosphere without meeting any hindrance. Hiss! 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 Neltharion moved through the atmosphere at a high speed, leading to the most splendid fire. Liao's soul seemed to be placed in the middle of an ocean of flames, which was both soul-stirring and enjoyable. Phew! There was no telling how long it took, but the boundless ocean of flames finally dispersed. Neltharion successfully broke into the atmosphere of the planet. Liao had cut into the atmosphere obliquely from quite a distance in the first place. His trajectory was different from most of the other objects. After penetrating through the atmosphere, the shooting stars around him were long gone, allowing him to observe the famous planet without the least hindrance. The first impression Liao had at the altitude of thousands of meters was that it was a planet catching its last breath. The sky was gray, and the earth was yellow and brown. It was practically impossible to find any greenness even when he was observing from thousands of meters high. The planet looked like a rotten apple and a squeezed orange. Jam-packed skyscrapers that constituted enormous metropolises could be seen everywhere on the ground, suggesting that the place had once had the most developed and brilliant civilization. But today, all the cities were filled with dimness and silence, with dilapidated buildings and empty frameworks everywhere. The convenient crystal rails had been contorted into spirals before they were buried by yellow dust and turned into broken tombs that nobody had visited for hundreds of years. Liao also saw a lot of bottomless craters on the ground. Every crater looked like an insatiable bloody mouth that was going to swallow the remnants of the cities around them. In terms of size, the smallest craters were hundreds of kilometers in diameter, and the largest ones were simply inestimable. Liao saw the folds and ripples caused by blasts at the edge of the craters. He also saw signs of melting. It meant that those colossal craters that had swallowed half of the cities had likely been caused by the bombardment of some sort of destructive weapon. There was no telling whether the cities around them were already desolate when the craters were formed, or they were still lively, vigorous, and teeming with people. The planet seems to have been through more than 100 world wars. Black Star the Great was rather rigorous for his hometown. Liao's soul released telepathic thoughts in all directions. He seemed to have found the signs of life activities on the horizon, which was more or less a relief. However, he did not dare continue the investigation with his telepathic thoughts blatantly anymore, partly due to the insufficiency of spiritual energy and partly because he noticed the waves of a lot of high-precision crystal cameras and scanning rays. This was a planet that was under high surveillance. His every move needed to be made with utmost caution. "We cannot take action with Neltharion all the time," the mental devil said. "We must find a new body." 1948 Universal Janitor Liao agreed with the mental devil. Neltharion's every action consumed a lot of fuel. Having entered the divinity transformation stage only recently, he could not control his models of spiritual energy very well, either. Should he make any error in the construction of attack models at the critical moment in the middle of a danger, one ultimate attack would drain all the energy of the device. Besides, as a piece of high-precision tiny magical equipment, Neltharion was too eye-catching, with too many traces of the Star Glory Federation style on it, which would be hard to explain once the immortal cultivators discovered it. Moreover, he had come to the planet to search for intelligence, resources, and maintenance magical equipment. It was certainly not a good idea to act stealthily all the time. He was desperately in need of a body that could easily integrate into the local environment and had a huge storage space. Naturally, Liao did not intend to possess a new physical body, which was in violation of his belief. Besides, possession could be very dangerous. One moment of carelessness, and he could be swallowed by the soul of the original owner of the body, like how Liao's soul had swallowed Oyezi's in the past. Since it was only a temporary operation of infiltration, he did not need to possess anyone else's body but only needed to find an artificial body designed for spectral cultivators. After all, the cultivators whose souls had left their bodies were like a strengthened version of the spectral cultivators. If he could not even find an artificial body, then spiritual puppets, beast puppets, or any kind of magical equipment with embedded crystal processors that could control the limbs to make complicated movements would suffice. In the past couple of years, Liao had basically grasped the techniques to hack the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus that Professor Emotian had left for him. He was not a specialist of crystal processors. Naturally, he was not as good as extraterrestrial devil Emotian, but it should not be a problem for him to hack and control a common spiritual puppet. Neltharion hovered in midair for a long time and finally selected a city that had been half demolished by an enormous crater. It then quickly descended. Beep, 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 beep. Before they reached the skyline of the city debris, feeble alarms were immediately ringing inside Neltharion, reminding Liao that it was a heavily polluted radiation area down below. When he scanned the area with his new eyes, the previous gray, rusty area of remnants became a colorful swirl that was flowing slowly. Dust that contained tremendous radiation was waving crazily like the tentacles of devils. Although not as high as the radiation spurted out of the nebula of the devilish Scorpion galaxy, the radiation here is still quite shocking. If the ordinary people enter the radiation area recklessly without any protection, while they might not get killed on the spot, their mitochondria and gene strands will certainly be seriously warped, resulting in all kinds of weird mutations. No wonder the place is utterly desolate and nobody tries to rebuild the civilization on the ruins. Liao sighed and strained his eyes. As far as his eyes could see, all the enormous craters that occupied the land were emitting radiation waves of different colors. At first glance, they appeared to be as vivid and glitzy as fire. Only the divinity transformation stage cultivators such as Liao could sense the foulness hidden below the fancy brilliance. Before, Liao only had a basic knowledge about the evilness of the immortal cultivators. But everything that had happened to the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector showed him in the most sensational way what kind of monsters the immortal cultivators were. Seeing the picture before his eyes, Liao was more confident about finding Starlight, the resistance organization of cultivators, and the lost cultivator. Where there was oppression, there was resistance. This was indeed a world that had been most oppressed. If there was a resistance organization, this must be where it was based. Neltharion dived into the debris of the city and moved forward on the zigzagging main roads. The rundown buildings on both sides looked like tombstones that rose to the sky. Having not been frequented by human beings for a long time, the ruins were covered in a thick layer of dust of radiation. Many places looked like they were coated in fluffy snow. Weird noises came from the skyscrapers that had been burnt down, leaving only the framework left. Roars of ferocious animals could vaguely be heard, too. It seemed that some wild beasts that had mutated because of high radiation levels and luckily survived had claimed the city of tombstones as their territory. Liao had no time to bother with the ferocious, mutated beasts. He simply unleashed feeble mystic rays and searched for the reactions of crystal processors in the depths of the ruins. To his disappointment, after a long search, he did not even find a control chip of the lowest level, much less a crystal processor. With Vulture Liao's abundant work experience in the magical equipment graveyard, he could tell that the ruins of the city had been searched time and time again, not by the same group of people but by hundreds of groups who had different styles. The place was like a piece of gum that had been chewed for 10 days and 10 nights. Not the slightest juice could be tasted again. Liao was both slightly upset and delighted. Since the place had been explored countless times during the past hundreds of years, a lot of settlements of human beings must be somewhere nearby. Pondering for a moment, he moved toward the enormous crater. The closer he was to the crater, the more intense the radiation became. The mini crystal processor on Neltharion beeped nonstop. Finally, he reached the edge of the enormous crater. Looking down from there, he could not imagine that it was a crater at all. The slopes on his left and right were endless, making it look more like a bottomless abyss. The bottom of the abyss was enshrouded in black fog. The stinky smell of steam could also be vaguely sensed, which must have been caused by the pools of rainwater in the past hundreds of years. However, at the edge of the crater close to the ground, black holes could be found, like a honeycomb that had been half dissected. Liao's guess was correct. Judging from the scale of the city, it must have been built in the most glorious years of the civilization. At that time, the locals of the Martial Meritocrat sector must have grasped the technology to build underground towns. The more developed a civilization, the higher their efficiency in the utilization of the space within the atmosphere. Like the Heavens Origin sector, the Martial Meritocrat sector had constructed enormous, delicately made underground cities. The terrifying weapon tests that the Imperium of True Human Beings conducted had destroyed the cities both on and beneath the ground. However, the underground parts were blocked by thick rocks and soil after all. It was possible that something could have been left behind. Naturally, the radiation intensity there was the highest, too. Liao's soul could sense blasts that felt like surging tides even though it was at the divinity transformation stage. It was a good thing. The radiation had probably prevented the survivors from searching the area, and he might find something of value. Along an enormous sewer that had long dried, Neltharion flew into the underground city. The environment in the underground city was much more complicated than on the ground. The collapses and landslides in the past 100 years had turned the place into a messy maze. Liao's guess was correct. The powerful radiation and the complicated environment were enough to stop most of the explorers. He found a lot of objects that were suspected to be spiritual puppets. It was a pity that the glorious days of the civilization there dated back to 1,000 years ago, which meant that most of the magical equipment there had a history of 1,000 years. Having been seriously wrecked in the explosion before being ravaged by time ruthlessly for hundreds of years, they were all rusty and riddled with holes, and their crystal processors had been melted into scrap metal, making them barely suffice as a temporary body. Liao scratched his non-existent hair and searched for 3 hours, only to discover one body that could somehow be put into use. But it was actually a universal janitor? What the heck is this thing? Staring at the remnant of the spiritual puppet that he had dug out of the ruins, Liao was at a loss. The remnant before him was about 1 meter tall and in the form of a cylinder. At the beginning, it was probably a futuristic silver color. However, after the torture of the explosion and the passage of time, it had turned into a hideous gray, with brown spots of rusts all over the surface, as if it had skin lesions. It looked like a garbage can at a distance and a bucket up close. The most unbelievable part was that it did not move in an anti-gravity way but had 2 tracks installed right below the body. The cylindrical body was in a very simple structure. There was a tool compartment that could automatically open or close on each side. Inside the compartments, more than 10 different mechanical limbs, including pliers, drills, and scissors for gardening, were folded and stored. However, most of the tools were too rusted to be moved anymore. Even those that could be moved had a suspicious hardness. After a tiny quake of Li Yao's soul, one of the scissors directly broke apart. An enormous metal plaque was nailed to the bottom of the garbage can. From the obscure handwriting on it, Li Yao managed to confirm the identity and usage of the spiritual puppet. It was a puppet for cleaning and maintenance that was very suitable for underground cities. It could enter the complicated, stinky tubes beneath the ground to eradicate the dirt on the wall, drive away cockroaches, rats, and other pests occupying the area, and perform simple maintenance on the damaged parts. Of course, after different parts were replaced, it was also good at jobs such as cleaning the road, gardening, garbage collection, and so on. All in all, it was a multipurpose spiritual puppet designed for cleaning and maintenance in the city. That was why it was named Universal Janitor. Are we going to carry out a highly dangerous operation of infiltration and intelligence collection with such a thing? Li Yao was quite skeptical. It can't be helped, the mental devil said. The hundreds of spiritual puppets we found are all garbage. Only this one has crystal processors and energy circuits that are not entirely beyond rescue. We can use it first and change to something later after we find a settlement of human beings. Also, I think that the Universal Janitor is not bad at all. Look, this crystal processor is not very complicated. Even we can easily hack and control it. Also, the multipurpose mechanical arms it has been installed with can help us perform all kinds of complicated movements. It is sturdy and robust, with great room for maintenance and upgrade. Most importantly of all, it carries a tiny garbage compressing cabin in itself, which is the best place to store Neltharion. We are not going to use it in a fight anyway. In an emergency, we still have Neltharion and our souls. Isn't such a low-profile but luxurious configuration ideal for us right now? Makes sense. Let's try to upgrade it after we find a settlement of human beings. Li Yao mumbled, not entirely satisfied. His soul turned into hundreds of golden streaks of light, flowing out of Neltharion into the Universal Janitor, and entangled its crystal processor, which was riddled with holes. Infiltrate, control, and melt. Crack, 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 crack. The spiritual puppet shivered slightly, as if it had been endowed with a new life. Sparks spluttered out of all the mechanical joints, and the indicators on the surface of its body that were polluted by dust and mud were blinking too. A mysterious beast seemed to be awakening slowly. However, the sparks and the glittering light lasted only a few seconds before they dimmed again. Somebody's here. Li Yao and the mental devil sensed new trespassers at the same time. They stopped the movement immediately and turned into cold, iron blocks again. Hardly had the machine been shut down again when hissing sounds came over from the entrance of the deep, dark sewer. Two people, one tall and the other short, jumped on the wall and dashed into the place in the most agile way. They were two human beings wearing airtight anti-radiation suits and respirators. Their suits and masks were bright gray, stitched with rust-colored camouflage cloth. If they crouched in the ruins, they would melt into the environment perfectly. Obviously, they were seasoned explorers. They should be the locals of the Martial Meritocrat sector. It was not until they reached the depths of the sewer where the natural light was little to none that their masks finally emanated four dim red lights, which formed four pillars of rays as they scanned the surroundings. Air tanks of some kind were bound to their waists and backs, spurting out large clusters of air every now and then. With the counterforce from the jets, the two locals moved swiftly in the complicated underground environment. "Ha!" The taller explorer's voice came over from below the mask. "I clearly heard something from here. Luli, you heard it too, didn't you? Senior brother, please lower your voice." The shorter explorer was barely able to keep up with the first person. Breathing quickly, she said, "This place is not far away from the territory of the Thunder Salamanders. It'll be a disaster if we run into the monsters searching for food." He. The taller explorer stomped on the ceiling of the sewer heavily and sprinted 100 meters ahead like an arrow. Then he laughed confidently. What's the big deal about the thunderous salamanders? If they are really bold enough to show up, I'll teach them a good lesson about the awesomeness of my lightning strangle. It will be a great opportunity to cut off their tongues as tonics for our master. I'm told that the tongues of the thunder salamanders contain great nutrition, and they seem to be called heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Master will certainly be recovered after he takes them. One of the two explorers was male and the other was female. Their voices sounded very young, suggesting that they could not be more than 20 years old. But their cultivation was rather impressive. At the very least, in Liao's senses, the spiritual waves spreading out of their body were very weird, as if the shorter explorer named Lu Li suddenly pointed in the direction of the universal janitor and said, "Senior brother, something seems to be over there." Liao was slightly dazed. He did not expect that the senses of the girl would be so keen that she would notice him when he only released a few telepathic thoughts trying to figure out the structure of the spiritual energy circulation inside her body. It was truly as expected of the center of the cosmos. Even a common native girl of a doomed land like the Martial Meritocrat sector had such extraordinary abilities. Naturally, Liao was not scared by the juvenile brother and sister at all. He was simply very curious about the current situation in the Martial Meritocrat sector and decided not to take any action so that he could elicit some information from the young man and the girl. The two explorers were both experienced at what they were doing. Soon, they discovered the universal janitor, or Liao. "Is this some sort of treasure? We're going to be rich." The taller explorer chuckled in amazement. Despite the blockage of his mask, Liao could almost see the guy's eyes glowing with greed. The young man swallowed and picked out an iron ball that was full of spiritual stripes from a bag on his waist. He then pinched the ball hard. After a while of cracking sounds, the iron ball immediately turned into an iron glove that covered his right arm from the elbow without leaving the tiniest gap. Warming up his fingers that had been armed with iron, the guy cleaned up the collapsed ruins around Liao and picked him up. "You've got to be kidding me. A garbage puppet." Seeing the rusted, cylindrical body of Liao, the young man was so greatly disappointed that he simply threw Liao aside. "What a pity. Why isn't it a battle puppet of the highest level or a military model that has been embedded with tens of thousands of battle programs? We'd be rich. If it were a battle puppet, it would have been picked up hundreds of years ago. Do you think that there would be a chance for us at all?" The girl named Lu Li stepped forward and fell on one knee, touching the body of Liao softly. Gentle spiritual energy flowed out of her fingertips, like a brook that had been warmed by the sunlight, and leaked through the broken shell into the damaged crystal processor, nurturing Liao's soul. Liao's interest was aroused. The girl's brainwaves were rather weird. It seemed that she had some unique techniques that were worth studying. "Ha!" The girl named Lu Li was confused by the feeble feedback from deep inside the universal janitor. After pondering for a long time, she said, "Senior brother, I think that the spiritual puppet's crystal processor is not broken. It seems functional. Is that so?" Tapping his respirator for a long time, the taller explorer squatted, too, and dismantled the tool compartment of the universal janitor. Then he observed, "The arm replacements that it has seem rather abundant. If it can really be activated, we can sell it on the black market to get the money for master's medicine. Give it a shot." "Okay." The girl Lu Li kneeled on the ground and took out a weird plant in a pot from her backpack that had been stuffed. It was a bare bud without a single petal, surrounded by almost 5 enormous green leaves, like a cabbage had been planted in a pot. The girl put the pot in front of her legs. Her fingers danced softly as she mumbled spells. In Liao's senses, together with the enjoyable enchantment, her brainwaves were constructed into the most remarkable model and covered the cabbage. The enormous leaves of the cabbage slowly opened, revealing a flower that was as eye-catching and glamorous as fire, with dozens of violet pistils at the center that were stained with sparkly, golden pollen. "Pooh!" As the girl's brainwaves suddenly intensified, the weird plant seemed to sneeze and sprayed bright gold pollen into the environment. A weird thing happened. Liao sensed that as the pollen spread out, the air in the 10 or so square meters around was purged immediately. The radiation and the venomous impurities were gone, making the air sanitary enough to breathe directly. The two explorers were not surprised by the scene at all. Seeing that starry blue spots had appeared at the sharp end of the leaves of the weird plant, they looked at each other and took off their masks, breathing the fresh air deeply. They were indeed so young that one might be able to squeeze water out of them. The young man was about 17 years old. He had long, messy hair that rose to the sky and could not be combed. There was a long scar in the middle of his nose. He seemed ambitious, disobedient, and scared of nothing. Ineffaceable brilliance was glittering out of his eyes that were as dark as ink, exactly like Liao in the past when he was in the magical equipment graveyard. However, the right half of his face was filled with marks that extended all the way down the right half of his body along his neck, as if he had been burnt in venomous fire. Whoever saw him would inevitably feel shocked and uncomfortable. Or maybe it was not the burn marks but some sort of mutation caused by radiation. The girl, Luli, was glowing like a gem, exactly like her name. She was 15 years old at most. Her face was not very pretty, but her eyes, from which more than 10 colors were beaming out, were filled with indescribable stubbornness. Together with her straight nose and her thin lips, she gave the feeling that she was both simple and persistent, as if she were a younger version of Wei Qingqing. If Liao had a heart, it would have been pacing at least 5% faster. He found it hard to imagine how there could be such an innocent, uncorrupted, and stubborn girl in such a world of radiation, desolation, death, and destruction. Liao shrank his soul to the size of a bean as he lurked deep inside the spiritual puppet and observed the movements of the two young people. The young man named Hante was truly like Liao in the magical equipment more than 100 years ago, and had an equally remarkable expertise in dismantling and maintaining magical equipment. Very soon, the guy had finished checking all the circuits of the spiritual puppet and reconnected some of the broken crystal threads and wires. "Let's see if it works." The young man took out a long, narrow rod and stabbed it into a hole on the puppet's back. Some feeble spiritual energy immediately flowed into the crystal processor. Compared with Liao's powerful soul, the spiritual energy stored inside the rod was simply too insignificant, to the point that he drained it after the first breath without causing any reaction. What happened? All the circuits are clearly on. Is the crystal processor inside completely broken? There will be nothing we can use in that case. The young man scratched the eye-catching scar on his nose, utterly baffled. He then withdrew the rod of spiritual energy, only to scream out with a pale face, "My spiritual energy! It was 70% full just now. Why has it been used up? Are you a garbage bucket or a rice bucket? Even the strongest battle puppet consumes less spiritual energy than you." In utmost fury, he kicked Liao hard. Liao was too occupied in his own business to care about him. He released a random thought and transformed it into very feeble electric currents, which leaked out through the broken shell of the spiritual puppet. 1950 sinners in the land of sins. Hiss! The young man was almost electrocuted. His face was blackened, and his messy hair that had been standing up previously was now like a broom on fire, with smoke popping up. Not even having the time to grunt, he was blown almost 5 meters away and fell to the ground, cramping nonstop. But he did not wipe his drool away at all, but simply dragged Luli behind him. He then drew a storm bolter and aimed it at Liao, with blue brightness popping out of the barrel. There was surprise, delight, and greed in the young man's eyes. His eyeballs were shaking quickly. There was no telling what was on his mind. "Senior brother!" the young girl Luli exclaimed and held the young man's shoulders from behind. Ivory ripples spread out of her fingertips, and the wounds on the young man's body caused by Liao's electric shock were healed at a visible rate. "Be careful. Something's wrong with the spiritual puppet." The young man grimaced and stared at Liao full of wariness. It did not feel like a common leakage of electricity, but more like crack, 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 crack. The round body of the garbage can released colorful sparks yet again. All the rune arrays and the indicators were flashing with a mysterious vibe. The tracks that had been frozen by rust began to move slowly, blowing off the large blocks of rust. The mechanical arms that had been folded previously gradually opened, and the scissors that were meant for gardening revolved rapidly, with coldness beaming out of the sharp edges. The two young people got goosebumps, seeing what was happening. Dumbfounded, they were lost for words for a long time. "Hey!" the mental devil said. "You're not so ruthless as to interrogate the two brats for intelligence, are you?" "Of course not," Liao replied. "It just suddenly occurred to me that I can ask the two young fellows to bring me to the local community of the Martial Meritocrats sector, where I can investigate the information about Starlight and the Lost Cultivator. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if we have two tour guides?" "Good thinking. But how are you going to explain to the two brats about who we are? Do you remember that way Xianxia and her companions had a grandpa plan in the tinder base in 100 Flower City? I feel that our style right now is exactly like a handsome, knowledgeable, and well-respected grandpa, isn't it?" The moment he saw the girl named Li, Liao had thought of Wei Qingqing. The moment he thought of Wei Qingqing, he naturally recalled 100 Flower City, the tinder base, the grandpa plan, and Grandpa Yao, the first-generation grandpa. "Now that you have put it in such a way, it does make a lot of sense," the mental devil said. "I am so handsome and charming, and you can sort of be called knowledgeable. When the innocent teenagers meet a kind-hearted, almighty grandpa like us, they will certainly tell all the secrets and intelligence they know to us obediently. Also, they will listen to whatever we tell them. We can ask them to do anything we want." Despite your sly chuckle, the basic idea is correct," Liao said. "Therefore, the most critical point right now is to convince them in a reasonable way that such a thing as an old grandpa exists. This is a complicated, professional, and very tricky problem. Don't make any noise now and lend all the computational ability to me. I need to think about it carefully." Liao fell silent, leaving the rune arrays and indicators on the surface of the universal janitor flashing. The young man and the girl looked at each other in bewilderment. They circled the universal janitor and observed it for a long time, only to find no anomaly. "Senior brother, what is this thing?" Luli asked timidly. Han Ti's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He grabbed the storm bolter in front of his chest as if it were a stove poker and eyed Liao up and down greedily. Then he said, "If I am not mistaken, this shouldn't be a common spiritual puppet for cleaning purposes, but a residence where a powerful remaining soul is hiding. It was sealed for hundreds of years in the darkness below the ground and has accidentally been awakened by us. In appreciation for the favor of awakening him, he will certainly tell us all the incredible arts that he knows. He will also inform us of the locations of a lot of ancient residences and treasuries, and he will travel and fight with us without complaint." "Ha!" Luli covered her mouth, somewhat surprised. "You mean something like an old grandpa?" Han Te nodded heavily, so overjoyed that he was almost dancing. "Exactly. An old grandpa. I did not expect that we would make such a major discovery on our trip. I thought old grandpas only fell from the sky and didn't know that we could dig them out of the ground. The only issue right now is the condition of the old grandpa. If it is in good condition, we can sell it on the black market even if it is of no use for us. We will certainly earn a lot of money, and Master's disease will be treated." Liao, the mental devil. Liao tried to invoke the broadcast rune array of the spiritual puppet. He uttered dry and unpleasant metallic noises. Cough, 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 cough. "Grandpa is awake," Han Te and Luli said at the same time. The two young fellows squatted before Liao, their big eyes glittering non-stop, as if they were two babies full of curiosity. "What is this place?" Liao desperately wanted to ask why the two teenagers had such a weird brain, believing that he was an old grandpa at the first encounter. Also, what was the meaning of the old grandpa that they mentioned? Could they sell such things on the black market? After thinking for a long time, he managed to hold it back and ask a safer question. It does not seem like a common spiritual puppet for cleaning purposes at all. Even if there isn't a remaining soul hiding inside, there must be a quasi-AI of a high level controlling it. Otherwise, it couldn't have asked such a question. Han Te clapped his hands and was even more reassured of his judgment. Waving his fingers before Liao's face, he tilted his head and said, "Hello. Can you see and hear us? What is this place?" Raising his voice, Liao repeated himself. "Why am I here? Who are you?" "The old grandpa seems to have lost his memories," Luli said. "Most of the old grandpas suffer amnesia," Han Te said, looking around. "Didn't the old grandpa in Zhao Dazhuan's family to the east of our village remember nothing of the past, too? I assume that the old grandpa's physical body must have been destroyed during the explosion. In desperation, he managed to make part of his remaining soul escape to the spiritual puppet for cleaning purposes. Now that hundreds of years have passed, it is great enough that he still has some basic self-awareness. It is perfectly normal for him not to have the memories of the past. If Liao had eyelids right now, they would have been cramping violently. Explosion, he continued mumbling in the unpleasant voice. Yes, I remember the explosion, the overwhelming white light, followed by incessant darkness. What exactly happened? You mean Judgment Day? Han Te replied frivolously, only to be jabbed by his junior sister in the back. Then he rolled his eyes and licked his lips. Well, we don't know how we should address you. Is your brain completely blank without any of your memories? And do you not even remember who you are and how you were stuffed into the iron puppet? Make no mistake. We are both friendly and kind-hearted people, and we will certainly tell you the truth because we sincerely want to help you. But please don't be too excited after you hear everything. All right? After a brief silence, Liao's broadcast rune arrays shivered again. Okay, tell me everything about Judgment Day. Judgment Day took place in your time. Well, I don't know when your time was exactly. In general, it was about 500 to 700 years ago. Han Te scratched his messy hair. The people of your age lived the most extravagant, unethical, and outrageous life of sins. In order to compete for resources or for any other random purpose, various forces had a war and bombarded the most precious surface of the planet into an utter mess with weapons that could have destroyed the world. The whole civilization was almost doomed. The overwhelming white light you saw should have been an attack launched by a hostile force with planetary magical equipment. If you ever get a chance to look at the outside, you will know that the attack razed the city entirely, and it has not been recovered even to this day. If I had to guess, I think you must have been hiding in a certain secret chamber beneath the earth and luckily avoided the fate of being obliterated on the spot. Part of your soul escaped, but having nowhere to run, you hid yourself in the core of the spiritual puppet, only to fall into hibernation for hundreds of years, until we finally awakened you again through the most arduous effort at the cost of abundant crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Such a thing has happened before. I've heard it personally many times. So no worries, we will certainly help you to the end. But I'm wondering, do you know any techniques or skills? And can you recall some of the coordinates of any important facilities? Hee. The young man grinned cunningly while bashing his chest to make promises, as if he were the most trustworthy man on the planet. It's been more than 500 years since Judgment Day? Liao mumbled. I remember that this place used to be called I can't remember it now. Who are you exactly? Survivors of Judgment Day. The war known as Judgment Day was fought for hundreds of years. We have no idea when you experienced the explosion, Luli said, biting her lips. The people before Judgment Day seem to call the land below our feet the Martial Meritocrats sector. But right now, all the survivors call it the land of sins and themselves sinners. It's because of the sinful life our ancestors lived that the war that led to the destruction of the whole planet took place, turning the beautiful home of old into the ragged, desolate land of sins. Everybody says that we survivors are all born with the heaviest sins on our shoulders, that we have to repent for our ancestors for thousands of years. Only when the endless sins of our ancestors are washed away will the land possibly become what it used to be, the land of sins, the sinners, and Judgment Day that was imposed on everyone with the war that swept across the entire world due to extravagance, greediness, and lack of resources? Perhaps, in an ordinary, self-secluding world, such a tragedy could have happened. But this place was the Martial Meritocrats sector, Black Star the Great's hometown, and the place that he hated and wanted to retaliate against most. Liao did not believe the story that the two young fellows told. Or rather, the two young fellows did not know the truth themselves. Liao continued to ask peacefully, "How do you know that? Everybody says so. It's because people a long time ago turned the world into a mess that our life today is so difficult." The young man Han Te sniffed. Gloom and pain flashed on his face, but he soon grinned and said, "However, it doesn't matter how difficult life is and what it will become later. At the very least, we are alive at this moment and you are alive too. So why do you care about Judgment Day hundreds of years ago? No matter how dissatisfied you are, Judgment Day has already taken place. It is impossible to change the past. What matters is how we live in the present. Am I right? I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name Han Te. I am from the village of Peace, which is the greatest village in the hundreds of square kilometers around. Neither the mutated beasts in the wilderness nor the other villages, and not even the most ruthless bandits, have the courage to mess with us because there are a lot of experts in our village. My master is the leader of the village and also the most awesome expert. He can blow up a skyscraper with one punch. This is Lu Li, my master's daughter and my junior sister. How about it, old grandpa? Come back to the village of Peace with us. Whether you can recall anything or not, my master will certainly find a place for you to settle in. My master always says that even the strongest expert cannot survive on their own in the land of sins. We have to support each other in order to live." After a long silence, Liao asked, "Why do you call me old grandpa? You know that I'm old." Han Te was slightly dazed. Scratching his hair, he continued his smile, his teeth glowing. "Not exactly. However, there are a lot of cases like yours in the land of sins. Strangers of unknown backgrounds, or remaining souls hiding in various kinds of puppets, who have lost memories of the past but boast tremendous techniques that are of great aid for the villages. Perhaps the people who were found in the earliest phase were very old and therefore given the name Old Grandpa. Then, the tradition continued. Do you have a lot of old grandpas here just like me? Liao asked. There are indeed a lot. Every village today has a few old grandpas for self-protection. Han Te thought for a moment and said, however, most of the old grandpas fell from the sky. Few were actually dug out from beneath the ground like you. Perhaps there were a lot several hundred years ago until they were all excavated by other people. Ha ha ha. Anyways, I've never heard much about it before. The old grandpas falling from the sky. Liao recalled the fleet of the Imperium of true human beings again that sprayed tremendous materials toward the atmosphere from the orbit of the main planet of the Martial Meritocrats sector. Those materials did not look like common garbage. They did not appear to be powerful bombs either. However, it was indeed a possibility that some people who had been deprived of their memories were loaded into buffering cabins and thrown into the atmosphere. Liao thought about asking the two little fellows if the old grandpas falling from the sky were sealed in silver coffins that spurted out buffer air currents or opened parachutes when they were close to the ground, and if the coffins were filled with sticky gel. However, on second thought, if a lot of old grandpas did exist in this place, he would certainly find out once he was outside. There was no need for him to ask the question in a hurry. While he was pondering, the mental devil suddenly said, I suddenly thought of something. The Grandpa plan in the Tinder base was carried out under the guidance of Professor Mo Xian, who had already been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils back then. So what? In case you have forgotten, the mental devil said, extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian is not a simple combination of Professor Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devils, but has a lot of memory pieces of the Star Child, an elite scout from the Imperium of true human beings. Therefore, is it possible that some sort of grandpa plan existed in the Imperium of true human beings in the first place, and extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian only duplicated it and made a second grandpa plan in the Star Glory Federation with the prior knowledge? Are you suggesting that the so-called old grandpas were sent to the Martial Meritocrats sector by the immortal cultivators on purpose? But why? Liao asked. Didn't you already learn from Su Changfa and Di Feiwen that the Martial Meritocrats sector today had turned into a laboratory of new techniques and magical equipment for the Imperium of true human beings? The mental devil remarked. Everything we have seen in the martial meritocrat sector after sneaking in fits their claim. How can you find out the greatest power and potential of a new technique or a piece of new magical equipment? Of course, it is an option to force the slaves of the martial meritocrat sector to train and fight one another. However, will the slaves train themselves crazily from the bottom of their hearts when it is against their own will? You can lead a cow to a river, but you cannot force it to drink water. If it were me, I wouldn't adopt such a simple and straightforward approach. I would find a way to create an extreme and secluded environment in the martial meritocrat sector, forcing all the people there to have to compete with each other over the highly insufficient resources. Strength. Strength is the only rule of the world. Everybody craves strength and will not hesitate to get strength whatever it takes. Then, I would ask some people to fall from the sky with the new techniques and new magical equipment to be tested, disseminating all the techniques and magical equipment. Instead of waiting for my coercion, the people there would practice the highly unstable techniques that have been just invented, driven by their survival instincts, or use the magical equipment that may have fatal shortcomings despite their amazing power. Therefore, Liao said, the old planet of the martial meritocrat sector, or the land of sins today, is an enormous test field for real-life weapons, and the old grandpas from the sky are responsible for disseminating the techniques and magical equipment to be tested. Yes, perhaps those old grandpas do not know the first thing about their fate. Didn't you hear what the brat named Han Te said in the beginning? Most of the grandpas lost their memories, but they remembered all the techniques and secret arts clearly. They even knew the locations of some treasuries and offered to teach the villagers the most incredible arts. This is highly unreasonable. If they lost all their memories, why could they still remember the techniques and secret arts? Even if they are aware of the techniques and secret arts based on their natural instincts, there is no reason they would teach other people all their skills and even reveal the most important treasuries, right? If there were only a few people who behaved like that, we might say that those old grandpas were kind-hearted and generous. But if there are so many grandpas that every village has a couple, and they are all so selfless and friendly, it is simply too weird to be believed. I assume that the memories of the old grandpas were mostly sealed or even cleared by the immortal cultivators before they were tossed into the atmosphere. They might also have been implanted with the knowledge of various unstable techniques and secret arts, as well as the instructions to disseminate the knowledge. Liao pondered for a moment, with cold ripples spreading out of his soul. Seeing that he was caught in a long silence, the two little fellows thought that he did not believe what they had said and was still hesitating. They looked at each other. Lu Li nodded. Han Te cleared his throat and said, "If you don't trust us, let me tell you a great secret. In fact, my master, Lu Li's father and the leader of the Village of Peace, is also an old grandpa from the sky." "What?" Han Te grinned and blinked. He was about to talk when his body trembled, and his eyes narrowed into two lines. The rune arrays on his storm bolter glowed again, and the most dangerous spiritual energy was condensing around the barrel. Lu Li exclaimed in shock. She picked up the flower that could purge the environment and quickly put her mask on. "Chi-Lu! Chi-Lu! Chi-Lu! Chi-Lu!" From the dark gaps in the ruins behind the three of them, an enormous lizard more than 3 meters tall, with a body as red as fire mixed with bright purple, circular stripes, crawled out and stared at them with its 4 dim, yellow eyes. It's a thunder salamander. Judging from the color of the electric stripes, it seems to be a female one in the middle of the spawning period. This is getting tricky. Han Te was still on one knee and lowered half of his body down, glaring at the opponent like a young wolf that had just grown up. He said in a low voice, "Lu Li, the old grandpa has just woken up. Based on how feeble his remaining soul is, he must have little combat ability right now. You and the old grandpa will retreat slowly until you are 100 meters away. Then you will run to the exit as fast as you can. I will catch up with you very soon. As long as we reach outside, we will be safe. The thunder salamanders rarely leave the dark environment." "My little friend," Liao said. "Hush, old grandpa," Han Te interrupted. "I know that you must have been a very awesome expert in the past, or your remaining soul wouldn't have survived to this day. It is a pity that the body you chose for yourself at the critical moment was too weak and has corroded over hundreds of years. You are certainly no match for the Thunder Salamander. Let's get out of here first. I know that, Liao said. I only want to remind you that there is another one that seems even greater than this beast crouching on the ruins to your left. What? While the exclamations of the two young fellows were still echoing in the darkness, tremendous electric currents and fiery light like a volcano erupted from the ruins to the left of them. In the middle of the chaotic lightning and fire, a ferocious shadow lunged at the three of them. 1952 terrible red flashes. Run! Han Ti's exclamation and his bullets roared out at the same out, only to be torn into shreds by the Thunder Salamander's sharp claws. Before he pulled the trigger again, the storm bolter was already chopped in half by the claw that was soaked in electric arcs and flames. Right before the Thunder Salamander laid its claws on Lu Li, Han Te charged forward and stopped it. The two of them rolled into a cluster of lightning and fire. The mask that covered his face was torn off again, revealing a face that was as angry as an animal. Countless veins were protruding from his burnt, scarred cheeks, like snakes that would dash out of his body at any moment. The right half of his body was also covered by dancing electric arcs, which were even condensed into the form of blades and armor, helping him to resist the sharp claws and tusks of the Thunder Salamander. The guy and the lizard were actually on par in the fight. But the other Thunder Salamander that showed up and distracted their attention launched an attack, too. Its bloody mouth was open to the maximum, and a red ball of light inside its throat got brighter and brighter, as if it were magma that had been highly compressed and condensed. Ah! Holding her head, Lu Li began to scream. At first, Liao thought that the girl was so scared that she was out of her mind, but then his soul sensed overwhelming quakes. A weird but powerful strength was released from the depths of the girl's brain. The very special magnetic field imposed strong interference on the spiritual energy reactions that were quickly expanding inside the throat of the Thunder Salamander. Boom! The fireball exploded inside the Thunder Salamander's throat directly, causing it to writhe on the ground in pain. Its 6 claws cramped violently, and the weird tails with long bone spurs waved crazily, blowing off tremendous broken rocks. The damage of such an extent was not enough to completely deprive the Thunder Salamander of its combat ability. The pain deep to the bones, in fact, completely triggered its aggressiveness. The deep purple stripes on the surface of its body emitted soul-stirring fluorescence, and blood mixed with saliva dripped from the tusks. Lu Li seemed to have used up all her strength in that scream. She staggered 2 steps back and collapsed on the ground. Her breath became so feeble that she did not even have the strength to lift her arm. Lu Li, go now. Han Ti's right arm activated a saber of electric arcs more than 2 meters long, which glowed glamorously in the darkness. After 3 shocking collisions, his chest was left with a deep wound by the Thunder Salamander, but he managed to chop off the strongest foreclaw of the beast, too. Seeing that his junior sister had collapsed to the ground, the young man was so anxious that he kicked a twisted rebar into the collapsing rocks while he shouted, "Come on, you 2 pieces of crap, come and get me. Your father is here." While kicking the rebar, he threw out tremendous electric arcs, continuing to draw the attention of the 2 ferocious beasts. He then slowly moved away from the exit into the darkness. The 2 Thunder Salamanders were indeed attracted by his roars and ignored Lu Li and Liao. "That's right. Come here. Come to your father." Han Ti's face that was filled with blood gradually disappeared into the darkness. Bulging his eyes that were as huge as bells, he hinted at Lu Li, "Now is the time. Run." Lu Li gripped her wrist hard and sobbed soundless. With the last bit of her strength, she managed to stand to her feet again. Han Te smiled brilliantly. His 2 irregular dimples seemed to be saying, "That's right, Lu Li, run. As your senior brother, I will certainly help you keep the 2 beasts occupied." Right before the 2 Thunder Salamanders were about to be lured into the deeper part of the underground ruins that was even more rough and complicated, a calm, metallic voice suddenly echoed behind them. "My young friends." At such a critical moment, the voice was as loud as a rumbling thunder. The two thunder salamanders immediately turned around and looked at where Luli was. Dumbfounded, Han Te stared at Liao, feeling like crying. "Sorry to interrupt your self-sacrifice," Liao said, "but I only want to tell you that there are actually 3 thunder salamanders in total. The last one of them, which is also the biggest and strongest one and must be some sort of leader of the hunting team, has been hiding on our escape route. This is a very delicate trap. They have eradicated the prey's hope of survival since the very beginning." Han Te's pupils constricted violently. Luli widened her eyes in disbelief. The third thunder salamander slowly surfaced in the darkness. It was much greater in size than the previous 2 thunder salamanders and covered in a dark golden shell that looked like a reactive armor made of metal. The enormous sarcoma above its head was pulsing like a heart. After every beat, it would send out sparks that turned into blue flames on the ground. Like a king of the thunder salamanders, it slithered to the 2 little fellows with the glamorous crown over its head unhurriedly, staring at the 2 of them from the high stance, as if being swallowed by it would be the greatest honor of their entire life. This is not a thunder salamander, but its mutated, evolved species, the thunder juggernaut. Han Te seemed to have been kicked right in the throat. His voice was completely twisted. "I might have been able to compete with the beast 3 years ago, but right now, senior brother?" Luli called him in a low voice, hinting that Han Te need not say anything. The young man and the girl leaned against each other and abandoned their futile struggle, illuminated by the deep blue light of the thunder salamanders. Their faces were brimming with desperation. "Is that so?" Liao twisted the tracks and moved with some difficulty on the uneven ruins while he observed the enormous slaughtering machine in front of him with great interest. "What an interesting little creature. Judging from its posture, it is not a natural species." The thunder juggernaut was infuriated by the hideous appearance of Liao and his peaceful attitude. With the sound of boiling magma spurting out of its throat, the sarcoma above its head expanded incessantly and soon became larger than its head. It seemed as if 10,000 lightning bolts had been hidden inside. Liao slightly adjusted the crystal cameras of the universal janitor and stared at the opponent without blinking, examining the flow and model of spiritual energy inside the mutated beast. He discovered that he had new perceptions of strength, battle, and the judgment of the enemy's capability and his own after ascending into the divinity transformation stage. He did not even need to observe with his naked eye. It would be much more accurate and efficient to directly sense the flow and expansion of spiritual energy. The thunder juggernaut was about to launch the craziest attack. However, it seemed to have sensed something. In an exclamation of shock, it turned around and ran away immediately, without even looking at the 2 companions that were left behind. The sarcoma on its head withered instantly, too. It had sensed the terror of the existence hiding inside the garbage. But it was too late. In the eyes of Han Te and Luli, they only saw 3 clusters of red light dash out of the body of the universal janitor all of a sudden and cover the 3 mutated beasts, including the thunder juggernaut. Not only were the beasts all frozen, they even staggered and floated in midair. The next second, the dark red clusters turned into thousands of red flashes that shone dazzlingly inside the bodies of the 3 mutated beasts. Then, the 3 of them were dissected neatly and completely into meat pieces no larger than the fingernail. Ew! Han Te and Luli were both dumbfounded, feeling that they were caught in a nightmare. Although they had seen a lot of bloody and brutal scenes during the years of struggle in the Land of Sins, the weird sight before their eyes was still far beyond what they could bear. Looking at each other, they trembled hard and threw up hard. Liao had no time to care about the reactions of the 2 young fellows. While testing the brand new ways to attack with his soul, he studied the structures of the 3 mutated beasts. The red flashes that had dissected the mutated beasts accurately just now were created by manipulating countless tiny grains of dust and kneading them into long threads 10 times thinner than the air before triggering a high-frequency vibration, leading to friction between the dust and the air at a temperature of thousands of degrees. The threads of dust were close to the molecular level in the first place, like the sharpest blades. Once they were heated to the limits, they were naturally invincible. Even the hardest armor and shell were not enough to stop them. The only shortcoming was that the dust's mass was little to none, and it would perish 0.1 seconds after vibrating in the air at a high frequency. But more waves of dust threads would immediately follow up, cutting all the targets like burning sabers. At least right now, Liao was very satisfied with the effect of his new attack. As for the structure of the three slightly abnormal mutated beasts, there were no secrets before his dissection. All the details were revealed. His guess was correct. None of the three mutated beasts were natural. They had not even mutated purely because of radiation. Liao discovered very sophisticated magical equipment units in their bones and throats that could strengthen their bodies, improve their speed and strength, and allow them to launch attacks similar to a volcanic eruption. Somebody seemed to be running experiments to create a perfect half-flesh, half-mechanical war machine by combining the most ferocious mutated beasts and magical equipment. Liao found three very precise chips from the depths of the brain of the three beasts. Judging from the rune arrays carved on them and the fundamental architecture, they should be some sort of chips to scan and store data, which could record the details of their battle. Thankfully, the radiation in the area was very serious. Liao did not perceive the existence of the spiritual nexus. The three chips could not upload the battle data in real time. Perhaps some instructions had been written into the chips to force the beasts that had been implanted with the chips to appear at an empty, uninterrupted spot every once in a while so that the immortal cultivators could show up to collect all the battle data during the last period. Pa! The three chips before Liao were crushed into pieces by non-existent hands, turning into three flames of fury. On the black shell of the spiritual puppet that had been sealed in the gloomy world for hundreds of years, dark red fire was dancing. Together with the pieces of the thunder salamanders that were still floating in midair behind, they constituted a nightmarish picture. Before Liao, the two little fellows held each other and shuddered. Turning the tracks in squeaky noises, Liao shifted his attention to the two little fellows again. Right now, he was full of curiosity about the arts they demonstrated. Sensing the coldness released by the crimson crystal cameras, Han Te shivered. He gritted his teeth and stood before Lu Li, struggling to say, Senior, show me the arced lightning that you activated when you resisted the thunder salamanders again, Liao said casually. Han Te was slightly dazed and looked at Lu Li in bewilderment. Encouraged by the girl, he slowly straightened his right arm and bellowed. Electric light leaked out of his pores and quickly extended out of his arm, forming long, narrow arcs that were similar to swords and sabers. What a delicate model of spiritual energy! Liao's eyes beamed with interest. He had seen a similar technique to construct swords and sabers with the power of thunder from Despot, Elder Netherspring's great warrior in the Blood Demon sector. Despot was a super warrior that Elder Netherspring had carefully refined after embedding more than 100 crystals into him. His capability had been close to the nascent soul stage. The combat ability that the young man showed just now was in the refinement stage at best. Naturally, it was incomparable to Despot's. However, the models of spiritual energy that he constructed were even more finely made than Despot's, with 10 times more variations. After pondering for a moment, Liao said, If my guess is correct, you used to be far stronger than right now, didn't you? Han Te was shocked. How do you know, Senior? Yes. I advanced into the 7th level of the Lightning Triangle 3 years ago, and I was 10 times stronger than I am today. Even if I came across a thunder juggernaut, I would have the capability to compete with it in an open fight. It is a shame that the veins and nerves on the right half of my body have been blocked since 3 years ago, although there are no obvious signs of mental derangement. My capability has plummeted, too, and I am almost a useless man right now. Grabbing Han Te's shoulder, Lu Li craned her head and emboldened herself to ask, Senior, since your eyes are keen enough to see my senior brother's past capability, is there any way you can help him? My senior brother was truly awesome at that time. Not only was he the best expert among the young people in the Village of Peace, you couldn't have found anyone stronger than him in the hundreds of square kilometers around. Everybody said that he was a genius and that he would eventually go to Manjusaka, the city in the sky. But as it turned out, like other geniuses in the past, he suffered the same misfortune and became a disrupted genius. The last 3 years have been really difficult for him. Please give him a hand, Senior. Disrupted genius? The same misfortune? Liao chewed on the girl's words. Leaving aside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, he asked, "What? Do you have a lot of disrupted geniuses like him?" "There are too many." Hante opened his hands, pretending that he did not care about it. He bit his lips and said, "Life is rough in the land of sins. Radiation and ferocious beasts are everywhere. The training resources are highly insufficient, too. It is impossible for us to train in peace. Therefore, it is only natural that all kinds of accidents can happen. I have heard of almost 20 unfortunate fellows from the few villages in the several square kilometers around alone. They were all known as geniuses in the past, but their cultivation plummeted for uncanny reasons. I am one of the luckier ones, having kept my life. Some of them went mentally deranged or died on the spot. Some even had abnormal mutations and turned into terrible monsters. You said just now that your master was also an old grandpa from the sky," Liao said. "I assume that he taught you the lightning strangle, didn't he?" "Of course it was him, but I also practiced some other arts in secret and combined almost 10 of them to increase the power of the lightning strangle. How else could we survive in the land of sins?" "From what I've heard just now, your master is ill too," Liao said. "Is his condition serious?" Hante looked at Lu Li and nodded. "Yes, senior. My master is indeed suffering from a serious and weird disease. Even without an attack, his cultivation is much lower than before. When he has an attack, his blood will almost stagnate, his hands and legs will be strengthless, and he can barely get out of his bed. We entered the heavily polluted radiation area at great risk this time because we want to find something valuable in the unexplored places so that we can earn enough money to treat my master's illness." "Got it." The crystal cameras on the front of Liao's body flashed again. Dozens of streaks of redness flooded out again, forming the devastating crimson flashes again, which penetrated through the right half of Han Ti's body like a storm. Thousands of electric arcs burst out of Han Ti's body and knocked him to the ground quickly. He writhed on the ground in agony while screaming hard. "Senior brother!" Lu Li did not expect that Liao would launch a fatal attack without any warning. Too shocked, she stopped before Hante without thinking and held her head hard with both hands. Liao immediately sensed that an invisible superstorm was condensing inside her brain quickly. The girl angrily demanded, "Senior, in any case, we are the ones who woke you up. There's no reason for you to return the favor in such a way, is there?" Liao smiled and casually said, "I do not know the random techniques that you senior brother has been practicing besides the lighting strangle, but the main art that he trains himself with seems to be focusing on the stimulation of the mitochondria inside the cells to change the form of the mitochondria, thereby allowing the mitochondria to unleash several dozen times more energy instantly. Meanwhile, the art has caused the mutation of part of the cells inside his body, allowing him to evolve with an effect similar to the release of electricity in an electric eel. It is only with the cooperation of his mitochondria and his electro-discharge cells that he is able to trigger arced lightning and combine them into various forms of attack. Theoretically speaking, it is indeed a rather dominating art, which is much more efficient and aggressive than the traditional usages of the spiritual energy of the Thunder class. No wonder he was confident in competing with a Thunder juggernaut in his prime. The problem is that the art has a serious shortcoming. When the structure of the mitochondria is changed and it is repeatedly stimulated, the mitochondria release a material similar to creatine. However, the art does not take it into consideration, or maybe it has, but there is simply no way to address it, the problem of the waste discharged by the mitochondria. Although the waste from the seriously stimulated mitochondria is little to none during every training session, it inevitably builds up in all the channels inside your senior brother's body where spiritual energy flows because it cannot be discharged out of the body. Thus, it piles up in the veins, nerves, and muscle fibers. It's just like an embolism for the ordinary people, which can kill the victims immediately when it gets serious. Is it strange at all that his cultivation plunged? Lu Li was dazed at what she heard. Her mouth was opened wider and wider, looking at Liao's shell that was riddled with holes and his hideous appearance with utmost admiration. The girl almost cried out, "Senior, don't be anxious. Let me finish. There's still hope for your senior brother," Liao said confidently and casually. Although the lightning strangle has serious shortcomings, your senior brother couldn't have practiced it for many years considering his young age. However, as he said just now, he also picked up a lot of other random arts, didn't he? The technique with fatal shortcomings alone clogged his veins, nerves, and spiritual root, and the other messy, mediocre arts only made the situation worse. That's why he had an acute attack this time. It is certainly not a good thing that his veins, nerves, and muscle fibers are all clogged at such a young age. But since he is still very young, the waste released from his mitochondria is not too much yet. Therefore, there is still a chance to save him. Hey, my little friend. How do you feel right now? Hante stopped yelling and screaming at some point and sat up in a trance. Looking at the thick, stinky fluids that flowed out of the holes caused by the red flashes, he laughed like an idiot, his head going completely blank. Luli pushed him several times. He summoned his spiritual energy in silence, and blue electric arcs almost 5 meters tall surged out of his palm. Countless fish seemed to be swimming merrily on the ceiling, illuminating the entire underground space splendidly. My cultivation seems to have been partly restored. The young man gawked at the ceiling. Perhaps because of the stimulation of the electric arcs, hot tears flowed out of his eyes. Strength? My strength is coming back. Holding the thousands of electric arcs inside his palm, he waved his fist hard and jumped up in ecstasy. But as it turned out, he was unable to control the powerful strength, and he bumped into the ceiling, bringing down half of the ceiling. He grimaced and squatted on the ground, holding and rubbing his head. Senior brother. Luli was amused. She then stared at Liao full of appreciation and stammered, Senior, we don't know how we can thank you. It's no big deal. Liao smiled casually. Looking at the young man squatting on the ground like a monkey, he remembered his past self again. The feeling alone was enough for him to give the guy a hand. Your senior brother's strength has always been stored inside his body and never left. It's just that it is blocked by the waste released by the mitochondria. Now that I have temporarily dredged his nerves, veins, and internal organs and sent some of the waste out, the circulation of his spiritual energy has become smooth again. Naturally, his strength is back. However, too much waste is stuck inside his body to be dredged in one time. I estimate that I will have to dredge and guide him every day for 10 to 15 days in order to completely eliminate the waste inside his body. Also, this does not fix the root of the problem. If he continues practicing lightning strangle, which has fatal shortcomings, the waste from his mitochondria will still be generated, and his body will become clogged again in the future. 1954, help me. Senior. Then what can we do? With tears inside her eyes, Luli crossed her hands and begged like a lost cat. Senior, please save my brother. Whatever you ask for as payment, we will certainly try our best to get it for you as long as we are capable of it. After thinking for a moment, Liao said, I have never considered myself a doctor. Treating illnesses is not my specialty. However, your senior brother's illness is just a minor problem. He can always drop lightning strangle and switch to another technique of the thunder class that is safer and steadier. What I'm more concerned about is your father and his master. I don't know if your father's serious illness is related to lightning strangle, but I do know that anybody practicing such an art will have a high risk of ruining their nerves, veins, and muscle fibers if they do not practice some ancillary arts that can help discharge the waste of the cells. If your father has practiced for decades with the most remarkable expertise, his condition will certainly be much more severe than your senior brother's. The embolism of spiritual energy that has accumulated over a long time will have filled all the critical parts inside his body. Should there be an attack, it won't be a surprise even if your father is killed on the spot. What? Luli covered her mouth in disbelief and stepped back, falling to the ground. She could not help but burst into tears. Senior. Sweating in anxiety, Hante crawled to Liao and said, It doesn't matter whether I recover or not, but please help my master. He really is a good man. Everybody in the 1,000 square kilometers around knows that. The lives of the thousands of people in the Village of Peace depend on his protection. Like I said just now, I am not a doctor, Liao peacefully said. And I haven't even met your master before. This is just my speculation based on the circulation of your spiritual energy. Perhaps there are some other reasons that caused your master's illness. In that case, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help at all. If his condition is solely because of lightning strangle, however, I may be able to come up with some methods to gradually recover the health of you and your mater. I can even help you improve lightning strangle and figure out a way to discharge the waste of the mitochondria. But there is really nothing I can do about your junior sister's problem. Hearing that Liao was willing to help them, Han Te and Lu Li were about to weep tears of joy when Liao suddenly changed the topic to Lu Li. The two of them were dazed at the same time. Han Te stammered, What problem does my junior sister have? Her problem is 100 times graver than yours. Liao moved the crystal cameras to Lu Li. With the red lights flashing, he said, Little girl, tell me, have you been feeling a vague headache every once in a while for the past half a year? Not the kind of stinging pain, but pain like your head has been split apart from the middle and somebody is tearing your hair to two sides. The pain should be like a narrow line that penetrates your entire face, and the most painful point is the tip of your nose. Right? Who told you that? As if greatly stimulated, Han Te shook his head hard and declared, My junior sister doesn't have that. Lu Li had a pale face that was full of shock. I indeed have such a condition. The pain attacks every couple of days. How did you know, senior? What? Han Te jumped to his feet and exclaimed in anxiety, waving his hands hard. Isn't it exactly the same condition that my masteress had? Lu Li, why? Why did you never tell me or master? I did not want to worry you. The girl lowered her head. Biting her lips softly, she played with her fingers and said, At first, I thought it was my imagination. After all, the pain was weak and barely noticeable. But recently, it has been attacking more and more often, and the pain is much more obvious. I thought about telling you, but Dad fell sick, and the annual bliss ceremony is going to take place soon. Whether or not the Village of Peace can survive the next year all depends on the bliss ceremony. I did not want to distract you at such a moment and thought I could tell you afterward. You? The young man almost cried, but having nowhere to vent his anger, he could only punch the ground hard. The electric arcs were running, and the broken stones were flying everywhere. Liao observed them quietly. What, your masteress had the same condition? Yes, senior, Han Te said gloomily. Lu Li's mother passed away 5 years ago. The year before her death, she had the exact symptoms you described. She had serious headaches, as if somebody was sawing her head in half with a burning axe. And the tip of the nose was the most painful point. If so, Liao continued, Lu Li and her mother must have practiced the same technique, which changes the structures of part of their brain cells to significantly increase the intensity of the brainwaves. As a result, a controllable field of brainwaves is formed out of their body. By altering the intensity, structure, and frequency of the field, they can interfere with their friends' or foes' spiritual energy, healing friends, increasing allies' strength, or disrupting the foe's techniques, right? Staring at Liao in bewilderment, Han Te could not have admired the mysterious senior who had been buried for hundreds of years more. Senior, you are truly prophetic. I do not know if their brain cells have been through any unusual changes, but it is true that Lu Li and my masteress mainly practice the same technique, the heavenly heart transformation. It can calm allies down, boost their spiritual energy, accelerate their recovery, and increase their damage. It can also disrupt enemy movement and stop the enemy's techniques before they are performed. It is one of the best ancillary techniques that highlights both attack and defense. It's awesome. It is indeed very impressive, especially for the performer of the art. Liao sneered. Practicing such a technique will keep one's brain cells in a state of high-frequency vibration at all times. It is almost as if high-energy microwaves are penetrating through their brains all the time. Brain lesions are almost certain. Also, once the illness progresses, the victims will be dead for sure. The odds are little to none that their souls will be left behind, turning them into spectral cultivators. Hearing his cold diagnosis, Lu Li seemed to have accepted her fate. She sat on the ground without saying anything and simply smiled at Han Te with her pale face, as if she were begging him to not worry about him. The young man's face, however, turned so red that 10,000 arrows of blood seemed to be shooting out. He suddenly kneeled before Liao and held back his tears, pleading, "Senior, please help my master and my junior sister, just like you helped me. Treat them and cleanse the poison and waste inside their bodies. As long as you are willing to give us a hand, Senior, I will agree to any condition. Whatever you ask for, I will try my best to get it for you." The indicators on Liao dimmed. There was a brief silence before he said, "Yours is a simple problem where your mitochondria's waste cannot be discharged. But your junior sister's problem is a very severe one that concerns brain damage and mutations. How can they be the same? The brain is the most mysterious and delicate organ in a human body. How do you expect to fix the problem by shooting a few holes and letting out blood? Yes, brain cells do not have a sense of pain themselves. Your junior sister's dull pain right now is probably caused by the high cranial pressure. Opening her skull to reduce the cranial pressure can temporarily relieve her of the pain, but it does not remove the root of the problem. Your junior sister's body is still growing at her age. Since brain mutations have taken place, the problem cannot be fixed by simply stopping practicing the heavenly heart transformation. It's best that you ask some professional brain doctors and meditation healers to treat her." Han Te was completely confused. "Our place is rather remote. Few doctors ever dropped by. As for meditation healers, what are they?" Liao was slightly dazed. Thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? Since your junior sister's problem is her unsteady field of brainwaves, maybe I can help her craft a special helmet first with appropriate tools and parts. After she puts it on, it will temporarily prevent her brain from further mutating. But it won't be an ultimate solution. You will have to figure out a way to find a real expert in the meantime." "Thank you. Thank you very much, Senior." Han Te felt both worried and delighted. Finally, sticky tears flowed out of his eyes. Holding Lu Li's hand, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, do you?" Instead of waiting for him to finish, Liao said, "I can help you, but you must help me, too. Let's make a deal. As you have seen, I only have part of my remaining soul left. I have been buried for hundreds of years and lost all my memories. I do not know anything of my past or the new era. You will work as my guides to help me get to know the new world." Of course, seeing that Liao had agreed to help him, the young man regained his vigor that resembled a jumping monkey again. Bashing his chest hard, he said, "You can count on us for that. Please come back to the Village of Peace with us. We will certainly help you to get familiar with the world and be integrated into the land of sins." Liao smiled and said, "One other thing. I do not want anybody else to know my real identity yet, not even your master. To him, you can say that you have picked up a common spiritual puppet for cleaning and maintenance purposes from the ruins, and you will perform random modifications and upgrades on it. Is there a problem?" The young man and the girl looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Of course not." After some thought, Han Te carefully said, "We can pretend that we have picked up a universal janitor in front of the outsiders. But how should we address you in private, Senior? Do you still remember your name?" "I vaguely recall that there is a Yao in my name. Therefore, you may call me Grandpa." "Hey!" the mental devil said gloomily next to Liao's soul. "Do you not feel any sense of shame when you say such a nauseating name? Forsaken cities, broken freeways, high buildings that were riddled with holes, and lead gray clouds that fell from the sky in threads like skinny claws that were going to grab all the creatures on the bleak land and feed the prey into their mouths. Boom! 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 Every now and then, explosions echoed in the distance, mixed with the collapses of the skyscrapers. Gray and red smoke rose on the horizon, like enormous tumors that were floating in midair. A shuttle that had been through crazy modifications ran without any noise despite the ragged appearance in the middle of the bones of the city, leaving a long pillar of smoke behind. From the ruins of the skyscrapers on the two sides of the road, lizards with multiple heads and venomous cysts crawled out and stared at the shuttle greedily. But before they released their venom, the shuttle flashed by. Liao had been carried to the back seat of the shuttle. He observed the world from a brand new angle. The two young fellows' day had been full of twists and turns. After just surviving the disaster, They were struck right in the head by the devastating diagnoses, only to be given a slim chance of hope by Grandpa Yao in the end again. Right now, Han Te and Lu Li were still unable to calm themselves. Holding each other's hands, they could not tell whether their hands were warm or cold. "So, this is what the world looks like now," Liao mumbled. "The world has always been like this for us. Gray, barren, and full of fights and slaughter. You have to keep your eyes open every second, stay wary of threats from all directions, and search for the slightest food in ruins and crevices. But it doesn't matter. Grandpa Yao, you are so awesome that you are almost an ultimate old grandpa. You will certainly live a good life here." Han Te shrugged and said, "I'm told that a long, long time ago, before Judgment Day took place, the world was different. It had green mountains, running rivers, and singing birds. That is what the few incomplete paintings I saw from Master depicted. TSK, TSK, TSK. How unbelievable. Could such a world really have existed? Grandpa Yao, can you tell me what the world of green mountains, running rivers, and singing birds is like exactly?" Liao responded with silence. Lu Li jabbed him softly and glared at him. "Well?" Han Te scratched his hair hard and blushed. "Forgive me, Grandpa Yao. I almost forgot that you lost your body and your memories of the past, and the last remnants of your soul hid in loneliness for hundreds of years." "Oi, Lu Li, you're poking me again." He was a young man after all. Hearing that Liao would like to do them a favor, Han Te gradually became the carefree and disobedient guy he used to be. Liao was not bothered at all. Smiling, he raised a very critical question. "It's occurred to me that the resources here are highly insufficient. You can barely find a spiritual puppet for cleaning and maintaining purposes in the ruins of such a vast city. Besides, the radiation everywhere makes it impossible to grow crops on the land. From what I've heard just now, the village of Peace alone has thousands of people, and there are more than 10 villages in the hundreds of square kilometers around. How do you survive? Where do you get your food, water, training resources, weapons, and maintenance magical equipment?" "Part of them come from scavenging and hunting," Han Te said. "However, you're quite right, Grandpa Yao. It's been hundreds of years since Judgment Day. Almost all the city ruins have been explored hundreds of times by the scavengers. You'd be lucky to find half a track in them. As for hunting, the beasts that can easily be hunted have mostly been captured. The remaining animals are all the most ferocious creatures that are as difficult to deal with as those thunder salamanders. You'd have to risk your life to catch them, which is not a fair deal at all. Thankfully, abundant resources fall from the sky on a regular basis. Food, water, daily necessities, you name it. We mainly live on them. From the sky." Liao was slightly dazed. "Not only do old grandpas fall from sky, but tremendous materials, too? Isn't it too strange?" "Not strange at all. It's the gratuitous aid that the angels offer to the sinners." Narrowing his eyes, Han Te searched the dark, gloomy clouds on the horizon. Then, his eyes suddenly shone as he pointed at the gray sky and exclaimed, "Grandpa Yao, look, it's the heavenly rail." Liao looked into the distance. Releasing his senses to the maximum, he saw a super-enormous rail that extended from the horizon behind him to the horizon in front of him through the entire sky. Like a sword that stabbed into the sky and an endless bridge leading to the sea of stars, it could not have looked more splendid and magnificent. Liao immediately recalled the circular rail stations that surrounded the entire planet when he broke into the atmosphere of the planet. In great excitement, Han Te pointed at the sky and shouted, "That is the heavenly rail. Tremendous resources or even living people are projected from there often to help us survive through the difficulties. At the end of the interconnected heavenly rails, there's Manjasaka, the city in the sky, where angels live. One day, I will leave the wretched land of sins for the city in the sky and the most brilliant universe beyond like my sister did." This was not the first time that Liao had heard the name Manjasaka, the city in the sky, from him. "Please explain," he said briefly. "Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is the place built and inhabited by the angels," Lu Li said. "It is also the gate between the land of sins and the universe. According to the seniors in the village, a long time ago, Most of the people in the martial meritocrat sector were unpardonable, ravenous criminals, whose attack against each other eventually led to Judgment Day that destroyed the surface of the entire planet. Those people are our ancestors. But not all people were as greedy and evil as them. Some of the kind-hearted people with clear minds escaped from the catastrophe that would last hundreds of years. With the enormous ships they built, they fled before Judgment Day and traveled in the Sea of Stars. Do you know what's in the Sea of Stars? Liao asked. Not exactly. The two little fellows shook their heads. Luli said, whatever there is in the Sea of Stars, the kind-hearted people have never abandoned their home and their compatriots. After Judgment Day, they returned to the planet that was scarred and ruined. Right now, they call themselves angels and have established the enormous heavenly rails in Manjusaka, trying to eliminate the pollution and radiation on the ground and repair the heavily wounded planet. Before the Land of Sins is completely restored to its original appearance, they send all the necessary resources, weapons, and training arts to us via the heavenly rails, helping us to survive through the difficulties on the harsh land. Do you really believe such legends? Liao asked. Since angels can roam the Sea of Stars, why don't they take all of you away? Biting her lips, Luli replied. The angels have their limits too. Perhaps their ships are not large enough, or they do not have enough resources to save each and every one of us. Besides, we are all sinners. The cursed blood of our ancestors with the genes of brutality flow in our veins. Just look at what happens in the Land of Sins, and you will understand. Pillaging, slaughter, arson, war. Most of the sinners are even more brutal than the most brutal mutated beasts. Before they are completely purged, we are naturally unworthy of stepping into Manjusaka. Otherwise, what can be done if they cause trouble in the world of the angels? The so-called Judgment Day was our ancestors' own fault. The angels do not owe us anything at all. It is generous enough of them to offer tremendous resources to us as aid so that we can survive. What qualifications do sinners such as us have to demand more from the angels? Wouldn't that make us insatiable scoundrels? That must be what the seniors in the village told you, Liao sneered. Where did they learn it in the beginning? Let me ask you again. Do you really believe in such legends? The seniors in the village naturally learned it from their own seniors, generation after generation. The nonsense must have been passed on for hundreds of years. Hante grinned and said, Is there any difference whether we believe it or not? In any case, the sinners who struggle to survive in the Land of Sins depend on the charity of the high and mighty angels to live. As long as they offer the resources, it doesn't matter what the legends are. However, now that I have recovered some of my strength, I will definitely enter Manjusaka like my sister did to become a well-respected angel. Then, everybody in the village will live a good life. They will have food, water, and clean air aplenty. Liao was rather curious. Your sister is in Manjusaka, the city in the sky? Can sinners turn into angels? Yes. Lu Li nodded heavily. Hanti's sister is very awesome. She is a real genius among geniuses and even stronger than my dad. She went to Manjusaka a long time ago. She is the greatest pride of the Village of Peace. Liao found it odd. According to what you said earlier, the Village of Peace seems to be in the middle of a crisis right now. Why can't you ask Han Ti's sister for help? Luli blushed, not knowing how she should respond. Han Ti's face turned red in embarrassment, too. He was lost for words for a long time before he finally made up his mind and said, The connection between the city in the sky and the Land of Sins is intermittent. I have no idea where my sister is specifically, but it doesn't matter. I will certainly go to Manjusaka someday and ask my sister about everything. 1956. The myriad of old grandpas. Despite the attempted cover-up of the young man and the girl, Liao still understood it. Han Ti's sister used to be the best young expert in the Village of Peace that everybody in her village placed their hope on. Finally, she truly ascended to the city in the sky, but she abandoned the villagers and even her own brother, never to return again. Liao sighed and asked, What exactly does Manjusaka look like? The two little fellows both grew excited when they heard the question. with brilliance more dazzling than stars beaming out of their eyes. They said at the same time, Manjasaka is a paradise that has everything. Clean air and water, inexhaustible food and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, green mountains, running rivers and singing birds, forests. Wow, forests. It's said that a lot of tall trees grow in such places. There are green, thick leaves on the trees and bird nests among the branches. They are entirely different from the trees in our place. Besides, through Manjasaka, we can also travel in the infinite sea of stars. That's really... The two little fellows described Manjasaka in amazement. Looking at each other, they were both at a loss about how to depict the glamour and splendor of Manjasaka. They suddenly laughed at the same time. Liao smiled, too. He asked, then, it must be very difficult for someone to go to Manjasaka and become an angel, right? Of course. All the sinners in the land of sins, each and every one of them, want to go to the city in the sky where they can live a happy, carefree, peaceful life without worrying about food. But how many people can actually make it? Han Te licked his lips and drew a big circle with his finger. The land of sins is mainly divided into 3 worlds. As you must have sensed, Grandpa Yao, the area we are currently in is heavily polluted with high radiation. The resources here are highly insufficient, and not too much aid is projected from the heavenly rails regularly. Such areas are known as desolate worlds in the land of sins. They are essentially the countryside of the planet. Life in the countryside is certainly very difficult. However, because of the lack of resources, few advantages can be taken here. So, the truly ferocious beasts and the insane bandits hardly visit such places. Therefore, we have managed to build some villages to protect ourselves. Most of the sinners live in the uncomfortable, desolate worlds. However, there are some locations where tremendous resources will be projected from the heavenly rails on a regular basis. When the time comes, all kinds of high-energy nutrition drugs, compressed food, filtration cartridges, anti-radiation suits, and powerful magical equipment and techniques, as well as old grandpas of all types and all levels, fall from the sky there. Those landing points of abundant resources are known as bloody worlds. You must have guessed it. The bloody worlds are where the real experts frequent and fight brutally. The strongest mutated beasts and the toughest bandits, as well as the most awe-inspiring criminals, are all active in those lawless places. Also, although the heavenly rails are high in the sky, they are connected to the ground by enormous iron ropes. Those iron ropes are all hollow and installed with some sort of elevator and vacuum shuttle inside, which can quickly transmit objects between the heavenly rails and the land of sins. Around the elevators and the vacuum shuttles, prosperous metropolises have been established. Those cities constructed under the support of the angels are like oases in the desert. They are known as the Elysian worlds. I'm told that all the Elysian worlds are controlled by the most powerful gangs and experts in the land of sins. Each of them has their own rules, so they are not as chaotic as the bloody worlds. You can find anything in the markets in the Elysian worlds. All kinds of extraordinary professionals can be found there, too. The brain doctors and meditation healers can only be found in the Elysian worlds if they do exist. Also, the angels will release quests through the Elysian worlds regularly. As long as you complete the quests, you will be given a lot of cash and contribution points. After your contribution points surpass the threshold, you will be qualified to enter Manjasaka. I should have left for the bloody worlds 3 years ago. Who could have known that my capability would plummet? If I can really recover my strength, I will certainly have a few fights in the bloody worlds. As long as I am tough and lucky enough, and I can claim some secret treasures and resources that have fallen from the sky, my cultivation will definitely soar. Then, I will go to the Elysian worlds to complete the quests that the angels release and accumulate enough contribution points. In the end, I will be able to go to the city in the sky to look for my sister. I absolutely don't believe that my sister is such an ungrateful person that she forgot the people of our hometown after she went to the city in the sky. She must have her reasons. Or, she may be planning something big for the family and friends in the hometown. That must be it. I will find her and ask her about everything. The young man confessed the truth before he knew it. He realized that he had misspoken after he spoke and coughed somewhat in embarrassment. Liao considered for a moment. Not particularly bothered about Han Te's sister, he said, "What are the quests that the angels release?" Han Te was slightly dazed. "I don't know the details. I'm told that they are mostly about hunting deadly animals, capturing lawless criminals, or exploring ancient relics. The death rate is rather high, that's for sure. But this is Manjusaka, the city in the sky that we're talking about. It's certainly not a place any random person can visit." The dim redness inside Liao's indicators flashed as he scanned the vague heavenly rails in the clouds of lead gray in the sky. He said casually, "The heavenly rails that you describe do not seem very high. They are not far away from the atmosphere. It is possible for the experts above average to fly to those places with flying swords or modified shuttles, isn't it?" Han Te's and Lu Li's faces immediately turned pale. Both of them shook their hands quickly. "Please don't. You may not know this, Grandpa Yao, but us sinners are not qualified to fly in the atmosphere, much less approach the heavenly rails. The sky is a forbidden area. Whoever is bold enough to fly beyond the atmosphere will be shot down mercilessly. Even the most awesome expert will be burnt to a crisp while they're still in midair. We know that you must have been a very famous expert in the old days, Grandpa Yao, but however awesome you are on your own after all, and it is impossible for you to defeat Manjusaka, the city in the sky. The defense array of the heavenly rails is unbelievably powerful. Nobody has ever escaped from the land of sins in the past hundreds of years. Therefore," Liao said coldly, "if someone wants to leave the land of sins, Manjusaka is their only route, right?" "Yes." The two little fellows nodded at the same time. Liao sneered hard and said, "Tell me more about old grandpas. From what I've heard, old grandpas are of different types and levels. Some of them are stronger than others, and they can even be traded on the black market. Also, your master, the leader of the Village of Peace, is an old grandpa. What is the meaning of that?" Han Te did not know that his remark about selling Grandpa Yao on the black market at the beginning had been caught. He was so embarrassed that he hurried to explain, "Grandpa Yao, in case you misunderstand, I did not know that you are a remaining soul old grandpa back then. If we had picked a lifeless crystal processor old grandpa, it wouldn't be wrong at all to sell it because we are in desperate need of money, right?" Liao's soul emitted waves of confusion. Remaining soul grandpa? Crystal processor grandpa? What are those things? "Let me explain it for you," Lu Li said hurriedly. "The so-called old grandpa is just a collective name. In fact, there are a lot of subcategories, and not all of them are the same thing. Even classified according to the most inaccurate standards, there are still real-life old grandpas, remaining soul old grandpas, crystal processor old grandpas, spiritual beast old grandpas, and so on. There will be more types if you divide them more carefully. The so-called real-life old grandpas are real human beings with flesh and blood. They have fallen from the sky and lost all their memories of the past, but they grasp the most marvelous techniques and the most daunting capabilities. My dad is one of them. Such old grandpas are all the treasures of the land of sins. If any village can get one, the strength of the village will be greatly enhanced. Therefore, after my dad was taken in by the Village of Peace at that time and then settled there with my mother, it is only natural that he slowly rose to become the leader of the Village of Peace. The second type is remaining soul old grandpas, which is also the most common type. As their name suggests, they are also living human beings, except that they have lost their physical bodies for reasons we do not know, and they are forced to reside in all kinds of objects. It is most usual for them to reside in rings. Some of the old grandpas live inside swords, sabers, spears, or other magical equipment. Some live inside spiritual puppets. Some even reside inside a human's body. The remaining soul old grandpas normally do not have a high combat ability due to the loss of their physical body. They are prone to the interference of radiation and magnetic fields, too. However, with their abundant battle experience and their sophisticated techniques, they are still the best mentors. They are very popular in the land of sins, right? Grandpa, you must be a remaining soul old grandpa, too, except that your case is slightly special, Han Te said. Most of the old grandpas fall from the sky, But you were actually dug out of the soil by us, Grandpa Yao. How strange was that? What's strange? Lu Li replied. Didn't we come up with an explanation just now? There's a second explanation. Grandpa Yao fell from the sky hundreds of years ago, but he was never picked up and slowly buried. How is it possible? Han Te argued. The structure of the underground ruins was obviously very stable. There are not many holes on the ground, either. How could anyone have fallen so deep into the ground? Puffing her cheeks, Lu Li thought for a long time. He must have been dragged into the underground ruins by a cat, a dog, or a mutated beast, you silly. I don't think. Han Te scratched his head for a long time. He held his chest high and was about to argue, but seeing that his junior sister was glaring at him, he decided to let it go. Fair enough. You do have a point, Lu Li. Grandpa Yao must have been dragged underground by a cat or a dog. 1957 train, even if it means death. Of course I have a point, because that is the truth. Lu Li smiled brilliantly. There was no telling whether she had temporarily forgotten the pain inside her head or was merely arguing with her senior brother to stop him from worrying about her. Clearing her throat, she continued the introduction. The third type are crystal processor old grandpas. In fact, it is rather difficult to distinguish them from the remaining soul old grandpas because they live inside swords, sabers, spears, all kinds of magical equipment, and even spiritual puppets. The only difference is that the remaining soul old grandpas are living human beings whose memories are lost, while the crystal processor old grandpas are not human beings but some sort of artificial intelligence. Even if they can activate vivid human-shaped illusions, they are still false. All their reactions are simulated. Although they are not humans, the enormous databases of the crystal processor old grandpas can also store many unparalleled techniques. They can even provide great help in a battle. As excellent mentors and partners, they are very popular. When I first saw you, Grandpa Yao, I mistook you for a crystal processor old grandpa. That's why I said that I would sell you on the black market. Blushing, Han Te was still arguing for himself. The crystal processor old grandpas that have stored a couple of techniques can be sold at a high price on the black market. In that case, we may be able to find a cure for my master's disease. That was what I thought at the beginning. Li Yao's indicators were blinking. I'm starting to understand it. However, what are spiritual beast old grandpas? They are spiritual beasts, of course, Lu Li said matter-of-factly. Li Yao was slightly dazed. Can animals become old grandpas too? Of course they can, Lu Li said. Since they have been projected by the angels from the heavenly rails, the spiritual beasts are part of the aid that has been donated to us. Such creatures have been enlightened by the angels with wisdom. Even after they fall into a strange environment, those spiritual beasts will not attack human beings, but will choose a young person from the crowd with whom they will sign a pact of blood. After that, their mind will be connected to the young person's, and they will fight by each other's side. Also, they will teach the young person some mysterious techniques without them knowing it. Naturally, the spiritual beast old grandpas aren't excellent teachers, but their combat ability is often particularly high. Therefore, they have their own advantages compared to other old grandpas. Li Yao simulated a voice of relief with the broadcast rune arrays and said, "That explains a lot. What a bizarre new world it is today. To think that there are so many types of old grandpas, and they can even be traded on the market. This is truly unbelievable. Then, all the training techniques you have are brought by the old grandpas?" Basically, yes. Lu Li sighed and managed to smile. Almost everything in the land of sins came from the sky as charity from the angels. Dehydrated food, high-energy nutrition drugs, standard crystals, water-purging cartridges, old grandpas who carry tremendous techniques, as well as ordinary people. Wait, Li Yao hurried to interrupt her. Ordinary people? You mean a lot of ordinary persons are projected from the heavenly rails, too? Yes, a lot of ordinary people are sent together with the assets every time, Lu Li said. They are of different genders and ages, but they have lost all their memories and have to begin a new life in the land of sins. According to the seniors in the village, Those people have all committed crimes in Manjusaka, and their qualifications as angels have been stripped, turning them into sinners. But I'm rather confused. If the adults are really criminals, what kind of unpardonable things could the kids and even the toddlers have done? The seniors say that they are the families of the sinners. It is heartbreaking to think that they are banished to the land of sins for someone else's fault. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, "Resources are insufficient in the land of sins. One more mouth means greater consumption of food and water. Will you accept the ordinary people from the sky? It depends. Different villages, forces, and gangs have different styles. Some of them will, some won't," Han Te said. "The Village of Peace tries to accept as many ordinary people as we can afford. This is my master's principle. The more hands, the greater our strength," Luli said solemnly. "Ordinary people are not entirely useless. To struggle to survive in the land of sins, we must unite everyone that can be united and activate all their potential. My dad always says that. We all believe that he does have a point. Life is very difficult in the land of sins. Many villages are now suffering from serious gender imbalance, and some even only have old people and few children. Such villages will perish in the dust of radiation before long. Also, my dad often says that we have spent too long in the land of sins, and our bodies have shouldered all kinds of strange radiation. It might not influence us very much, but our children will show many sorts of abnormalities. As time goes by, after the abnormal bloodlines integrate with each other, humans will gradually be turned into monsters. The new sinners from the sky have not received excessive radiation. They can bring fresh blood, give birth to healthy children, and ensure the continuity of the village. Besides, ordinary people can grasp many kinds of useful skills too," Han Te said with a smile. "Although most of the new sinners have lost their memories, they still remember the skills that they make their living on, like maintenance, treatment, hunting, and so on. During difficult times, we just grit our teeth and support each other. Those guys who mock my master for being too merciful in famines are all dumbfounded to see the population in the Village of Peace after the environment is slightly more favorable." "Ha ha!" Covering her face with her quivering hands, Luli said gloomily through the gaps of her fingers. "However, we have been told that in many places, and especially in the gangs in the bloody worlds, the ordinary people from the sky get exploited brutally. They're lucky if they're sold as slaves. Sometimes they are eaten alive." Liao's soul showed no response, not because he was not infuriated, but because his wrath had surpassed the limits. As thousands of thoughts flowed slowly inside his soul, Liao confirmed one last time. "All the cultivation arts that you have been practicing are brought by the old grandpas from the sky. After practicing those arts, did a lot of people have accidents and become disrupted geniuses, as you said just now?" Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other and nodded helplessly. "Yes," the young man said. "There are a lot of young people in our place who were mentally deranged during training. The Village of Peace alone has witnessed a couple of disrupted geniuses. Their capabilities soared quickly, and they were about to be qualified to travel in the bloody worlds, but they simply plummeted overnight and became useless people. In the villages several square kilometers nearby, such cases are simply too many to be counted. Zhao Hainiu of Big Fish Village, Wang Taizhu of Double Stones Village, Li Erlong of Four Square Dam, they were all rare geniuses that everybody knew, but they all perished in the end. Even the assistance of a couple of old grandpas was not enough to bring them back." "How pitiful." "That's understandable," Li Yao said. "Your cultivation plunged overnight, and you are almost a cripple compared to who you were in the past. But you do not strike me as very sorrowful and devastated. It can't be helped. I'm already used to it." Han Te shrugged, with an expression on his face that suggested he was not scared of anything. "This is exactly what the land of sins is like. A couple of old grandpas fall from the sky every day, and an equal number of geniuses perish every day. If it happens to someone, they can only blame themselves for not being lucky enough. I was already quite lucky not to have been killed. What else could I ask for? If such things are happening all the time," Li Yao said solemnly, Has it never occurred to you that the cultivation arts that you have been practicing might have deadly shortcomings? Han Te grinned and said, "Of course it has, but can we simply put the powerful, unparalleled techniques aside? Life in the land of sins is so difficult. Sometimes a few lives are lost just because of half a biscuit. Even if you practice an unparalleled technique that has fatal shortcomings, you will not necessarily die on the spot. With any luck, you will live a long time without any accidents. However, if you don't practice the techniques, you will be bullied because you cannot defend yourself. You will not be able to survive half a month here. Everybody can do the calculations, and they already have." After thinking carefully for a long time, Liao asked, "It's been hundreds of years since Judgment Day. So, the first batch of old grandpas must have arrived from the sky with abundant arts and techniques hundreds of years ago, didn't they? Have you never tried to modify the unparalleled techniques that you have and make up for the fatal shortcomings during those hundreds of years? The succession of arts and techniques is not as simple as you imagine, Grandpa Yao," Lu Li explained. "The environment on the land of sins is extremely harsh. It is not unusual that a whole village is massacred without a survivor. Most of the villages only have a history of a few decades. Few people have cultivation arts that can be dated back to hundreds of years ago. Besides, in the world of bloody fights where the strong prey on the weak, even if somebody improves an art, they will dedicate all their wisdom to making the art more aggressive, brutal, and powerful. Who cares how much damage the art will cause to themselves? It's exactly like lightning strangle, which I've been practicing. A lot of people in the village of peace practice it. Some people have occasionally met some problems, too. Did none of them, including my master, feel anything wrong?" Han Te clenched his fists. "But what could we have done even if we knew it? We must still try our best in training because it is the best method of attack of the Thunder class. Only with lightning strangle can we fight for more food, water, and energy. If we practice the arts, we may be mentally deranged, crippled, or killed abruptly in years to come. The consequences are indeed serious. But if we don't practice the arts, we will not be able to even fight for hot excrement. Everybody will starve to death in a few days." 1958 Flower of the Other Shore. "Aren't there any stabler arts?" Liao asked. "Of course," Han Te replied. "There are stabler arts. But stable means conservative, and conservative means weak. You can't have all the best in the world. If we practice the stabler arts while other people practice the radical ones, naturally the odds of other people injuring themselves will be higher, but they will be stronger than us before that, and they will rob us of our food, water, and all the other resources. They will even dismantle our bones and feed on our flesh and blood. We do not have any choice except to practice the arts that are more radical. Even if they do have fatal shortcomings, that is the least of our concerns." Lu Li sighed, too, and said, "In fact, my dad and the other old grandpas in my village thought about perfecting our arts and fixing the fatal shortcomings. At the very least, they can combine and make some arts that are both stable and powerful. To that end, even all the experts and old grandpas in the villages nearby were summoned once. But it was useless. It was partly because of the lack of resources and the sense of competition. But more importantly, as new generation old grandpas arrive from the sky, they often bring arts that are more powerful and naturally more unstable. Yes, the dangers of the new generation arts are higher, and the training will cause great harm to oneself. Normal people are not willing to practice them. However, there are always people who are determined to take the risk. Even if 9 out of 10 trainers are killed, the successful one may have an abrupt rise in capability and be able to monopolize all the resources in the hundreds of square kilometers around or even butcher all the other villages. To resist the bullying of such lunatics, we have no choice except to turn ourselves into lunatics and train ourselves following their example. Such a vicious cycle is perhaps the fate of the land of sins." After saying that, both of the two little fellows bit their lips and fell silent. All that could be heard was the smoke and dust spraying from the two sides of the shuttle. "What a perfect laboratory for new magical equipment and techniques," the mental devil remarked in great amazement next to Liao's soul. "By tossing aid to the ground irregularly and controlling the quantity of the assets precisely, it's more than simple to manipulate all the sinners in the land of sins. forcing them to struggle on the verge of death. They will not be entirely starved, but they have to fight each other brutally for the slightest resources. Through the generations of old grandpas that fall from the sky, all the techniques and magical equipment to be tested, which are highly dangerous and unstable, are given to the sinners as gifts. No coercion is needed at all to make the sinners volunteer to become lab rats for the immortal cultivators. After the test for a technique is done, and all the hidden problems and shortcomings in real combat are revealed or even perfected by the sinners, more radical, powerful, and unstable techniques are projected to begin a new round of tests. In the death contest where you kill or get killed, somebody will definitely take the risk. As long as one person chooses the new techniques, the other people can only grit their teeth and follow. This is an arms race. The desolate worlds, the bloody worlds, the Elysian worlds, and Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The four seemingly progressive worlds give the sinners a slim chance of hope. Like the carrot hanging in front of a donkey's head, they lure the sinners to train themselves crazily without bothering about anything, even if they clearly know that the arts that they are practicing are full of fatal shortcomings. It is needless to say that the various quests released by the city in the sky are partly meant to maintain the immortal cultivator's reign on the land of sins, and partly to collect data. Is killing two birds with one stone. What a marvelous design! It is much more efficient than forcing the slaves to train themselves under blades and chains in a simple and straightforward laboratory. Liao's soul was a bit cold. He was about to talk when the two little fellows both exclaimed at the same time, "Look, Grandpa Yao, look, that is Manjasaka, the city in the sky." Liao increased the perception of his soul to the highest as he looked at the zenith of the sky. At this moment, the dark night had fallen, but the sky was still gleaming in various colors while the dust of radiation was surging non-stop, as if groups of fireflies were dancing crazily. Right above, at the edge of the high sky, it could be seen that a red star was glowing and blossoming like a chrysanthemum. The flowing brilliance cascaded down like a waterfall, flying in the night wind both like upside-down flames and like the long hair of a siren. Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The young man stared at the night sky in a daze, his both eyes occupied by the brilliance as demonic as fire. He could not help but open his arms at the red star and declare, "I will certainly go to Manjasaka. I will." It is said that seeing Manjasaka when the night just falls will bring good fortune for an entire year. I pray that Dad and Hante can get well soon. I pray that the village can survive the bliss ceremony this time. I pray that everyone is safe and sound. The girl prayed in a low voice, her hands clasped together. "Please watch over the poor sinners, Manjasaka. I just remembered that I've seen the name of Manjasaka in a notebook of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the heavenly refining tower." Liao said to the mental devil coldly. Manjasaka seems to be an extraordinary flower grown in the early years of the ancient cultivators. It was also known by the locals as flower of the other shore. It is a flower that is as beautiful as it is poisonous. It has the glamour of the setting sun and the pureness of the white snow. According to the legends of the locals, the flower grows on the shores of the river in hell. It emits a sweet smell that gives the deceased a moment of ecstasy, so that they will cross the river in ignorance, step into hell, and fall into eternal reincarnation. The Notebook of Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures of the 100 Smelting Clan gives no comments about such a legend, but it does agree that Manjasaka boasts a very powerful hypnotization and hallucinogenic effect. The flower can paralyze one's nerves and even soul, making them die with a smile on their faces in bizarre dreams. All in all, it is a very dangerous material. Isn't it perfect? The mental devil chuckled. Wasn't the outcome of the sinners predestined when the immortal cultivators named their laboratory Manjasaka? Think about it. If a sinner is able to practice dozens of different arts that have serious shortcomings without getting killed, and their strength even grows exponentially, allowing them to pass multiple tests, accomplish the most arduous quests, and accumulate tremendous contribution points, they are finally qualified to enter Manjasaka. Think about it. What awaits them in the Crimson City in the sky? Will they become angels? Or will they be sliced up for study to analyze the mysteries of their bodies and figure out why they could have overcome so many shortcomings. Just like Han Ti's sister? The mental devil grimaced. Maybe. After a long silence, Liao declared, one word after another, "We have to go to Manjusaka, the city in the sky." Exactly, the mental devil said. If Manjusaka is indeed the control center of the planetary experiment base for magical equipment, it must have high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment. Chances are that there will be a lot of resources that can help us make significant progress. Of course, we are going to Manjusaka. There's also Starry Light, the mysterious resistance organization of cultivators, and the legendary Lost Cultivator, Liao said. If the Land of Sins is truly an overwhelming laboratory that nobody can escape from, it is not strange at all that the people here will turn into real cultivators after they learn the truth. But we must tread lightly and not expose ourselves in any case, the mental devil said. Since this place has been confirmed to be a laboratory of magical equipment and techniques for the immortal cultivators, there must be a lot of surveillance systems here. Chances are that high-resolution crystal cameras that can monitor every corner on the ground clearly have been installed all over the heavenly rails that surround the entire planet. The desolate worlds we are in are the bottom level of the Land of Sins. The surveillance here won't be too strict. This is a place where people are encouraged to attack each other so that elite experiment subjects can be screened out. After we reach the Bloody Worlds, the Elysian Worlds, and even Manjusaka, we will certainly be faced with the surveillance of a dragnet and ubiquitous prying. Therefore, we might as well take the two little fellows with us. Liao smiled. The techniques that the immortal cultivators released for testing, despite the fatal shortcomings and problems, are indeed powerful enough. The two teenagers are experts above average, even by the standard of the Federation. Illuminated by the crimson light of Manjusaka, the three of them drove out of the city ruins, each thinking of their own business. Moving in the wilderness in silence for more than an hour, they returned to the village of peace. Grandpa, we are about to enter the territory of our village. Robbing and killing the travelers in the wilderness for their treasures was a daily routine in the Land of Sins. The two little fellows had been staying on the highest alert all their way here. It was not until they saw a metal board standing on the ruins, which had the word peace painted in enormous letters, that they finally took a breath in relief. In front of them was a boundless lake. The sound of surging tides could be vaguely heard, as if they had come to an ocean. Liao had observed the environment from the sky earlier and therefore knew that this place was still far away from the ocean. The lake that was hundreds of kilometers in diameter must have been formed by a few overlapping craters that were filled with rainwater. It was possible that they were melted with the canals of the past, too, allowing the fresh water to flow in incessantly, which kept the vitality of the lake. Looking into the distance, Liao could vaguely see that dozens of rusted, iron-shelled boats had been connected, constituting a tall, tight-knit village on the water. The place was ablaze with light, although it was late at night. Countless people were busily working on the deck. Many smaller catamarans were rowing near the village, sending out ripples non-stop. This was the Village of Peace, which had a population of several thousand and could be counted as a big village in the hundreds of square kilometers around. At this moment, hundreds of white, flawless flowers were blossoming in the sky of the crater lake that the Village of Peace was at while they fell in the wind. A lot of flowers had already fallen to the surface of the lake. They were floating like jellyfish. The flowers made all the villagers go crazy. They were either searching on the lake in boats or fighting for them in midair with curved magical equipment that was similar to a paraglider on their back. Their searchlights illuminated the sky as if it were daylight. It was quite a lively scene. Liao focused his attention and could vaguely tell that they were parachutes that were carrying some metal boxes. A blessing from the angels. The two little fellows already saw the white flowers falling from the sky from a long distance away. They were both exclaiming in excitement. They explained to Liao, their faces still flushed, "That is the aid tossed from the heavenly rails. Before the bliss ceremony every year, the frequency of the assets sprayed from the heavenly rails increases. It is some sort of additional grace. I didn't know that we would happen to run into it today." Seeing that a parachute was blown away from the lake toward them, Han Te exclaimed, "There's one over there." He turned the shuttle abruptly, running at the landing point of the blessing. He found the metal box that had already fallen apart at the edge of the lake. It was filled with soft bubbles as buffers. Under the protection of the bubbles, there were 2 weapons that were blinking coldly. New magical equipment. 2 of them. Hante and Lu Li's eyes shone. They picked up the new weapons and played with them in great interest. Liao released feeble telepathic thoughts that attached to the weapons in the hands of the 2 little fellows before he studied their structure carefully. The weapon was very similar to the power knuckle in Liao's memory. It could entirely cover one's fingers, palm, and elbow. However, a thick metal ring was added above the wrist, and there were 12 deep blue crystals the size of pebbles on the surface of the metal ring. There was no telling what they were designed for. The 2 little fellows, however, were quite familiar with the situation. They kneeled on the ground and searched among the bubbles. Soon they found a jade chip. After being pressed softly, a 3D light beam was released from the front end of the jade chip, introducing the usage of the weapon with images the most simple and straightforward way. The weapon was named Heavenly Fire Thunderous Strike Ring. It was indeed an upgraded version of Power Knuckle. Other than significantly increasing the damage of the user's fists, it also boasted 2 additional techniques in melee combats and in remote shooting. When switched to the melee mode, the metal ring attached to the wrist would generate the specific fields of electric arcs and flames to simulate the effect of thunderous sabers and sky-burning axes. When switched to the remote mode, it would launch a cluster of plasma, electrocuting targets up to 100 meters away. Judging from the 3D images released by the jade chip, the weapon was indeed quite powerful. When fully activated, it could pierce a spiritual puppet in one attack. This is so awesome! Hante and Lu Li were in a trance, and their mouths were bulged so wide that one might be able to stuff 2 eggs inside. It is indeed a piece of rather ingenious magical equipment, but it is too radical. Liao's soul had searched the 2 weapons inside and outside dozens of times, scanning the rune arrays on every layer of them and memorizing the information. He could not help but shake his head in secret. The spiritual stripes and rune array technology in the Imperium of True Human Beings was certainly slightly above the Federation's, but the structural analysis of such a mass-produced item was not very difficult for Liao. He could tell that the weapon had adopted more than 50 highly unstable rune arrays and jumbled them up with the most extreme architecture in order to achieve the maximal output efficiency. Even the circuits of spiritual energy were designed with no consideration of the redundancies of the system. They had adopted a very reckless approach that barely considered anything. Yes. When it came to the design of general magical equipment, it was acceptable to occasionally adopt 1 or 2 extreme rune arrays. As long as the design of redundancies was excellent enough, the maximal performance of the magical equipment would be realized without raising the fault rate. Liao himself was an expert adept at extreme rune arrays. He was best known for his insane style in refining. However, as insane as he might have been, he never would have jumbled dozens of highly dangerous rune arrays without leaving any redundancies. The sole safety measure on the weapon was 2 cheap stabilization systems. Such an approach would always lead to serious faults. Yes, the Heavenly Fire Thunderous Strike Ring would certainly be much more powerful than normal power knuckles. But when they had a fault, it was possible that they would blow up the user's entire arm or directly electrocute them to death. A piece of high-precision equipment was probably made of thousands of tiny rune arrays with hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy models. It was practically a system of chaos. If Liao was asked to examine it, he would not be able to tell what kind of attack or what amount of spiritual energy would cause the faults in the weapon. That was perhaps what the designers of the weapon intended to find out in a real-life test. Via blessings, the high and mighty immortal cultivators simply throw the highly unstable, problematic magical equipment to the sinners, so that the sinners will help them run the tests. The Imperium of True Human Beings' industry of magical equipment and techniques is founded on the piles of bones of countless sinners who have been killed by each other in bloody battles. In silence, Liao was exasperated. Naturally, the 2 little fellows did not know the scheme of the immortal cultivators. Playing with the weapons in delight for a while, they suddenly remembered the knowledgeable and professional Grandpa Yao. They presented the heavenly fire thunderous strike rings to him in great respect and asked him to evaluate it. Liao had long scanned the weapons. Naturally, he was not interested in the two experimental weapons that were extremely dangerous. He simply looked at the horizon curiously. In the places far away from the Village of Peace, a lot more parachutes seemed to be flying in midair. "Are you not going to pick up those assets?" Liao asked. Han Te glanced casually and shook his head. "They are too far away and have already entered the territory of other villages. By the time we arrive, they will have been picked up by other villages. It is very possible that a conflict will break about. Since the bliss ceremony is about to begin, there's no need for us to get into a huge fight at this moment, which will cause great casualties." What is the bliss ceremony? The bliss ceremony is the projection of resources of the largest scale every year. The specific date and location are always announced by the heavenly rails 1 month in advance. There will be 100 times more assets projected than you have seen today. The quality will be much higher, too. It is very possible that ultimate old grandpas with sophisticated techniques or even an entire arsenal will show up. So that will be the greatest day for all the villages. Everybody is making preparations to get more things from the bliss ceremony. It is exactly because the bliss ceremony is of paramount importance, and whoever gets more assets will ensure the livelihood of their entire village in the next year, that not only will all the villages around fight for them, but even the experts from outside covet them, Lu Li added. Sometimes the gangs and bandits who are usually active in the bloody worlds come. Therefore, we can't be more careful. After pondering for a moment, Liao asked, "So to speak, the competition on the bliss ceremony is certainly very fierce, and some people will possibly be killed?" "Not possibly, but certainly. A lot of people will be killed," Han Te said solemnly. "The bliss ceremony concerns the life and death of a village. If a village does not get enough assets, not only will they decline by themselves, other people will also attack, rob, and destroy the village after learning of their weakness. In contrast, if a village gets enough resources in the bliss ceremony and demonstrates great capability, the wanderers nearby who have lost the protection of their villages will come to join them. A lot of experts will request to join the village, too. It will be a great opportunity for the village to expand. Take the Village of Peace, for example. It was only a small village in peril with a population of around 200 at the beginning. But after my master greatly distinguished himself in many consecutive bliss ceremonies as the unquestionable champion, getting tremendous resources for our village, the village gradually flourished. Since the bliss ceremony is so important, everybody risks their life for it. Therefore, bloody fights happen every year. A lot of people will die." Pausing for a moment, Han Te said again, somewhat embarrassed, "Although my master is the well-acknowledged top expert in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby, he is in fact not a fan of the bloody, cruel competition in the bliss ceremony. He always says that when we brutalize each other like that, we are like dogs trained to bite each other. He once considered altering the pattern of the bliss ceremony by promoting a way to distribute the relief assets fairly so that all the villages and everyone can be satisfied. However, even I feel that such a solution is absolutely impossible. All in all, the Village of Peace does not want to go too far. All we want is our fair share in the bliss ceremony. However, if other people come to rob us, it is not like that we will simply wait to be mugged. Am I right, Grandpa Yao?" Liao gave no comment. Instead, he asked, "Just now, you said that the gangs and bandits who are generally active in the bloody worlds will arrive during the bliss ceremony, too. Can you defeat those guys? We are not entirely hopeless as long as we are united." Han Te waved his fists confidently. The bliss ceremony does not happen in one place but covers the entire land of sins at the same time. In other words, when tremendous assets fall to the desolate worlds, there will be abundant assets in the bloody worlds too, and the assets there will only be greater in number, better in quality, and highly in level than ours. The real tough gangs and bandits will naturally fight for the assets there. Those who run to the desolate worlds will only be the nobodies among the gangs and bandits. My master's fame is well known in the hundreds of square kilometers around. Those mediocre gangs and bandits do not have the courage to mess with us. 1960 garbage and junk. While the three of them were talking, they stowed the two heavenly fire thunderous strike rings into their backpacks. Then, they picked up the bubbles, scraps of the metal shell, and even the parachute and cables. Resources were scarce in the land of sins. The items had their own usages and must not be wasted. It was not until there was not a single metal scrap on the ground that they activated the shuttle again and sailed to the Village of Peace, which was made of dozens of iron-shelled boats in the middle of the lake. The villagers collecting the resources that they saw on their way were not fighting crazily but doing their work in different roles. Some were staying on alert, some were scouting, some were organizing, and some were calculating the assets that had fallen from the sky. They left the impression that they were a well-trained, obedient army. No wonder the village had existed in the lawless, dog-eat-dog land of sins for decades and expanded from several hundred people to thousands. Han Ti's master, nicknamed Sky-Breaking Hammer, was indeed a remarkable leader. Liao released his vague telepathic thoughts, which were bound to the many villagers like a gentle breeze, while he perceived their vitality. He discovered that the villagers were both physically and mentally strong. Their spiritual energy was surging like tides, suggesting that they were all experts above average. They would be one of the best troops even in the Federation. On second thought, it did make sense. The angels, or the immortal cultivators, treated the sinners in such a way that only the strongest of them could survive in the abnormal land of sins. Those who were not strong or fortunate enough had probably long been killed. Of course, what the angels blessed the sinners with were all untested techniques with great shortcomings and danger. After scanning roughly, Liao noticed many hidden injuries inside the limbs and internal organs of the villagers. The circulation of their spiritual energy was highly unsteady. The odds of them going mentally deranged were almost 20 times higher than regular training. The shuttle gradually approached the Village of Peace. Liao saw another astonishing view. Many villagers, mostly old people, women, and dirty children, were burning incense and praying on the deck. They couldn't have looked more pious. "They are expressing their gratitude for the grace of the angels," Luli said in a low voice, "thanking the angels for bestowing so many weapons and assets upon us, which may imply that the angels are watching over us and will continue to protect us in the bliss ceremony in half a month. We will be given more things, and the Village of Peace will thrive even more." Hearing Lu Li's explanation and looking at the children and the women in ragged clothes kowtowing on the rusty deck so hard that their heads were bleeding, Liao felt as if his soul was even colder. Some women who were too old even passed out. The three of them drove the shuttle into the parking area between two iron-shelled boats. Walking up the half-broken stairs, they happened to run into a group of villagers who had picked up a lot of assets from the lake and returned with full loads of trophies. Seeing that Han Te and Lu Li were back, a lot of villagers who had just finished picking up resources smiled and greeted them. The two of them returned their welcome courteously. Despite the chaos and perils of the outside world, the atmosphere within the village seemed genial enough. Liao noticed that the metal cases they had picked up contained new weapons that were shining coldly, hideous armor, or spiritual energy bars that stored explosive energy. Few of the metal cases stored synthesized food that was highly compressed and looked like gray bricks. There were more weapons than food. The intention was obvious. The angels, or immortal cultivators, preferred the sinners to fight for food with weapons than to wait for food to come down from the sky. "Come on. I'll bring Grandpa Yao to master." Having recovered 30% of his past strength, Han Te could not have been more excited. He wanted his master to learn the news immediately. In the meantime, Grandpa Yao could examine his master's body condition, too. Pretending to be a common spiritual puppet, Liao rolled his tracks in squeaky noises and followed the two of them. However, at this moment, a malicious voice shouted from behind the crowd, "Han Te, wait!" It was a bunch of teenagers around the same age as Han Te. They were all brawny and apparently arrogant, with leather armor full of iron nails on their bodies and thick steel plates beneath their boots. They swaggered and squeezed through the villagers in intimidating noises. The young man in the lead had a pair of triangular eyes as well as an enormous garlic-like nose that nobody could ignore. He licked Lu Li's face with his greedy eyes at first before he turned to Han Te in disdain. "I'm told that you were bold enough to explore Area A3. That place is full of high radiation and all kinds of mutated beasts. Is someone as worthless as you really brave enough to do that? You weren't bluffing, were you? Han Te seemed to have a grudge with the triangular-eyed young man. His neck suddenly thickened in fury as he gravely said, Zhao Chong, I do not need to report where I am going to explore to you. The young man named Zhao Chong cackled like a crow. Instead of talking to Han Te, he walked up to Lu Li, with even more scorching brilliance beaming out of his triangle eyes. He said softly, Lu Li, if you want to find some good stuff from the city ruins to earn money for the village leader's disease, why don't you come with us? Everybody knows that my father is one of the best explorers in the village. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as the captain of the exploration team. It will be both safe and rewarding if you come to explore with us. Wouldn't it be much better than following this useless man? Look at you. You are hurt. Swallowing. He snatched at Lu Li's arm that had been scratched with his hand that looked like an eagle's claw. What are you doing? Lu Li shrieked and took 2 steps back, disgusted by the guy's abnormal hand caused by radiation. Don't touch me. Han Te burst into fury and stepped between Zhao Chong and Lu Li. Zhao Chong, don't be so outrageous. Hee. I was speaking the truth. You are useless. Am I wrong? Zhao Tong retracted his hand, with brutality and cruelty beaming out of his face. He rolled his triangular eyes for a moment and shifted his attention to Li Yao. Li Yao's rusty, unattractive appearance slightly dazed him. Then he burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this the treasure that you have found in Area A3 after searching for 3 days and 3 nights? A puppet for cleaning and maintenance, broken and riddles with holes. Even its tracks are falling. This is a piece of junk. Come on, brothers. Take a good at the treasure that he discovered through arduous effort at the risk of his life. TSK, TSK, TSK. The shaking mechanical arms, the twisted antenna, and the unsteady tracks. You can certainly get 100 coins if you sell it on the black market, right? However, it suits Han Te very well. One of them is garbage and the other is junk. Aren't they the perfect match? The unfriendly young people all laughed. Han Te was so infuriated that dozens of thick veins protruded out of his forehead. He clenched his fists so hard that they were squeaking. Looking at Li Yao, he was uncertain of the attitude of Grandpa Yao. Taking a deep breath, he gnashed his teeth. Lu Li, ignore them. Let's go. Wait. With an expression of a cat teasing with a rat on his face, Zhao Chong extended his thick arm again and blocked Han Te and Lu Li. Han Te could not have been angrier. Zhao Chong, what do you want? Are we not allowed to leave? Of course you can. Zhao Chong grinned hideously and looked at their backpacks. However, the items that you found just now must stay. As it turned out, he had noticed that Han Te and Lu Li picked up the Heavenly Fire Thunderous Strike rings on the shore through a telescope, and he wanted the 2 pieces of magical equipment. You should be well aware that all the assets from the sky are distributed fairly according to demand, Zhao Chong said coldly. Those who discover the assets do not own them, or everything would be a mess. This is the rule of our village, established by your master Lu Li's father, our great leader of the village who admires fairness more than anything else. What, are you keeping your discoveries to yourselves? Stop your slander. Things became serious when the rule of the Village of Peace was questioned. His face flushed red, Han Te argued. It is true that this is the rule of our village, but the rule is only effective within the range of the lake. For the assets that have fallen to the shore, those who discover them have the privilege to use them first, as long as they trade with their quota of other assets. The 2 Heavenly Fire Thunderstrike rings were both the magical equipment of the latest generation that was rather powerful. With the bliss ceremony coming near, Han Te naturally did not want to submit the weapons. There's indeed such a rule, but I clearly saw that the parachute fell to the lake first, and you picked it up from the shore, didn't you? Zhao Chong turned around and asked the unfriendly young people around him. Hey, that's the truth, right? Exactly. We saw it with our own eyes. That's what happened. It clearly fell to the lake first before you picked it up from the shore. Garbage. They are the belongings of the village. Hand over the items and get out of here. The young men were all shouting and helping Zhao Chong. Outnumbered, Han Te and Lu Li seemed unable to defend themselves. Han Te was at a loss for words. Garbage, one should not be so selfish. Even if you have a piece of excellent magical equipment, what can you do about it? Do you know how to use it? Do you deserve to use it? Zhao Chong continued looking at Han Te with his nostrils and demanded cockily. You know that the bliss ceremony is only several days away. Only by giving the best magical equipment to the strongest warriors will the village get the most resources. This is all in the interest of the village. What do you have to say? Exactly how long are you going to continue this nonsense? Liao's soul was also yawning hard as he sent a stream of feeble waves directly to Han Te's brain. Please just start the fight already. Enough of the trash talk. Such clichés are a waste of everybody's time. Han Te was rather shocked. Who's talking inside my head? It's me, Grandpa Yao. Grandpa Yao, you want me to fight him? Of course. What, you want to invite him to dinner? When he walked up to you with a hideous smile at the beginning, you should have already punched him in the face. Why did you ramble on so much?